Council, we'll call the meeting order. For the record, it is January 14th, 2025 at 4:30 PM. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Here.
Councilman Taylor. Councilman Whitlock.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Mayor Simonson.
Here. Next item up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
see any changes for today's workshop? So I move we adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion is second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is agreed to. Up next, consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I move that we approve the consent agenda for the mayor to sign and the clerk to attest.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
if I may just take a moment, I would like to acknowledge our canines that are retiring. And I'd like to thank Brandon Frazier. I asked for some information on the canines and I ended up with a paragraph on, or a few sentences on each one. I think it's so important that we honor these dogs that have served us so well and their handlers that are responsible for them. So we had 3 canines retired at the end of September. 1 retired shortly before Christmas. All of them were around the age of 8. This is a typical life service between 7 and 9 years, depending on a number of factors. All of the canines were adopted by their former handlers and are now living their best lives. As you know, each of them have been deployed on hundreds of calls, locating drugs, leading the way for our officers with their nose, loyalty, and bravery to keep us all and Meridian safe. They were among the best trained, best performing dogs in the Pacific Northwest and probably beyond. Arco was handled by Officer Albers his entire career. His retirement age coincided with Albers being promoted to sergeant and he could no longer handle a canine. He is now the sergeant of our canine unit. Arco won multiple awards in his career, including Best Dog at a tough competition at Mountain Home Air Force Base in 2021. Gus was handled by Officer Voigt for most of his career, then went on to Officer Glenn for about a year before retiring. Gus was generally mild-mannered and clear-headed, but if you loved on him too much, he thought he wanted to climb on your head. Wyatt was handled by Officer Marsden his entire career. Wyatt was cool as a cucumber and seemed more like a goofy pet than a police dog until it was time to get serious. He was then second to none in his skills and determination. Grizz was handled by Officer Cushing most of his career, then went to Officer Ojai. He was just retired as Officer Ojai became sergeant late this fall. Grizz is gigantic with a huge head and paws. He usually looked comically confused most of the time until it was time to go to work. These canine officers have worked enthusiastically along the side of their handlers, and I just wanted them to have our appreciation on record as I know that we all value the work that they have done. So thank you to our canines and thank you to their handlers. So thank you for giving me a few moments to do that. I've had the privilege of riding, not with any of the canines, but seeing them work when I've been on ride-alongs. And we've been blessed to have very, very impressive dogs. And I think we've got 3 more that are just now on active duty, I understand.
Thank you very much. Council, any additional comments as pertains to consent agenda? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. You guys have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There were no items moved from the consent agenda, so we'll go on to department commission reports. Item 6 is the fiscal year 2025 budget amendment, the amount of $311,000 for Ustick Road, 10 mile to Black Cat streetlights. Oh, turn this over to Warren.
Mayor, members of the council, I have the opportunity to stand before you tonight and present this budget amendment. So this is a budget amendment that's necessary to install streetlights on the south side of the Ustick Road widening project that ACHT is currently underway doing. This project was moved up from 27, kind of late in the game, and we didn't have the opportunity to put the money for the streetlights in the budget for last year. So the only opportunity we have to include those lights is through this amendment process. So I'm here to answer any questions that you have. But essentially, this will cover streetlights from 10 Mile to Black Cat on the south side of Ustick Road. The ones on the north side of Ustick Road will be installed as development alongside the Ustick Road on the north side actually occurs. Right now, there's mostly open fields on that side. So I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Warren. Council, questions for Warren? Okay. If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
make a motion that we approve the fiscal year 2025 budget amendment, the amount of $311,000 for Ustick Road 10 Mile to Black Cat streetlights.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the budget amendment, amount of $311,000. Is there discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
let's make a comment. When I was looking at this, this is obviously it's not an insignificant amount, but it's one of those situations where in working with our partner agencies and entities in the valley makes a lot of sense to bump this up. So I think it's of course, we've talked about the importance of streetlights and getting stuff out and the safety component that comes with it. So anyway, I just think it's good to move it along now so we can take advantage of the construction schedule of ACHD.
Shay, any additional comments? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Strater.
Aye.
Whitlock.
All ayes, motion carries. Item is agreed to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Next up is item 7, which is approval of ACHD bid contract amount and resulting purchase order to ACHD for the water and sewer construction, roadway construction, Usick Black Cat to 10 Mile Road Improvement Project for not to exceed amount of $3,483,282.82. Warren.
Mayor, members of the council. So this is the balance of that same project. So this includes the streetlights that you just approved, but it also includes the water and the sewer portions of that project. And I will stand for any questions.
Council, any questions? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
making a motion that we approve item number 7.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item 7. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Strater.
Aye.
Whitlock.
All ayes, motion carries. Item is agreed to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Way to spend some money. With that, we'll move on to item 8, which is Parks and Recreation Department, Meridian Youth Baseball, Softball Update. And we'll begin this conversation with Mr. White.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thanks for having us tonight. I'm here to really just to introduce 3 of the current board members from MYB. Starting with Ryan Bias. Ryan became the MYB president about 3 or 4 years ago. And in those conversations with Ryan over the past 3 or 4 years, I've got to know kind of what they do for the community, get to know them a lot better, and kind of what they provide and some of the programs they have inside of MYB that really we don't get to see a whole lot of. Last year, we asked them to come to our commission, Parks and Rec Commission, to give a kind of an update on that. And it was a really good presentation. It was awesome. And this year we had them do it again just 2 months ago. And knowing all that, we said, you know what, this would be something really good for the council to see and to hear and to kind of get to know some of those other sides of MYB that we don't get to see every day. So with that, that's why they're here. And I'd like to introduce Ryan Bias, who's a past MYB president, Travis Young, who is the new MYB president coming up, and then David Lang, who is also a board member and their treasurer. So with that, I'll turn it over to these guys.
Welcome.
All right, thank you. My name is Travis Young. I am the new upcoming MYB president. This is Ryan Bias, and this is David Lang, our new treasurer. So I just wanted to thank you guys for the opportunity to come here and share with you guys what we've been doing with MYB in the league. I'll let David start off here with the presentation.
Okay. Well, thank you again for the opportunity. We recognize that you are busy folks. You've got a lot of information to consume. And what we wanted to do is give you a sense of what MYBS is and the value it brings to the city of Meridian. Because we believe, now we're of course passionately involved in it, we believe we built a shining star here within the Parks and Rec Department and within the state, and even many would argue within the Pacific Northwest, in terms of an elite public league for baseball and softball. So we serve kids from the ages of 5 to 16 years old. We offer everything starting with T-ball and coach pitch to machine pitch for the younger kids. Then as they get older, we get into rec league, which is where most kids play little league, what people would consider to be little league baseball and softball. We're the only option in Meridian for softball, where there are some other options for baseball for other people. We're the only option really for softball for girls. For the kids who want to get a more competitive experience, we offer our All-Star League in the summer that competes against other All-Star teams from around the state and the region. And for our kids who really want to take it up another level and compete year-round, they compete in our select level. These are the kids who are really training to become high school players and hope to maybe even go on beyond to college, okay? We also, as a fundraiser to help pay for our league, we host a number of tournaments. Keith Bird is the biggest baseball tournament in the state of Idaho every year. We bring in 101 teams, mostly from the Valley, but quite a few from as far as Nevada and Colorado. Dairy Days is another big one, as a part of the whole Dairy Days event. Then, because we have some of the premier facilities in the Pacific Northwest at Settlers Park, we very often are asked to host regional and state level competitions. The great news about that is we're bringing in even more teams from out of state. And with the upcoming Stadium District opportunity, we have been asked to be the regional host for the Pacific Northwest on potentially a permanent basis, which would bring in 50+ teams from all over the Pacific Northwest every summer to play at Settlers Park. So we're really excited about how we've got kids involved. We have 2,200 kids participating in our league. They play on 184 teams. And if you're like me, I'm always doing things to try to get my kids off their screens. And so I've found that baseball and softball are awesome, because between all the practices and the prep that you do and games, these kids don't have time to play games. And so I calculated it out to be almost 230,000 hours those kids are doing practices and games and really participating in a physical activity. We're a league that doesn't have any paid employees. Everything is done through volunteers. And we have a tremendously passionate group of volunteers who have built a culture that's really unique in the Valley in the way we handle baseball. Meridian Youth Baseball and Softball does it right. We handle situations with parents, with competition, and with athletes with integrity and respect. You won't hear some of the language and some of the yelling and screaming at officials and other things that you might hear in other places at our facilities and at our tournaments. We do it right. And as a result, people want to come join our league. And we have parents who are passionate about participating. Because we have such a large league with that many athletes, we need a lot of board members because we have a lot of work to do. Between all the field work, the financials, the coaching, the managing the umpires, the concessions, we're a big organization. So it takes a board, well, I think we're up to 23 now on the board, all working passionately through the summer. Geez, some of those folks are there 40 hours a week, it seems like. And between that and the parents who are donating time to help prep fields, clean things up, we have, got folks donating almost 26,000 hours to MIBS. And so we're really proud of the fact that people are so willing to volunteer for our league because they see that their work, comes back in really good activities. So if you look at our league, people around the Pacific Northwest look to our league as an example for what they want to be. They do that for two reasons. Number one is our facility. Our facility at Settlers Park is amazing. We're unique in that we have separate baseball and softball fields. Most facilities have one multi-purpose field, which when they play baseball on, they drag out a plywood mound with AstroTurf on it for pitching. Well, that's not exactly a real baseball experience. A real baseball field has a grass infield and a dirt mound. We're fortunate to have separate baseball and softball facilities, which allows us to have, grass infields and tremendously maintained facilities with the help of the city as well, which is what makes our facilities so unique. The second thing that draws people to us, in addition to our facilities, is our culture. There's a lot of baseball coaches and a lot of different leagues and even some softball opportunities around, but they tend to get super competitive and they can lose sight of what the real intent is of what people are trying to do in terms of developing people and developing the habits and skill sets of our youth. And so what really makes us unique and why we think we're the premier league is our culture and our facilities. Right, if we go to the next slide. Oops. All right. So how are we different? We're a nonprofit organization. As I mentioned, we run off completely volunteers. We host those interleague games around the city, and then we host a lot of different tournaments. There's a lot of work for us to host those tournaments, but we are very conscious of the financial impact that they can make on our registration fees. We want to keep our registration fees as low as we possibly can for our disadvantaged kids. So we put on tournaments and we have a set of concession stands to essentially allow us to generate revenues that offset the cost of our participation. We would have to double our cost of participation almost if we didn't host tournaments and have a concessions stand to help subsidize those costs to play. Now we have scholarship opportunities. We never turn a kid away if they can't afford to play. But we are very conscious about how we spend our money. All right. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ryan. Oh, our volunteers. I'm sorry. So as I mentioned, we have a board that spends 23 board members now, averaging 15 hours a week. From a financial perspective, if the city wanted to take that on and run it out of Parks and Rec, we, calculating how many hours we're putting in, that's the equivalent of 7 full-time employees, which at the cost that they provided us of what those employees cost would, total up to about $721,000 a year. So that's the value of the time and energy that our board members are putting in. I would tell you that I think that number is way low. If I look at these two gentlemen here, they probably spend 40 hours a week in addition to their day jobs, working on our league. And there are many people like that in our board. Parent volunteers are really important. When you've got 2,200 kids playing, you've got a lot of teams when you've got 10 to 12 kids per team. So we get 184 coaches. We train those coaches. We have parents that help with field prep and tear down. We have to chalk the lines. We have to, level the dirt. We have to move the bases. We have to do a lot of things to keep our facilities as pristine and perfect as they are. And our parents are more than willing to jump in and grab a rake and help out. And so if you take the time that those parent volunteers are putting in, and if you had to hire City of Meridian employees to do that kind of field work, it would come out to almost $600,000 in donated time. So our volunteers in total value between the board and the parent volunteers who are helping run the games and the tournaments, we're talking $1.3 million in volunteer time that's being contributed to this league. So that's not an insignificant number for anybody, and we're proud that our volunteers are so excited to be involved.
So I get to follow that. Thanks, David. He's our numbers guy. He does a great job with it. But what I want to cover is kind of the improvements that we've been making with regard to the league and the facilities. So one thing that we've been struggling with, and this is a nationwide struggle, not only in baseball, but in all sports, is there's a lack of umpires. For one, they just get drugged through the weeds every time they make a bad call that us as fans and parents tend to ride them a little bit hard, and they don't want to participate in that. So one of the things we do is there's a zero tolerance policy within MYBS. If you get kicked out of a game, you're done coaching in our league. We're without question, we're done with you. You got to be able to control yourself, control your actions. You're being an example for that whole team. one of the major things we preach is that mind game of when something bad happens, you got to be able to come back from it, and not focus on it. And then it's a bad example of when we have a bunch of parents that can't control themselves. So, we try and police it as best we can. But so to combat the lack of umpires, we started an umpire training program. So we allow 12-year-olds and above the opportunity to go and learn how to umpire. And we take them through a training course. We have an umpire in charge who runs multiple trainings. We'll then put them on a scrimmage, and he will be there with them, or a very skilled umpire will be with them to help them to learn where to position themselves and how to hold themselves and how to make it through a 2-hour game, being able to squat down without burning yourself out. And then once they've gone through that training, they will then be allowed to coach the younger games. And as they prove that their abilities are up to that level, then they're allowed to go up and up. And so there's continual training throughout the year. And as they get onto those higher level games, the older kids, they have more opportunity to make money. So what's really cool is we also have a work to pay program. And so for the older kids that usually are able to drive themselves, they'll come to the fields and they practice before everybody else. So usually right when they get out of school, they'll go to the parks, practice, and then they're ready to go umpire after they're done practicing when all the other games start. And a lot of them use that to offset the cost of their team fees. So they'll be able to pay for their uniforms, or be able to pay for their participation fees by umpiring games and offset it. So for one, we're saving money. Two, we're training these kids to have skills so they can go out and do this really for the rest of their life, which is pretty cool. If you look at the picture, that young man that's umpiring there, he's a high school kid named Christian. He plays at Hawaii, came through our program, so started at 9, went all the way through the program, played on our all-star teams, went to World Series, did all of that stuff. Is playing at the high school, and now he's come back and he's given back to the league. It's just cool to see it go full circle, right? And it kind of can tell you how much it means to him to be part of the league.
Well, and what Ryan always leaves out, as the treasurer, I always want to point this out. There are umpires, and there's a union of umpires in the valley that we hire to do games. They do adult level softball and other things.
Can you get to the mic just so people hearing?
Yeah,
Never know who's on YouTube.
that's fine. We could hire umpires, but they cost about $130 a game. That would, if we look at our umpire expense, it's our second largest expense. And in this idea of keeping our cost to play as low as we can, developing our own umpire program allows us to pay about $60 a game. So we cut our umpire costs almost in half by training and building our own umpires and using them to help with our league. The other thing that we're proud of is other leagues come and have copied our umpire program as a result and try to borrow our umpires, rent our umpires for different tournaments and other things as well. So it's a real cost benefit to us to have our own umpire program, as well as, you know, the benefit to our youth and others.
Thank you. I guess before he stopped, did you guys have any questions on anything that he covered so far? And we're good. So kind of the projects that we've been working on through the last year and this year. The first one, Meridian Middle School. So I don't know if you guys had ever been out there to the softball fields. So if you took one step on it, your foot would be so full of goat heads that it would be a disaster. You wouldn't be walking on your shoe, you'd be walking on goat heads. So we went out there a few times and tried to take ground balls, and every bounce it would pick up 30 goat heads, and then the kids they couldn't throw it because it was stuck in their hand. So we went out there and restored those fields. So we scraped off 100 yards of dirt. I mean, it was crazy how much dirt we pulled off of there, and then brought in new dirt and filled it back up. So now kids aren't getting goat heads in their hands. We've got 2 fields that they're able to practice on. And what's super cool is I see other teams out there. I see kids going out and practicing in the off season and using those fields where before they were just a waste. Nobody was out there. And so there's been baseball fields are very hard to come by. There's not a ton of them. And so adding 2 fields to the community has been a huge help. So we did that, added new dugout benches, removed some of the splinter infested ones, fertilized the grass, reseeded some areas, fixed one of the faucets that was just continually running. And I know you guys don't do that. That's a West Data School District thing, but we just tried to make the place better. And then we got Franklin Building Supply to donate all the supplies to build dugout covers. It got too cold on them, so they haven't done it yet, but they got all the stuff out there. And as soon as it warms up a little bit, they're going to install dugout covers on each one of the fields for us, which is going to be awesome when it starts getting hot. Settlers Park. So we got Lowe's up here on Overland to donate paint for painting the dugouts and then the trim around each one of the dugout bricks and the lining. And I have some pictures that I'll show you of what I'm talking about. We installed shades on both concession buildings. So they're electric, they come out and then we can bring them back in, giving shade, just offering a little bit better experience as people are going up and on those hot days buying food. We have put dugout fencing in front of the dugouts. I'll show you a picture of what I'm talking about, but there was the way that dugouts are facing, if a kid was late or super early on a ball coming in, that ball would deflect off and could possibly go in and hit some of the kids that are in the dugout. And they all like to congregate right at the opening there for some reason. There's a whole dugout and they're all just dogpiled right at the entrance. And so foul balls could go in there. We talked with the Parks and Recs guys and they put in some fencing to kind of protect that area. And so now there's not that risk of getting hit by any of those balls. We have put, working with the Parks and Recs guys, we put in turf in front of each one of the pitching mounds. And so if you guys aren't familiar with baseball fields, what the really good guys, the pitchers, will stand on the mound. They never leave and they put out their glove and the catcher throws it right back to them. But these kids don't have those skills. And so every time they walk halfway to the catcher, grab the ball, they walk back. And so there becomes a trench of where the grass no longer grows and it becomes just a muddy mess. And so we've removed that, put dirt, some road mix in there and covered it with turf. So it shouldn't wear out. And then it won't get all flooded there. And so we'll be able to play more games. We've partnered up and we buy infill dirt every year to help out with replacing that. We have been putting no parking signs up in the neighborhood, communicating with them to try and keep people from parking in the neighborhoods, which we will address. Travis will address that in a little bit, but that's been a huge focus that we've been trying to prevent people from parking in the neighborhood. And then really I would commend Garrett. He has bridged a gap where when I first came on as president, I was told that there was not a great relationship between the city and Meridian Youth Baseball and Softball. And I don't know why, but it was just kind of this idea of like us versus them. And then when I started talking with Garrett, it was very apparent that that is not the case, that we both want the same things and want the best thing for our community. So it's been a great relationship of being able to open a communication between us and work better together. So we want to continue that improved communication. We want to just be open books and know what's going on. We definitely want to finalize this agreement with you guys, with the city, and renew our agreement, but also to help out with, with the cost of what we need to do with the parking lot and help out with that parking situation. Right now we've got some new batting cages going in, and that's going to be open to the community. On one side, we had 2 really long batting cages, but we've now cut them in half and added 2. So we just added a little more function to them so that more teams, more people can get in there. we need to install new fascia around the dugouts, but we have plans to do that and just help to improve. You can see right there, but our goal is to continually make Settlers Park and Meridian a better place and a better place to play baseball and softball. So these are pictures. I wish I had before and after of Meridian Middle School.
See the difference.
But yeah, the dirt is pristine. It's great. You can slide on it and play baseball or softball on it. We added some gravel there to try and prevent, growth and those weeds blowing onto the field, but it looks fantastic. We added some backstop padding. We put in those metal benches before they were, if you see right behind it, there's a piece of wood. That's what they were sitting on. And so that was just splinters in the butt, which nobody wants. Settlers Park. So these are pictures of Settlers. On the picture on the left, you can see the turf. That's the inlay that the Parks and Recs guys put in. And it's on all of the baseball fields where there's a mound, and it's going to be awesome. We got the picture of the shades in the middle that we had installed on the concessions, and then we got our little mascot there painting on the side of the dugout there. But that's some of the improvements at Settlers. There's our no parking signs, or trying to get people to not park in the neighborhoods. We place them in that little roundabout area on the road, and leave them out during the weekends, during our major tournaments, and try and monitor the best that we can. We installed this fencing on the dugout, and I don't know if you guys would remember, but on the dugouts before, there was a netting, and it flopped in the wind, and all the kids would lean up against it, and when those foul balls would come, it just wasn't protecting them, right? Like if they weren't up against them, it would have been fine. So we had this chain link installed, and now they can lean against it, a ball can come and hit it, and everybody's protected and safe. Here's the fencing that I was talking about to protect those errant foul balls from going into the dugout. You can see them kick out. And so if you're up to bat and you hit a ball at the dugout, it's now going to be blocked by those fences, and all the kids will be safe in there rather than that risk. And then the coaches can focus on the game more constant, because every 2 minutes you were turning around going, get in the dugout. So hopefully that helps out a bunch. So with that said, we'll turn it over to Travis for parking.
All right, thank you. So as we all know, we've been having over the last number of years parking challenges with Settlers Park, with the neighborhoods. It's just some of it's out of our control with where people go. And so some of the things that we've been doing, the problem is that we've had with people parking, you tell them and they still would park. So as a board in the league, we've been getting more proactive of having, like, during games, just getting more proactive with signs out there, walking out there, making sure, in the morning. So one of the things that we've been doing, we're going to have this year, is as a board, we're going to do a board member on duty. So anytime during the weekends, we have shifts. So there'll be a board member that's out there before games start, so that we're going to be making sure and walking and seeing whoever's parking, because we do know that if some of the parking in the neighborhood, someone's parking there, they're most likely going to be playing on one or two fields that are closest, because they don't want to walk from the parking lot. And so we'll just be more, we've been more proactive. And so that's something that we have done in the past and will continue to do, is have blocked times for different people. And then on the weekends, because we do run games all day, over the weekend on Saturday, and then some games on Sunday. So we've created shifts. And so in the morning, there'll be somebody that goes out there, and their job is to put the signs out in the proper spots, and then paying attention to where it is. And then also throughout the day, the next shifts, and then also having somebody on board at the whole time. If there's ever an issue, we can, communicate with the neighborhoods that they can, if something does happen that's out of our, or we don't notice, that they can come reach out to us, and we can find out who maybe parked in front of their house, and take care of that. So some of the alternatives that there was like hiring mobile parking monitors, which would cost a couple $1,000s a year. Parking regulations on the weekends. And so I think we've been pretty proactive, and we've been open to any suggestions that we could continue to combat that the parking issues with the neighborhoods, you know, because we definitely understand the frustrations of waking up in the morning, coming out, having some friends or family coming over, and everybody's parked in front of your house. So we appreciate our relationship that we have with you guys, and we value what we have at Settlers Park, and so we want to continue to improve that. And we're really excited about the community center and the new parking lot that's going to be available there. And so we're thankful that we have the opportunity to be able to contribute and be part of that to help, I think, fix the solution as far as it goes. And then also, you know, knowing that there's going to be a construction timeline. So we've been really proactive of kind of figuring out, working with Garrett and everybody as that does come. We've been working with the board, communicating like, the dirt lot's going to go away. This is what it's going to look like. And then making sure that everybody's on the same page of moving forward, of where to park. We put stuff on the website. We send out emails, you know, pretty frequently throughout the season to continue to let people know, do not park there. So if we do start seeing some issues arise, then we go out there and send out emails again. And then also letting the coaches know and constantly communicating that information. So I think that's all we got there. And then going through some of the pictures here, these are just some pictures of the kids in the league. It's a lot of stuff during the summer. On the left, there's some pictures of the kids celebrating, eating some ice cream, and after a tournament they won. And then just pictures of us being able to partner and do a night at the Hawks. And so the kids get an opportunity to go out there and partner with the Hawks and be able to go out on the field and participate with that and get pictures with the mascots. And also along with baseball nights, we work with the high schools as well, so that they get the opportunity to be able to hang out with the high school teams, go out on the field, and also just see the bigger picture of the community of what we're doing here. So there's some more pictures of our softball and more kids. Softball, it was just you just see all the joy of these kids. So I have 4 kids. My oldest, she's in high school, she dances, but my other 3 kids they play baseball and softball. And so when we moved here maybe 7 years ago, we were thankful to come across MYB, and it's done wonders for our family. And so just what the league's done, which is also why I wanted to become part of the board and volunteer and participate, is because not only the memories that I've had with my kids, but what it's taught my kids, you know, from my older boy he's 12 now, and then I have a 9-year-old daughter and a 7-year-old son. But the work ethic, because they're out there with me every morning, you know, Father's Day, 13 hours at the field, that's where we're doing it. But they get to see the work that we're putting in, and then they also, you know, learn to have the work ethic and put back in the field and take care of things. And so to see that each year and all the kids, and then having them just be part of that and taking pride of the fields and knowing what to do, and just being thankful to have the opportunity to play baseball. But then also to see other families, you know, just enjoy. And so they've been able to really see the work that we put in to go out and prep the fields, because when they were younger, they just show up and they played. And they were like, oh, we just play. And then now that they got older, they were like, oh, somebody has to chalk and drag the fields and different things. And so to see them understand what it takes as a community to give back, so that they can see the younger kids just be able to show up, enjoy, and love the game and have fun with it. Yeah, these are just more of the pictures. But that was it. That's the end of the slide. But I do appreciate you guys' time and just the relationship that we've had with you guys over the years, and the opportunity to continue the relationship together and continue to grow the league together. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you. Council questions?
Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Yeah, Travis and Ryan and David, thank you for your presentation. Really appreciate it. Got my older son played. My 12-year-old's currently playing, and I have a nephew who's one of the top freshman pitchers now in the state, and I've spent a lot of time watching his games there. So really great facility. You guys do a really good job, and it's actually really impressive, and appreciate the partnership with our Parks and Rec and all that. It's a really, really good facility. A couple of quick questions. I value the relationship, and I think it's good. I think it's in a healthy place, and want to continue to see that. Some of the discussion with the community center coming in nearby, and some of the parking situation. There was on one of your slides, you had a line that talked about any essentially that the player registration fees would be needed to be raised to kind of cover some of the parking you'd have to pay for. Do you have a sense of, can you just tell me kind of what the registration fee is today? What you think it might be if, what we're looking at, is this like a $5, $10, $15 increase in the fees, or do you have any sense of that right now?
I can let David speak a little bit more on it, but what we've been working on is to not raise. So what we've been
Okay.
doing is really going back with the help of David and going through concessions and fundraising and really stepping all that up so that our fees are not impacted. You can share more.
Yeah, so right now, our player fees, depending on when you register,
Yeah.
are between $160 and $195. If we took the 55,000 that we're going to be contributing to the parking lot every year and added that to fees, it would be between $15 and $20 that we'd need to increase the fees. But right now, it looks like we're going to be able to offset some of those fees with a combination of some price increases, candidly, at our concession stand, and working with the Parks and Rec to offset some of the costs on our fields. So right now, cross our fingers, we're going to try not to raise those fees, but we'll have a better grip on that as we, get a little closer to that project.
Yeah, Mr. May, oh,
And I really think that comment was more just so we were all aware of any increase of our costs, right, is going to be a direct correlation to what the cost
Yeah.
for each one of the families. And our whole goal is to try and allow as many kids as possible to participate in the sport, whether it be baseball or softball. And so each dollar that goes up, that might be one family's decision on whether they participate or not. So just so we're all on the same page and aware of kind of that's what we're looking at is how is it going to affect the families that are participating in the league.
And as a board, that's kind of every time when we decide whether we want to spend money or not, right?
Sure.
We're saying, hey, are we going to raise fees for this, or are we going to cut money somewhere else? And as a treasurer, I have a whole bunch of experience in corporate America cutting costs. So I'm really tough on keeping the budget really tight and making sure that we're stretching every dollar as far as we can. And, being innovative, things like the umpire program and other things that we've come up with. Right now, we're getting free paint buckets from painters around the valley so that our coaches don't have to buy buckets to haul softballs and baseballs. And so we're I think Ryan's the master of Facebook Marketplace for getting, discounted things for our fields. I think we're just super sensitive to the cost of play, I think is where that comment really came from.
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up.
Councilor Town.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that. I think you guys are doing a great job, and we certainly, we have that discussion quite a bit with fees. We're super sensitive to that because especially for families with multiple kids, it adds up rather quickly. Just kind of curious, sounds like you guys are trying to be innovative and forward-thinking in terms of what are ways, not just to cut revenue, but, increase revenue or other opportunities. Are there any challenges or concerns or limitations on your ability to find other ways to utilize the space or activities to raise new revenue or to do more things? I'm just kind of curious what I know you're volunteers, and so there's a limitation on time, but just kind of curious if you can speak for a minute about other things you've considered or looked at to raise revenue in addition to just registration fees, because obviously that's something we try to avoid. I know you guys try to avoid, so.
We just went through a significant effort on our concessions plan, try to figure out how we can lower costs and increase profits in our concessions program. And we're optimistic that we can make a substantial improvement there by being more efficient. The other thing we did is tournaments are our other big source of revenue. And we had always had Keith Bird, Dairy Days, and then the regionals and the state tournaments very often at our facility. This year we added 3 more tournaments from NCS.
Yeah.
Who's a local tournament for-profit tournament organization who had been using facilities in Boise. And they came to us and said, could we use yours? Well, that's extra work and more wear and tear on our facilities. We'll get more money for that too. It's more effort for us as a board to manage that, but we took it on because we knew it could raise more revenue, both through the fees that we charge them to use the facility and also through our concessions volume. So if you look at the utilization of that facility, it's almost 100% on weekends.
Why?
Well, we're starting up May 1st this year, or excuse me, March 1st and through, end of October. I don't think those fields sit idle.
No, they don't.
I would say the biggest limitation is you could push winter back earlier, we'd be happy with that.
Get another season in, yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Just to touch base, follow up on that one, what percentage of the program is operated on those fields? What other fields are utilized here in the area or around the valley that you?
So we utilize Fuller Park. We rent it out. So 80% of it is played at Settlers Park, and then the other 20%, 15% would be Fuller, and then we rent out some at Heritage, some at Story. But the large majority, we try and keep everybody at the facility because it's so nice. Settlers Park.
Most of all our games, we try to just only play at Settlers Park, for rec, Settlers and Fuller. Then the tournaments, we'll use a couple other other fields by renting them, but then also to provide practice fields for softball. Then we go and rent Heritage so that they have more fields to practice on instead of going to like the middle schools where they just have, it's not upkept, so it's hard to do ground balls and without getting hit in the face with a ball and stuff. So we try to give them a good, safe place. So we invest back into the field by renting them.
Yeah, field rental is our third biggest cost factor. And we spent a little over 35,000 renting fields from different people last season.
And for practices, people use these facilities for practices, or they go to other gear?
Yeah, so most of the time, like with the beginning of the season, before we have games scheduled, because there's so many games, what was it, like 2,200? So it's a huge process of scheduling games, but we block out a couple weeks before games start, and then we schedule so that all the fields that we have, whether we're rented the fields or at Settlers Park, everybody gets an allotted amount of time, evenly practice on them. And then once the season starts, there's just not a lot of room. So there's some open space, and most of the coaches have to just go find a green space to practice on, unless, but also the cages are open to the public as well as all the teams. And so they may have one practice where they come to the fields and utilize the batting cages, whether it's at Fuller Park or Settlers, or have to go find a green space for practice during the week, because most of the time we've grown so much, we continue to grow like 10% every year, that
Each coach finds a place to practice, and then they have a couple of assigned slots at our facility. So they get to practice on the fields they'll compete on once or twice a week. But then the coaches, they're pretty creative. We end up at churches and patches of grass all over the valley for practice. There's just not enough fields, as you know, in the valley for all the practice time that wants to happen.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
just kind of along those lines as well, with 2,200 kids and 84 teams, and basically, I think I heard you say you're 100% subscribed on usage of the fields right now. As we look to the future and as we build more parks, first question, are you turning kids away today? And second, at 10% growth a year, do you think that's sustainable, and do we need to plan for that in future park development?
I can definitely talk about that. So, right now, yes, we are working on getting our schedule for max capacity, on allotting how many games that we can have in an entire season, and then fill that out. So we do cut off registration. We don't turn anybody away, but as soon as we hit our limit, we put a stop to registration until we can figure out another way, or if there's more fields, or if we can move some stuff around, we try and do that. To answer your question, yes, we do need to think about in the future of more fields and how we can accommodate more games to be played. I don't see baseball or softball getting less popular at any point. So at some point very soon, we're going to hit that tipping point and not be able to accommodate everybody.
Yeah, I was talking with, I think it was the Northwest Yeah, Northwest Ada. I was talking to them the other day, just kind of because we do interleague with other leagues that, in the fall. So that's one of the things we do in the fall is sometimes we get delayed and our families in our league get frustrated because we're not setting out the schedule right away. But what we do is we'll get calls from all around the valley of other organizations that don't have enough teams or players to put on an actual league and play. So then we bring them in so that kids. So I think in the fall there was probably 150 kids that probably wouldn't have played if we didn't open it up and figure it out with them. But talking with Northwest Ada Little League, their huge dilemma right now is fields as well. So they were banking on Eagle building this huge complex, and then they didn't build the fields. So now they're spread out to I think 5 different locations. And so he was just telling me, he's like, that's our biggest struggle is that we have kids that want to play, there's nowhere to play. So we're driving 45 minutes, from this field, got to get chalk, they got to go back and forth. And so that made me more thankful for what we have. But also, yeah, there's a limit on fields. They're feeling it between having to go to 4 or 5 different locations. Looking at with us, at capacity or, always pretty full on the games. We get creative so that we adjust the schedule as the sun starts setting later. We're able to bump times around and kind of squeeze in another game and stuff like that. But then when it starts to get warmer, we get a couple more games in. So we get in as much as we possibly can. But I think future-wise, the more the valley grows, baseball is going to continue to grow as well as softball.
And if I could piggyback off that comment, Councilman Cameron, I know you mentioned it. Have you ROI'd the value of lighting any of the fields? I'm just curious. I mean, we have a lot of light most of the year, but there's obviously some parts of the year there's not. I'm just curious what that impact might have. Not saying it's a good idea. I'm just curious if you guys have looked at that.
Yeah. Every weekend, somebody approaches me with a new idea of adding lights to the fields. And I always say, man, we've never thought of that. But that's no, there's only one location that I'm really aware of for the youth baseball and softball, and it's out in Caldwell. They run a tournament, Caldwell Under the Lights, and they play their championship game at midnight, 2 a.m, whenever it's dark at that time. But and it's one of the more popular ones because one of the fields where they get to play under the lights. It would be great. However, baseball, it'd be very difficult to play in 20-degree weather when we would need the lights. But as soon as it gets light and warm enough, it's light until midnight. Yeah. So we were able to, I'm exaggerating, but we're able to do that. If we're wanting to do it at Settlers Park, I would say that put a lot of unwanted light pollution into those homes, and I don't think that, depending on where the orientation of the home, if they'd really appreciate that. That being said, we can find a solution and put up lights. We could definitely be able to play more games at those times, in between the summer hours.
Most of our participants are 7 to 12. And, at 10, they melt down. And so, they just can't stay up late enough to play under the lights.
Yeah, I reckon. I mean, I grew up in Pocatello. Playing under the lights in Pocatello was the biggest. We got to do it 2 games a year. Biggest highlight of the year was under the lights. But when you look at the layout, I mean, there's 1 or 2 fields that maybe could make sense. The ones over closer to U-Stick. But even then, I didn't know. Does that give you 20 days of 1 more game a year?
Exactly.
What is that? That's kind of where I was going. If you've ROI'd
I
the
don't know if we
value
have
of
an
it.
exact number, but the impact of those lights wouldn't be as big as we would think it would be just because of.
So more other field space has a bigger impact than adding a few games later in the evening.
I would say.
Because the demand is more.
Yeah, because
That's where I was trying to get to.
Yeah,
Ultimately.
you'd pick up another, say another game on every field for a month before spring, and then, before the sun starts setting a little later, and then end of fall, when it starts getting dark earlier.
Yeah, most of our load on our fields is in the spring, what we call our spring season, which runs March to end of May. And then in the summer, when we have more light and everything, we're able to accommodate it. But that March to May period is where we're really feeling.
Thank you. Councilman
Mr.
Cavanagh.
Mayor. So a few comments and some questions, all kind of really couched under, thank you. Thank you guys for being here today and for giving us this presentation. I think one of the metrics that we look at when you judge a community is what programs and, offerings are available to kids. And it's David, right? You hit the nail on the head. I mean, you guys are a standard for other leagues to look at. And, selfishly, the 10, 11, 12-year-old MYB Luke Kavanagh, who played and practiced at Meridian Middle School, thanks for those improvements. I don't have an excuse now why my game's so terrible, because now you've improved Meridian Middle School. I have to come up with some new excuse. And thank you for the volunteering aspect. I didn't realize until today that every one of you are volunteers. And, every 2 years, the city council has to evaluate how much we're going to pay the council and if we're going to take a raise. And every year, I often refer to our youth baseball coaches that do this for free. And all of you do this not just because you're, selfish. It's you care about the community, you care about our kids, you care about making a difference. So thank you. 40 hours a week, setting fields. That sounds really fun with my kids, like week 1, week 12. Boy, it's a little bit, I'm hitting that snooze alarm maybe one too many times. So thank you. And you touch on something I think is really important. There's been a long-term partnership, right? We are here in a council because of smarter, more equipped people came before us up here. You are here because other people came before you that wanted to make an impact in our community. And I love the fact that this is my first time, I think in 11 years, we've had MYB come here and talk about the program and educate us. It gives me great confidence that for generations to come, our kids as kids are going to be talking about the impact of MYB and Meridian. And so thank you for that. Now to a couple of questions. You touched on about the charitable aspect and that you don't turn away any kid, which I just commend and applaud you. Can you give the council a flavor? How many kids a year are you guys helping to cover some of their cost, all or some? Because the point of the slide about every dollar increase is $1 less to the program. We're sensitive to that, right? We've got some big challenges that we've got to work through, but the impact on kids is how I started the conversation, at least sits in the back of my head. So give me a little flavor for how many players, families you guys are helping to support each year.
So right now, it varies by year, but I would say between 15 and 20 families. Some of those families have multiple children.
Okay.
We are starting to get more successful gathering donations to help offset that cost to us. The Meridian Lions group is interested in partnering with us to help sponsor some scholarships.
Okay.
We got some, Peterson Chevrolet just contributed a big amount to us. So we have been very successful getting donations to cover those scholarships that we need to offer. But as always, we never turn anybody away.
That's awesome.
And there's been some very generous families that will come to us as board members and say, hey, if there are any families, I would like to cover their costs. And so we get some generous people like that as well that help us out.
Great. That's huge. And, again, just kind of no matter how big our population gets, that real sense of community still remains. And it's because of people like you and organizations like yours. Mr. Mayor, maybe one just additional question.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Looking at it from a revenue standpoint, has the league explored, are there options? I go back to, travel across the country in different cities and whatnot, and, baseball fields have different sponsorships and field ownership. Is that something you guys have explored? Is that something that maybe the well-intended city has gotten in the way of? To maybe fill us in on kind of what some of that creative thinking has been.
Last year, we took in 55,000 in sponsorships and donations.
Wow.
And we're on track to significantly exceed that goal this year. So we have a member of our board whose full-time role on the board is to solicit sponsorships. And so we've been very successful. Baseball and softball are something that lots of people have children that do or did.
Yeah.
And so we generally, I've been the president of a swim team and other things. Let me tell you, it's a lot easier to find money for baseball and softball than it is for other sports. What's also amazing is this town has a lot of construction-oriented folks in it. And those people are willing to volunteer materials and time for us as well, which offsets our costs. So it's really been surprising to me how when we ask, people show up and help us out. But would we love to get more donors every year? You bet, you know, and we continue to seek that and try to find as many as we can.
Because you're right, there is a ton of real estate out on those fences that we haven't filled up yet, but we're always open to those.
Yeah, we do have
companies that want
banners
to-
all over out there from our sponsors
Yeah.
and more coming.
Great.
And some of the stuff we've been working on too is like, we, as a board, you know, we've been, over the years, our board's grown and we've gotten some really, really great people on board that just love what they're doing and really finding each person's strengths and weaknesses and letting them live in that space and creating new roles for somebody that like thrives in something like the sponsorship. Like that's just her jam. She loves it. She's passionate about it. So it's like, that's her thing. So some of the other stuff that we've been doing too, it's taken a number of years and a lot of Ryan's hard work is with the regionals. We've been hosting and what they do every year is they'll find multiple facilities in different states and they split up the age divisions to host. And so what they've been doing is because we hosted last year, you know, each year, I think we've hosted a couple age groups. And so then they presented and said, hey, we'd like you guys to host every age group every year and just have one prime spot where everybody comes. So they're coming from Wyoming, Alaska, Canada, everybody's coming here for the Pacific Northwest. And so they reached out to us last week. And so they said, at a national level, they said, hey, we're not gonna make a decision yet, you know, for the next 20 years or 10 years to have you guys do this, but they awarded us next year to host all the age groups here. So now that we got we got excited about that because now we're looking at going, okay, how can we get sponsorships not only for local businesses, but now that we're going to represent the Pacific Northwest, you know, coming up with some type of like, you know, fundraising and advertising and different sponsorships for the Pacific Northwest to draw into here. There's a lot of field space. There's just a lot of opportunities, I think, there.
We're super excited, just like, you know, when you go to the hockey game and the Zamboni has sponsorships.
Yeah.
We got Peterson to pay for logos on our gators that drag the fields out between games. So, we're getting creative as we can to try to, you know, max those sponsor dollars out.
Mr. Mayor.
So there is room for Cabinet Corner is what he's saying. just
Correct.
So we're clear.
I'm
Councilman Cavanagh.
looking forward to a phone call and looking forward to cutting that check. Mr. Mayor, just one more thing real quick and then I'll end it. David, you touched on something that I thought was important, which is that you guys do it right. And that brought me tremendous joy to hear you say that and look forward to continuing to work with you guys. We build a new agreement. I'd be remiss if I didn't at least acknowledge somebody else who does it right. And you guys touched on it. It's Garrett White. And I appreciate you guys acknowledging him. We as a council, as citizens of Meridian, are so lucky to have Garrett. And I too want to just commend you for great work, not just on this. I mean, everything you touch, you lean in, you go after hours, nights and weekends to help build these relationships. And Garrett, I want to say thanks. And I appreciate you guys for acknowledging his impact as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Because we wouldn't exist without the partnership with you folks, with the city, with the school districts, all the parents. And that culture is really different about MYBS. You know, the culture of we do it right, we're positive, we're competitive. We got teams that'll kick your butt if you don't come ready to play. But we also, we do it right. And we think that's really as important as learning how to catch is how to play it right.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Scher.
this has just been phenomenal. And I would just encourage you to come back, like at least every 4 or 5 years to please come back because we get new council members, you know, from time to time. And I just think it's really eye-opening to hear what you're doing. I think for me, the thing that really, I was interested to learn, just the scale of what you're doing is tremendous. Like the fact that you're a volunteer organization, but you're serving this many youngsters, it's just incredible. So thank you. Yeah, just keep coming back to us. Yeah,
I think we're the biggest league in the Pacific Northwest.
I believe it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Locke.
thank you for being here. Thank you for the update. And all my kids are grown and gone, but this has been kind of a trip down memory lane for me because my kids all played baseball, softball, soccer, gymnastics, band, scouts, you name it, they were active and involved. I just want to commend you for your umpire program, giving these kids an opportunity to learn some leadership skills. For my kids, when they got involved in refereeing and umpiring, that was probably the greatest part of their maturation process. It taught them how to interact with adults, it taught them how to be a leader. And so to know that you're doing that, you're active and involved, and you're bringing those kids in and giving them the chance, not only to make $60 a game, but to gain those leadership skills. Again, you truly are doing it right. So thank you very much. I guess one question, are there enough dandelions for the T-ballers out in center field? So I was just thinking about that too.
Only in the first one or two games. Yeah.
The city does a great job of spraying the weeds.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much. We definitely appreciate it and look forward to the next thing. And if we can get a little bit more curve in the hats, so it reminds me, I'd love to bring that back, but I think that ship has
That's
sailed.
20 years ago. But that being
30,
said, we were
30.
just talking about, we need to get you guys all hats so you can be part of it. I would also like to give you guys an invite and maybe we can talk about it further, but when we host state and these regional tournaments, we'd love to have you guys come out and be part of our opening ceremonies, and recognize you guys for everything you do for us. Yeah, help us with those flyovers.
Yeah, we've got a member of our board who works out at Gowan, and we get some cool flyovers.
Yeah. So,
Right. Very much.
Thank you
all right.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Council, we are at the end of our agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cameron,
move we adjourn our workshop.
I have a motion adjourned. Do I have a second? A motion second adjourn the workshop. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned. Council will call the meeting order. For the record, it is January 14th, 2025 at 6 PM. We'll begin tonight's Burger City Council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts. Councilman Taylor.
Here.
Councilman Whitlock.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next up is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Up next is our community invocation. Is Cindy here? Oh, sorry, you're hiding behind somebody. If you'd all please join us in the community invocation or take this as a moment of silence and reflection.
Our Heavenly Father, we come before Thee this night with open hearts and minds. We ask Thee, Father, a special blessing upon our cities and counties, our states and our nation, and especially upon the world at this time when there's so much turmoil. Please allow each of us to have an open heart to the direction that Thou would give to us in our daily lives, in our interactions with our neighbors. Help us to be peacemakers. Help us to be kind. Help us to be more patient. Help us to be good stewards of the jobs that we've been put in place of. And we say these things and give Thee thanks for all of our blessings. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. Thank you. 2 for 2 on invocations to start out 2025. I feel like it's going to be a good year. Up next, adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
see anything that we need to maybe change or modify? So I move that we adopt our agenda as presented.
Second?
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
All right.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. So first item up is a proclamation. So we'll go ahead and move down the podium, and Carly, Brad, Chief, anybody else that you'd like to join us at the podium as we do Community Risk Reduction Week. All right, so I'll go ahead and do the proclamation. I'll turn it over to the real experts to actually talk about what this really means here in Meridian. Okay. So whereas every 23 seconds, the fire department of the United States responds to a fire somewhere in the nation in response to a growing number of medical calls for service surpassing 80% of total call volume in some jurisdictions. And whereas community risk reduction is a data-informed process to identify and prioritize local risks, followed by integrated and strategic investment of resources to reduce their occurrence and impact. And whereas the value of community support from local, state, and national partners to address community risks is recognized to meet the demands on paid, combination, and volunteer members of the fire service. And whereas the goal of community risk reduction is to reduce the occurrence and impact of emergency events for both community members and emergency responders through deliberate action in the areas of the 5 E's of education, engineering, enforcement, emergency response, and economic incentive. And whereas the City of Meridian supports the community risk reduction efforts to help keep our community safe and thriving, therefore, I, Mayor Robert E. Simpson, hereby proclaim January 20 through 26, 2025 as Community Risk Reduction Week in the City of Meridian. Call upon the citizens to join this grassroots initiative of fire service professionals across the nation to raise awareness of the importance of community risk reduction in the fire service community and opportunity to make communities safer. Day, this 14th day of January, 2025. So with that, I'll turn it over to whoever's going to be speaking. Carly, okay.
Thank you very much. Do I face this way? Okay. I just want to take a minute to thank City Council and Mayor Simison for this opportunity to raise awareness around the value and importance of community risk reduction. The community risk reduction initiatives are vital in enhancing the safety of both the community and the fire service personnel.
So I want to start talking about community risk reduction by sharing a brief parable from a book that really highlights what community risk reduction actually is. Okay, so here's the parable. You and a friend are having a picnic by the side of a river. Suddenly, you hear a shout from the direction of the water, and you see that a child is drowning. Without thinking, both you and your friend dive in, grab the child, and swim to shore. Before you guys can recover, you hear another child cry for help. You and your friend jump back in the river to rescue them as well. And then another struggling child just into sight, and another, and yet another. The two of you can barely keep up with these children that are floating down the river. And suddenly your friend decides to go running upriver. And you say to them, "Where are you going? I need your help." And he says, "I'm going to find who's throwing all these kids into the river." And that's really the whole idea of community risk reduction is we want to get ahead of the calls that are coming in. How can we reduce the amount of calls that we're seeing in Meridian? How can we empower people to be better prepared for when they do experience these emergencies? So what is community risk reduction and how does the Meridian Fire Department utilize community risk reduction in our service delivery? So the Community Risk Reduction Division of Meridian Fire Department, we're heavily involved in public education, which involves a lot of different programs. Like we have a CPR program, we have a smoke alarm program, a car seat program. We teach fire extinguisher training. We offer sudden cardiac arrest screenings for student athletes. We provide fire and life safety visits into schools, businesses, homeowner association groups, church groups. We also do career day presentations. We're involved in community events such as Public Safety Day, which I'm hoping some of you have been able to come out and be a part of, National Night Out, Trunk or Treat, and the list goes on and on. So while that's heavily focused on public education, like Mayor Simonson said, there are actually 5 E's to community risk reduction. Some of the areas that we could improve in community risk reduction in our community, we have the opportunity to get more involved on a more granular level with our residents in both preventing emergency incidents and then better preparing them, like I mentioned. So the opportunities that we have as we continue to grow our community risk reduction division are monthly meetings for the new certificates of occupancies for all of the businesses that come in Meridian. And I don't know if you guys keep track of that, but we get quite a few COOs every single month. So as these businesses continue to come in, we can provide that education around fire protection for their business. We can get involvement with the refugee placement agencies in Meridian. I don't know if many of you are aware, but there's 2 refugee placement agencies in Boise, and we actually house quite a few of them in Meridian. While that's a great thing, we have these people that are coming over from another country that don't know how our stovetops work, that don't know how smoke alarms work, and we're beginning to find some problems where they're living with smoke alarm tampering or cooking fires, and all because they don't have this education and awareness. So being involved with some of those groups. Monthly apartment managers meeting, we can have increased involvement with residential assisted living facilities, senior centers, residential Knox-Bach program. I mean, the list is really endless as far as ways that we can get involved, help the community, prevent 911 calls, and better prepare them for those unpreventable emergencies. Community risk reduction is recognized both nationally and locally as an important and very necessary component of the fire service. Effective CRR is essential component in different things in the fire department and the city, such as our ISRB rating. As we get a lower ISRB rating, our insurance premiums go down, which is a great thing. Having a robust community risk reduction and fire prevention program helps with that. We're also an accredited fire department. We became accredited last year, which is a nationally recognized award or a status for fire departments that are willing to really look at their service delivery and figure out ways that they can make it better for their community. So being an accredited fire department, community risk reduction is a huge part of how we provide that service to our community. So it's an essential component of accreditation as well. Overall, the city has invested in a number of initiatives to help the fire department provide better safety, provide better preventative measures, faster response times, and ultimately programs and initiatives to save lives, property, and reduce business interruptions due to the consequence of fire and other hazards. Vacancies in the Community Risk Reduction Division have limited our ability to fully utilize and strategically integrate all of these resources that the city has invested in. In that, we then have to rely on outside vendors to develop things like our community risk assessment, standards of cover, and to help us with accreditation. If we have a robust community risk reduction division, we can do all of that internally within the fire department. So one of our most utilized programs in community risk reduction is our smoke alarm program. Are any of you familiar with the smoke alarm program that we offer in Meridian? Yeah, so it is very highly utilized. In 2024, the Community Risk Reduction Division responded on over 500 calls for service, and the line personnel responded on over 300 for smoke alarms only. These are things like changing out batteries because it's chirping. So we're sending fire crews, 4-person apparatus, to these chirping smoke alarms when, you know, if we have a robust Community Risk Reduction Division, we can really help the community with those. When we didn't have staffing in the Community Risk Reduction Division, there was about 6 months where the division was completely understaffed. The program, the smoke alarm program, kind of went by the wayside for a little while. We weren't able to offer that service to the community, and we heard about it from the community. This is an expectation of the community and the citizens of Meridian, is that we provide these public education preventative measures. And so it was readily recognized that we need to get back involved in this smoke alarm program, educating the community members about how smoke alarms work, what the different sounds mean, and ultimately that will help reduce the amount of fire injuries and allow people to better evacuate their homes when they do experience a fire. One thing that we are wanting to work on, that we are working on in 2025, is addressing the number of falls and lift assists that occur in Meridian. So I don't know if you heard in the proclamation, but for fire departments around the nation, EMS, emergency medical services calls, typically account for 80% of their call volume. So that leaves fires, motor vehicle collisions, that's more at about 20%. So the majority of the calls that we run are EMS calls, medical calls. Well, out of that, 25% are for falls and lift assists in our community. That's a very, very large number. It's over 1,200 every year of our call volume. And so if we can figure out why are people falling, you know, it's happening in the elderly population, the geriatric, typically 65 plus, sometimes at assisted living facilities or nursing homes. We really need to recognize why are they falling. We look at the data for that, and then we can provide intervention programs that can help reduce those amount of calls. So, you know, we're getting multiple falls, multiple lift assist calls, and sending engines to help, you know, these people up off the ground. But if we could have an effective CRR program that works with these facilities, that works with these residents to prevent these falls and these emergencies from happening in the first place, our engines and our resources can be freed up to respond to cardiac arrest, structure fires, motor vehicle collisions. So again, I just want to thank you guys for your time and the commitment towards CRR and how important it is in the fire service and for the safety and resilience of this community. So thank you very much. With that, does anybody have any questions?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Hi, Carly. I'm sorry, it feels weird to talk to your back. I might just
I
come
know,
up
I'll
there.
just look at you on the screen here.
Thank you so much for explaining a little bit about you. I have always been a really skeptical person when it came to community risk reduction because, and I probably always will be a little bit, just because there's no end to like the bad things that can be prevented.
Mhm.
But I think what really got me thinking was discussing with you and understanding, and Anne was there in that meeting as well, just understanding the data-driven approach that you're using was just really eye-opening to me, that you know, focusing on senior care facilities, working with those facilities to try to stop all these falls where we're spending like 25, 30% of our time. So I just wanted to compliment you that in like a 20-minute conversation with myself and Councilwoman Little Roberts, like we were blown away understanding what you're focusing on. So I just wanted to compliment you, and obviously Red as well, and just say thank you so much for everything you're doing.
With that, let's do a quick picture, Chief. It looks like you're the photog for the event, but
Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna, because maybe my mic's still on, I'll just maybe put in a plug for Carly. It'd be great to have her come back at some point for like a larger presentation.
all right. All right, with that, we will move on to our, actually, anything under, do you want to sign up under public forum, Mr. Clerk?
We had nobody sign up.
Okay, then we will move on to our action items. First up is item 2, public hearing for H 2024-0053. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Happy New Year. It's my first meeting in front of you for this new year. So tonight we will be discussing a request for annexation and zoning of 1.120 acres of land from the R1 zoning district in Ada County to General Retail and Service Commercial District CG zoning for the construction of a 4,800 square foot multi-tenant building with one side being used for a restaurant, and it's at 3970 East Overland Road. The boundary of the annexation. So the current use of the property is residential with several existing buildings on the property. It consists of one home and two buildings. All structures will be removed and the existing well and septic system will be abandoned as required. The applicant will need to submit a certificate of zoning compliance and design review for review and approval prior to building permit submittal. So there's a single-family resident to the north and east, and they will be required to be screened with a 25-foot landscape buffer and a 6-foot privacy fence. The applicant is requesting council waiver to reduce the 25-foot buffer adjacent to the property to the north and the east. The property to the north is in probate, therefore staff cannot verify a letter that was received authorizing the landscape buffer reduction. The applicant is requesting a waiver from council for this reduction. Because if they don't get the waiver, they would have to request it from the probate court, and that would just prolong things for the applicant. So the applicant did submit conceptual building elevations for the proposed structure. The building materials consist of stucco, stone, wood, metal accent. So in the final design review for this will we'll have to comply with the city's design standards. And for the purpose of this development, the comprehensive plan goals is to require appropriate building design and landscaping elements to buffer, screen, beautify, and integrate commercial, multifamily, and parking lots in existing neighborhoods. So this is within an existing neighborhood off of Topaz Avenue. This did go before the commission, Planning Commission, and they did recommend approval. We had a couple of people that did speak at the public hearing, but they were not in opposition of the project. There were no changes to staff recommendation from the commission, and there were no outstanding issues other than the waiver for a reduction in the landscape buffer. There were no written testimonies since the commission hearing. And with that, I will stand for any questions that you may have on this application.
Thank you, Linda. Council, any questions for staff?
Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Linda, can you just speak a little bit more on the status of the property to the north that's in probate? I just want to understand if we grant the waiver for the 25, the reduction of the buffer, and that we haven't verified the ownership of that property, what does that mean in terms of any action we may take tonight? Can you just talk to that a little bit more?
Yes, so the property owner passed away, but the applicant spoke with the property owner prior to her passing. There was a letter that was submitted saying that they had no issue, but because the property owner is not there anymore, we can't really, it's not really required, but we do like to have something from the property owner saying that they are in agreement if a reduction is being requested. But he did have a letter. I didn't have a way to verify it, but I do remember at the commission hearing that one of the neighbors said she did speak to that neighbor. She had no objections to this development. So with those words, I'm pretty confident that she did provide that letter.
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up.
Councilman Taylor.
Do we have that letter?
It-
And if the property owner passed away, is the property being held in a trust, or who has legal
It's with
ownership?
family member right now in probate, as most properties are when people pass away.
Council, any additional questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Probably more of a question for Mr. Neri. Just if he has any concerns, is there anything that we should do differently? I think along the lines of exactly what Councilman Taylor was asking, but is there some further step that we should take at this point to get into touch with whoever is likely to inherit the property? Or is it just something that we're not going to worry about in this kind of example of a situation?
Yeah, Councilmember Schrader, members of council, that's, I mean, it's a great question, but again, it would be very difficult to be able to get even that, if their person's not appointed yet as a representative, they wouldn't have any more authority really to make a decision for that property owner anyway. So I do think, I mean, again, the best information that you have is what you have, and I think that's probably the best you can rely on.
Thank you.
Mayor, Councilman Schrader. So the person who signed the affidavit of legal interest to proceed with this was the property owner's relative. So they are aware of this.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Any additional questions for staff at this time? Would the applicant like to come forward?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Jared Walgren. I'm with JGT Architecture, 1135 12th Avenue Road in Nampa, representing the applicant for this request, the main purpose of which is to ask that this parcel be admitted for annexation into the city as a commercial zone. The applicant is the owner of a successful Vietnamese restaurant in Boise, and he would like to acquire this property to build himself a building and construct a restaurant on this parcel that will occupy the main square footage of the space. The balance would be for tenant lease space for a future tenant. As discussed, the second part of our request is that reduction in buffer. The code requires a 25-foot landscape buffer. We're proposing to reduce that by 10 feet down to 15 feet in total. Due to the configuration of the site, the neighboring property has a development agreement that requires cross-access. We have a fairly substantial required buffer along Overland. That large buffer along the north would adversely impact the depth of the building and the amount of parking to have a viable project. So we're requesting that reduction to kind of balance out the reduction. We're proposing additional trees above and beyond, solid fence. Really going to create a buffer that will act the same. I think that reduction by 10 feet's somewhat inconsequential. And we agree with everything else in the staff report, and we'll work with them through the design review and zoning compliance process on the building design and any concerns they might have. And we're excited to have this as a project in the city. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Jared, thanks for their presentation. Just one pretty simple clarification. If we did not receive the, if you were required to provide the 25-foot buffer still, how would that change the layout of this design? Would you use parking, the building be smaller? I mean, what have you proposed what you would do if you didn't receive that waiver?
Councilman Taylor, there would be a couple of options. One would be to eliminate that entire row of parking along the north, which I think at that point puts us below the code required amount of parking, and it puts it at a level that's just not viable for the project, or reduce the building by that amount, at which point it would be impractically narrow from front to back.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
looks like you have a stub street to the east. Is that in fact what that is? Is it for cross access, or can you just point out any place here on this site plan where your cross access is?
Councilwoman Strader, that's correct. We're providing a access point. That property, when it was approved, required cross access at that location, and so that's what we're connecting to.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
And just because honestly, you're a victim of a hot topic because it's been a hot topic lately, but I was curious if you and staff consider cross access to the north, if not, why? And just generally was curious about what's kind of going on with the context of the surrounding properties when it comes to cross access.
You know, we had not considered cross access to the north. It was never raised. I think the way we've had to lay out the trash enclosure access and the backup space along that east side, I mean, that could be a natural spot for cross access if it were desired by the city. You know, that property to the north is currently in the county. In the comprehensive plan, it is a mixed-use commercial designation. So presumably, if it were ever annexed at some point, it would be a commercial zone in which that 15-foot setback would be more than adequate at that point.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I'm not so concerned about the adequacy of the setback. More of my concern was whether it made sense to require a stub street right there, yeah, where the cursor is to the north. And part of the reason you have like a 1 acre project, so it's kind of an infill project. I think we didn't want to overly burden you, I'm guessing, but at the same time, this whole area is commercial. I think for it to function well, cross access is probably important. So maybe that's something that staff could touch on, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if that's possible at this time or if we want to wait, but it's just something I'm trying to think through.
Linda, do you have any comments you'd like to add towards that?
Mayor, members of the council, happy to provide some commentary on that topic. Certainly, I think Councilwoman Strader hit it on nail on the head. It's a small site, and the applicant's trying to do the best that they can with the constraints that they have to deal with. In looking at our GIS map, the city and both ACHD have what's called master street map, and along the north boundary of that site will be a collector road somewhere in that location. So in staff's opinion, there's plenty of connectivity in the future for that site, so there really was no benefit to get additional cross access to the north. The bigger concern for us was getting cross access to the east because those lots fronted on Overland Road, which is the more impacted roadway with congested. So That's why we really push for the applicant to demonstrate compliance with cross-access to the east and not necessarily to the north.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Share.
just to pull on that thread a little bit, would the master street map encourage us to limit connectivity to that collector street? I guess kind of where I was going, trying to put myself into the shoes of a business owner in this instance, it feels like you never know, sometimes these collectors actually can generate a lot of traffic. I wonder if it wouldn't be advantageous to sort of extend this little piece of the parking lot here in kind of the northeast quadrant of your site plan to create a stub street. Just, I don't think you would lose any parking spaces necessarily by doing that, but it might, I don't know, if staff thought that was a poor idea or.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Strader, not necessarily. I think long-term vision, it probably makes sense, but currently Topaz is a local street and our code does not prohibit access points to local streets. It will be collector in the future when other properties develop that and the trips warrant it being reclassified from a local to a collector. So again, a lot of unknowns at this time, but currently that road is a local street, which does not really require them to grant cross access to that northern property under current code. But it is annexation.
Thank you.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Clerk, you want to sign up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, yes, Lynette Adsit.
And when you come forward, if you can state your name and address, be recognized for 3 minutes.
Mayor, City Council members, my name is Lynette Adsit. I live at 1360 South Topaz Avenue. My concern is the traffic flow. They're wanting this to go out onto Topaz, which is the street I live on. And Overland is so congested. It took me 11 minutes to get from Topaz through Eagle. And I was able to get onto Overland. The rest of the trip to get here only took me 8 minutes. The night before, it took me 12 minutes. So there's a huge bottleneck right there. And I noticed, if I'm looking at this correctly, the ACHD did not do a traffic study on this. And I just would like to know, what are our options of being able to get out on this street? Additionally, turning left is really hard because you have to get into the turn lane median. And usually cars are there turning left, so you can't get out that way at all. They did put up a sign 2 weeks ago that says do not block interstate or intersection. There is no white lines. I have noticed that traffic is really courteous about letting us out, but it's that movement between Topaz and Eagle, like I said, 10 to 12 minutes between, one time was at 5:10 and tonight was at 5:30. I do know residents know not to leave their house at that time or at 8 o'clock in the morning. We try to avoid that. I do know that I don't know, I haven't ever done it, but we use Zamzo's parking lot to get to the light on Silverstone so we can turn left. And if you're putting more people in here or more business, once they find out that that loop's there, they're going to go through Zamzo's to get to the light so they can get out. So I would just ask, is there anything we can do to help with this bottleneck, especially if we're adding more vehicles into the neighborhood? Thank you.
You, council, any questions? Okay. Was there anybody else present or online who would like to provide testimony on this application? If you're online, you can raise your hand feature. Looks like we have someone who has done that. Mr.
Yes,
Blowers.
Mr. Mayor. Mike Blowers, you should be able to unmute.
Yes, hi. My name is Mike Blowers. I live on 1325 Rolling Hill Drive. So I'm not in this neighborhood. But I just wanted to add some more context to what Lynette said, and I think it's important with this project that it's zoomed out a little bit. To expand on what she's been talking about, currently there are 7 access points that use that merge lane that do not have an option for a light. And I mean, I'd be more curious for the proposal of this project, how they see someone accessing their project. For sure, there's going to be a lot of U-turning around past the project in order to get in here. That there's a light at Silverstone that's backed up all the way to this property entrance. And so while it is a traffic issue, I think the bigger picture is that it's an actual merge conflict issue and a flow issue. It's insanely dangerous for those who are not familiar with the issue going on right here. Fortunately, we know when and when not to go out. The other thing just to note is probably in 2 to 3 months, there will be a 19 multifamily project that's right across the street from this one on Topaz that's going to be proposed. And so I just wanted to put that in context of this current project. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Is there anybody else present that would like to provide testimony on this item? Then would the applicant like to come forward to close?
Mr. Mayor, Council. Sounds like most of any slight opposition to the project would be related to traffic. I can't really speak much to that. That's kind of an ACHD issue. I'm certainly sympathetic to traffic issues in busy intersections. We have limited control over our 1 acre that we're dealing with, and I think everything we've done complies with all of ACHD's rules and regulations, and understanding that there's future growth happening all around this area that is sort of a highway district task to take on and ensure that the streets work properly. But I feel like we're doing what we can on this site, and it'll work well for the area and fit in with the surroundings. You have any?
Council questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader?
Yeah, I'd like feedback on whether you're open to extending a stub street to the north on your property. I thought the example of the Zamzo's parking lot was a good example. Like, all of this interconnectivity is a good thing and helps people try to find ways to avoid traffic bottlenecks. And I just would hate for us to lose the opportunity to get some connectivity that it sounds like might make sense. So yeah, I just wanted some feedback on that. And then if you could also, do you have maybe a map you could bring up, or maybe staff could help with just zooming out a little bit so we could sort of see the surrounding streets and the surrounding properties? I think that would really help.
And I don't know if this is a question for the applicant or staff, but if a light was ever to be proposed in this area, is it Rolling Hills? Is it eligible? Is it in the right configuration? Like Topaz is too close to the existing one, but I didn't know if Rolling Hills was far enough away. I'm saying it's going to be planned. I'm just curious.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council. Actually, if you recall, a few months ago, we had a
that's why I
project that
asked.
was denied, and the light will be at South Movado Way, which is east of Rolling Hills. So it won't even
ways
be there
down.
either. So neither one of those roads would be a signalized intersection.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, to answer Councilwoman Strader's question, this is the first that I've been presented with this idea of the connectivity to the north. My initial thought is if it can occur at that backup space that we have for the trash trucks, I don't think there's any adverse impacts to our site, I don't think that would be a problem. I think how we address it at the present moment, whether we extend that asphalt all the way to the property line, could be a question of how it impacts that landscape buffer, whether that makes sense or not, but I don't see any issues with it at first blush.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. That was along the lines of what I think staff was kind of indicating with the pointer was in that backup area, maybe just extending that stub street to the north. So it would go through your landscape barrier, but that's okay. It's just good for us to get the stub streets at this point in the process as part of the plan, because what we do find is when we don't get cross access later on, it's difficult economically to get existing property owners to extend the asphalt all the way, to the property boundary. Maybe, Mr. Mayor, if you would permit staff to pull up like a Google Maps or something, if that's possible. This is kind of there's a happy medium, or a little too zoomed out. So that would be super. Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, this is very helpful. So I was just sort of trying to understand, and I do think it's kind of for the neighbor's benefit, but where there will eventually be, and I think this is what you were asking, Mr. Mayor, where will there eventually be a signalized intersection along this stretch, if anywhere?
To the right, it's not even a road yet. So there's no connection from Topaz to Rolling Hills Drive, and there's no connection from Rolling Hills Drive to where a road would be. And there's really no legitimate connection from Topaz. Zamzo's has the ability to, and they close their lot, so you can't count on that as an access point in any way, shape, or form when they are closed. I'm not gonna say you should do it when they're open, but when they're closed, it's closed. Gated. So there are challenges, no matter how you look at it, in when and how connections will or won't be made.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, and I don't think, I definitely don't think it would be fair for a 1 acre property owner is not going to solve this comprehensive transportation challenge in this area. But I do think it's important that we have our eyes open, because we're going to continue to see, it sounds like, more and more applications in this specific area. And I don't live in this part of town, so it's just good for me to try to understand kind of what's going on here. I would, Mr. Waldron, I would appreciate if you're open to doing that stub street to the north. I think that could only help, no matter what the outcome is in terms of the road network. So I really appreciate you offering to do that. It sounds like that you're okay with that.
Yeah, can I make one more comment? I don't think it really adversely impacts my client's project. The only thing that, as we develop parcels and think about in the future, it does sort of handcuff the next person that develops that parcel to the north to have their circulation at that location, which may or may not work very well without seeing a comprehensive design of how that could function. So if you're considering making that a motion, I don't know if there's a way that that could be, I guess just thinking about future property owners, if that is an adverse impact to that property in that particular location. I don't know.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
a question for city staff, and Linda and everybody, to just help us here. We're following the master street map. We're following what ACHD's plans are, I think, for this area. What are the best practices? I know this is probably too small of a project for them, I think, to spend significant resources on to sort of review for connectivity, but like, what would you all recommend from a planning perspective in terms of the best practices of whether there should be a stub street to the north, where it should be located? Do you think that's a good idea or not? I think we're gonna have to rely on your professional opinion to a pretty large degree on this one. Of course, unless we lucked out and we have ACHD on the phone, sometimes that occurs, but.
Mayor, members of the council, I can at least give you my perspective of the ask tonight, since you asked for staff's opinion. I did the original annexation to the property to the east, and at that time, shared with the council, all they required was cross-access east-west. They didn't require it in north either, just because of how the current property was operating. The gentleman lived in that home, and he said he didn't want that or need that. He planned on staying in his home. So to me, that's kind of without knowing what the northern property owner wants in the future, it's hard to tell, but I think the applicant brings up a good point. It's hard to set those points when you don't know exactly what's occurring. But I don't want the council, mayor or council, think that we don't have a plan for the area. We do. As I mentioned to you, and Linda has the aerial open, if Linda can navigate a little bit, this property, zoom out a little bit for me if you wouldn't mind, Linda. So although we don't have connectivity today, if you see where View Circle Court is up there in the upper northwest corner, the road is planned to parallel 5 Mile Creek and tie into that collector road network in the future and get people to the future signal to the east. So again, although cross-access may not happen needed with this property, there are other ways for this property to take access. But again, it would require a crossing over the creek or going on to another collector to get access. So you're not wrong. In the future, that property access could be limited if it gets changed to a collector, but we have to give them access to one of the collectors unless they have cross-access from the adjacent property. So I don't think it's a bad thing to require. I don't know, but without knowing how that property could redevelop, I don't know if that's the right location. And that's probably what the applicant is saying is it's a good thing. I think overall, all of these properties will probably have interconnectivity at some point because we need all of them to work together in tandem to integrate and work well for that connectivity. But we just don't have that piece of the puzzle tonight. So like I said, it's whether or not council thinks it's warranted. As I mentioned to you, Topaz is currently a local street and will remain a local street for quite some time. So although this is a restaurant, it does have an impact on the road. The applicant is required to dedicate all the necessary right-of-way to make sure that Overland is widened and Topaz is finished as a complete street with curb gutter sidewalk. So they are meeting ACHD's requirements as part of the annexation request.
So Bill, I missed this maybe. So there's an existing cross access with the property immediately to the east.
Mayor, members of the council, in that DA, it specifically says if it redevelops other than a contractor charter
Okay, so
flex
it's-
space. It was either if it redevelops something other than it would happen. So it's in place, but it's not in place currently.
Okay, that's why I was looking at that. It's like, how are they going to put a road through their contracting yard? Okay, that at least tells me it's in the future. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
really a question, but just as I'm kind of thinking about some of this discussion, I struggle a little bit with the idea of, with such a small infill project, to kind of like be really prescriptive about maybe where we would do that. I think I like the idea of having some flexibility. I think if this was a bigger parcel, might be a little bit of a different discussion, but this is, you know, a little bit of a unique area with what appears to be probably, I would think, many or several annexation requests coming forward. Bill, I like to hear that you guys kind of have a plan for some of that, but also the fact that we lack kind of a comprehensive plan for what to do with all these county parcels, with all these individual owners and how they may or may not want to come into the city. So I worry about, maybe it's not the right term, but sort of holding your property hostage in a way with some requirements that we don't even know if it's a great idea for the next property. So I like the idea of some flexibility for you for, you know, I don't have any concerns. I think they've been addressed for the most part with what the application is, but I know you're willing to grant that. I don't think it makes the most sense because I actually think it might encumber the next property a little bit more than what we're considering. So that's kind of just some of my thinking right now.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
question for staff and just eyeballing this. If this is a 1 acre parcel that we're focused on, looking to the north and then to the northeast, south of 5 Mile Creek, are those just 2 parcels? Or are we really talking about an area where 4 parcels are? And
That's a good point.
Mayor, Councilmember Whitlock, it's 4 different parcels, and I think Lynette owns a couple of those parcels back there. And I don't think she's planning on redeveloping anytime soon.
thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, maybe just a comment. So I think I'm coming around on adding a substreet to the north. I understand staff's point and your point about the placement of that is problematic. So I get that. I think there's kind of just a wider issue, which is this is really developing in a kind of piecemeal fashion, this area, which is really challenging. That's kind of just what I'm chewing on. If we're gonna see, you know, this area develop in 1 and 5 acre parcels, just, it feels like it'll be really a hodgepodge if we're not careful.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
unless there's any other questions for council, I think, and if there's any further testimony, I think I'd be prepared to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Is that a motion?
I'm soliciting my colleagues' nods and winks. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we close the public hearing on file number H-2024-0053.
Second.
I have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Guys have it. The public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
some of the discussion, I've already shared some comments. With respect to the traffic, certainly that is a challenging area. And I think Councilwoman Schrader makes a really good point about what's the future of this area really look like. It could be kind of bad. And I recall when Bill mentioned the application a few months ago, that was a kind of a challenging one just to kind of think through the scenarios. And what we ended up doing on that application really was based on the lack of what's the vision for these county parcels to come into the city, which is unique because it's probably one of the most interesting areas in terms of where it sits in the valley. So I share Councilwoman Strader about concerns about parcel by parcel. I think with this, I'm supporting this. I think it makes sense. You know, I understand the traffic, but I'm not sure how much traffic will be produced for a 1 acre small little project. The design looked like it made sense. I'm okay with the waiver on the buffer. Expressed my thoughts already on the Stub Street. Obviously, there's some connectivity we got to work through. I would, at some future point, maybe revisit efforts council has had in the past with these neighbors about what does it look like for a plan, but I'm going to support this tonight. At the appropriate time, I'll make a motion to do so.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
been really quiet on this one. Typically, when you look at a 1 acre commercial, it's kind of a no-brainer, but Councilmember Taylor has touched on something I think that this council and I have wrestled with this part of Meridian, right? It's Meridian, it's county, it's Boise, all within, a half a mile. And while I appreciate the concern from the residents about traffic, ACHD staff report shows, 12, 13 cars at peak hour, Overland set to improve. So the basis of my concern about this project isn't really traffic. It really falls for me about what this eventually looks like 20 years from now. And it reminds me a little bit of what we have seen like at Eagle Road, like Eagle and Ustick, right? Kind of flip it on its side. We've kind of hodgepodged it, an acre here, an acre there, trying to make it work. And previous councils have tried to make it work. And now we have found some real challenges with that area with, how do you circulate traffic and previous projects impacting future projects. And I know our staff have done, this is not any of your concern, but our staff have tried multiple times to reach out to the residents and say, let's work collectively on something that could really be a vision for what is, I think, a really unique part of South Meridian. I think that's important for our community for years to come. And I struggle with having to put future councils to try and work through a hodgepodge approach like we've been having to work through over the past 4 or 5 years. So I love Chinese food. Doesn't surprise you from looking at me. I love Chinese food, but I can't support the annexation because I think we need to have a broader plan about what needs to go in this part of town that supports some of the larger projects that have already come in. So what's great, right? We're a body of 5 tonight, so there won't be a tie. We'll make a decision, but this is not a request for annexation. I can be supportive of this evening.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Will Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I've been pretty quiet. I've been totally quiet on this one tonight because this is an area that I'm in a very regular basis. And there are definitely times that there are traffic issues, but my bigger concern is if we start annexing one small lot at a time, we're going to end up with a patchwork that may or may not be workable. And from what we've seen, it makes it very difficult to form it into something that's cohesive. And so I'm really struggling with supporting just doing one small segment without a plan to have a workable solution. I don't like the thought of not letting a future business owner where I just had some requests for more restaurants in that area. But I'm very hesitant to support it at this point.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of in that boat. What I think is very challenging is for the first, kind of one of the first parcels in here. This is one of the first parcels in here to kind of move, I think, in just this very specific area. And I think that what makes infill development a little less challenging are the ones where we get a 1 acre parcel, but we have a lot surrounding it. Here in this case, we have a lot of county property here. I think this is kind of setting us up in a way that's not in our long-term best interests, unfortunately. That's kind of where I'm shaking out on it. I'd love to see this here. I'm sure it's going to be an amazing restaurant. I'm really struggling, and I feel awful because it's it feels very unfair. So that some of these challenges of the roadway network but we've done this before. I mean, we're trying to plan for 50, 100 years into the future. And I think we have to think that way. And this is just really, to me, it's just too piecemeal. And I think it's going to create a lot of challenges for us. I think that example was very apt about the U-Stick area and Eagle Road. And that's just been a complete mess for us. So yeah, and I will say, even if we had, kind of a vision for some of the neighboring properties, it would make me feel better. But I just don't feel like we're going to get that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Willock.
I guess where I'm coming from is just looking at the frontage along Overland Road, and we've already annexed the parcel directly to the east, go down a little bit past Jade Way, and again, frontage, you've got Zamzo's, a car wash, other things that front Overland Road. What I'm hearing is concern about what will be beyond the frontage. This, to me, seems fairly consistent with what already has been approved. I think the design is attractive to the frontage along Overland. I don't think it detracts from what's already been annexed and approved and built. And I guess where I am is I'm not hung up on hanging this project up until I know what's going to be north of it, because already we've seen successful development along the frontage of Overland Road. So I'm leaning toward supporting the proposal, and because I think it's consistent with what we've already done. But I agree with my colleagues that eventually I'd like to know what is going to happen north of this. But I don't think what happens north of it will be swayed one way or the other if 1 acre is approved that has a restaurant and other businesses in it along the frontage of Overland Road. So that's where I am.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
So just some thoughts. I like how Councilman Whitlock articulated that. We're talking about a 1 acre parcel that's a frontage on Overland. And he did a really good job in really getting to the point of what we're talking about is everything behind it, connectivity, how this area is going to develop. When we say it feels unfair, I think it is unfair to not allow this project to go forward, because there's nothing that you've done that's not aligned with what we've asked you to do. And so I think it is unfair to say, no, you can't move forward with this because of some of those concerns, all of which are really, really valid concerns. So maybe I'd propose, I think the sentiment, unless anything that I just said changed any minds, it still seems like my proposal or my motion would fail. We are missing a council member, and I would submit to my colleagues if this is, and for the applicant as well, if we'd like a continuance until Councilman Overton returns to have an opportunity to vote, because we're obviously very, very close to that, I would make that as a motion. I'm not sure if that's something that you'd be supportive or interested in, and I'm not sure that it changes the outcome. But I would submit that as a motion. I'd be willing to make as a continuance for several weeks until we have a full body here that can weigh in on that. So I'd submit that as an option and be interested to know if any council members be okay with that approach as well.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cowner.
what it's worth, if that was a motion that'd be made, I'd be seconding that motion. It's fair and appropriate if that's something the applicant would be interested in. But I do believe, I think we've got a closed public hearing. So we need to reopen the public hearing to give the applicant an opportunity to respond about maybe if they would support a continuance, and if so, to when.
Mr. Mayor, can we,
I guess the question is, if you're trying to put it into a 3-3, do you want to find out if it's worth the time? I mean,
it's a way to weigh in.
I mean, but you could also hear from the other council member who may sway one of the other council members to their way of thinking. So I don't want to preclude where council wants to have if they want to have a more of a conversation with the other council member, I'm happy to avoid weighing in either way and let this move forward however you would like it to move forward. I've got mixed motions on this one, very, very much so for on both sides of the equation. I used to drive down this road every day when my first 7 years, 6 years working here at the city, saw it go from a 1-lane to a goat trail. The Happy Alterations is a place I always thought I wanted to go, but I never would because it was hard to get in and out.
Yeah.
You know, and so it never once stopped despite always needing to have some work done on its clothes. And, you know, in a lot of ways, had a previous application been approved, I'd probably be a little bit more open because I think it would have set us up for the future for how you really need to access this area. Without that, even though it's on the frontage, it's a real challenge because those others are equivalent, but with the exception of the ones in the on Rolling Hill, the others do have a light access. Every other place along here that's a annexed commercial space has access out at a light. The other one does not, and this one would not either. So that does put these in a category by themselves along this corridor, which is not an equivalent. And as far as I'm concerned, Topaz is going to be the hardest part of this area to navigate long-term because of it will require at least one, if not multiple property owners to solve the problem for everybody if that's what they want to do. And if they don't, it's not going to change anything. So I'm not at a place where I can give you a good leaning on which way I would go, but if you want to do that, then I'd be open to hearing what another council member says as well.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I think we've always, and I think one thing that's amazing about our council is even when we personally might vote against a project, I think we are always trying to give it a chance for a yes. And so in the spirit of that, I appreciate Councilman Taylor's idea. Could also be that a continuance might give the applicant an opportunity to brainstorm a little bit. You just never know what might come up in the passage of time. So yeah, I feel like that might be an okay approach. It's unorthodox, but it's an okay approach.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
I would be interested in getting feedback from the applicants, so I'd like to make a motion at this time to open the public hearing.
Second.
Have a motion second to reopen the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The public hearing is open, reopened.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
I'd like to ask the applicant, you heard the discussion, you've taken it in, obviously, I'd like to know your feedback. We could either move forward, and I'm prepared to make a motion to approve it. I think we kind of know where most of the council members feel on the topic. We could potentially have a continuance to the end of the month, maybe January 28th, to allow Councilman Overton an opportunity to be back, to review the comments, to do his own due diligence, and then come back and have more testimony provided, some more questions answered for him. Don't know, obviously, what he may or may not think, and obviously it could lead to the potential of a 3-3 vote, and we're not sure where you heard the mayor's comment. So I want to put the ball back in your court a little bit for your feedback, because everyone here wants to work with you in a way that's productive, but also recognizing we want to do the best thing for the city and the community. So are you open to a continuance to just see how things may evolve over the next few weeks, or would you prefer to have a vote tonight on your application?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor, this is a little unique for me. I certainly appreciate the offer to comment on this circumstance, and I think based on the feedback we've been given here, it sounds like if it were put to a vote tonight, it would fail. I know this is gonna adversely impact my client's timing significantly, and there'll be some things he has to work out, but I think given those two options, the continuance seems like at least one step to keep it moving down the road. And if it's a huge problem with timing and something falls through it, we can always withdraw the application, I assume would be if it's a problem.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hagar.
I think with the feedback, then I'd make a motion, we continue. Oh, do we need, yeah, keep the public hearing open and continue file number H-2024-0053 to January 28th.
Second?
Have a motion, a second to continue the public hearing to January 28th. Is there discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is continued.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move on to item 3, which is a public hearing continued from January 7th for Pollard North, H 2024-0037. We will continue this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next application before you tonight is a request for a development agreement modification, a rezone, and a preliminary plat. This site consists of 19.76 acres of land. It's zoned R8, and it's generally located a quarter-mile north of West Chinden Boulevard at the north end of North Levi Lane on the north side of West Waverton Drive. The subject property is part of a larger area annexed with R8 zoning in 2019 and included in a development agreement and preliminary plat for Pollard subdivision. The property was approved to develop with 74 building lots for conventional single-family residential homes, independent living units for 55 and older, and an 88-bed assisted living facility. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is medium-density residential. The applicant is requesting City Council approval of a modification to the existing development agreement or a new agreement for the residential portion of the development with an updated development plan based on the proposed TNR zoning. Currently, the development agreement incorporates this property as well as the property to the south and east. Well, it's actually just to the south of this, I guess, that's future commercial development. The original proposed plan submitted with this application and presented to the commission was for 177 building lots for single-family residential detached and attached homes, shown there on the top, which the commission recommended, shown on the bottom, the commission recommended denial of to City Council. After the commission hearing, the applicant submitted a revised plan, which decreased the number of units by 20 to 157. A rezone of 21.95 acres of land is proposed from the R8 to the TNR zoning district. The TNR district is traditional neighborhood residential. The rezone to TNR allows more lots to develop on the property, as there is no minimum lot size or street frontage requirement in the district, and a lesser setback is allowed, as opposed to that in the R8 district. If the rezone is not approved, the plat will need to be revised, and the number of building lots will be significantly reduced to comply with the minimum dimensional standards of the R8 district. The revised preliminary plat is proposed consisting of 157 building lots and 29 common lots on 19.76 acres of land in the TNR zoning district. The plat is proposed to develop in 2 final plat phases, with the eastern portion in the first phase, as shown on the bottom there. The minimum lot size proposed is 2,238 square feet with an average lot size of 3,268 square feet. The gross density of the development is 7.15 units per acre with a net density of 13.33 units per acre, which is consistent with the medium density residential future land use map designation and the proposed TNR district. A mix of single-family residential, detached, and attached units are proposed with front-loaded and alley-loaded options. Conventional front-loaded detached homes are proposed along the perimeter boundary to the north and east, which will transition to existing and future homes, with alley-loaded attached and detached units internal to the development and along the southern boundary of the site. The applicant is requesting a waiver to the block face standards in the UDC for the TNR district to extend the face of blocks 1 through 6 along West Flat Rock Street and West Waverton Drive beyond the 500-foot standard. 750 feet is allowed with a pedestrian connection, and they want to do 620 feet to 875 feet in length. A 20-foot wide street buffer is required along the portion of West Waverton Drive designated as a collector street east of Levi Avenue. Off-street parking will be required based on the number of bedrooms per unit. On-street parking is also available along internal streets. A minimum of 15% or 2.96 acres of common open space is required to be provided with development that meets the quality and qualified standards listed in the UDC. The applicant proposes a total of 4.2 acres or 21.26% qualified open space consisting of several open grassy areas exceeding 5,000 square feet in area, linear open space, the street buffer along the eastern portion of West Waverton Drive, a collector street, and parkways along local residential streets, as shown on the open space exhibit, which complies with and exceeds the minimum standard. Amenities totaling a minimum of 4 points are required to be provided based on the area of the development. The applicant proposes a small 3,900 square foot dog park with a waste station and a picnic area on a site 5,000 square feet or greater in size from the quality of life category, and a tot lot with benches for seating from the recreation activity category, which complies with and exceeds the minimum standard. The amenities are required to comply with the associated standards for such in the UDC. Several conceptual building elevations were submitted for 2-story detached and attached single-family residential homes as shown. A variety of materials are proposed, including vertical and horizontal lap siding, board and batten siding, stucco, and fenestration with masonry accents in a variety of colors and design elements and features with varying roof profiles and wall modulation that demonstrate the high quality of development proposed. All single-family residential attached structures are subject to the residential design standards in the Architectural Standards Manual. The commission heard this application and did recommend denial of the project to City Council. I'll go over a summary of the commission public hearing. Eli Bensky and John Wardle, Brighton Corporation, the applicants, testified in favor. There were several neighboring folks that testified in opposition as follows: David Hitz, Jacob Jensen, David Durow, Scott Willoughby, Kyle Ensler, Jade Ensler, Leah Taylor, and Chase Taylor. Written testimony was received from Eli Bensky, Brighton Corporation, in agreement with the staff report. Key issues of discussion were as follows: concern pertaining to higher traffic volumes and resulting traffic safety concerns for area children due to the proposed increase in the number of homes planned for this area. Proposed development seems inconsistent with what was planned for this area, i.e. lower density residential. Opinion that proposed density is too high and doesn't provide an adequate transition, and site design that is compatible with existing and future development to the north. The proposed TNR zoning allows a higher density due to lesser setback requirements than the existing R8 district. Concerned that the proposed open space isn't adequate for the density and lot sizes proposed, resulting in residents using the common areas in adjacent developments. Opinion that it would be unfair to adjacent residents to change the development plan for this area from what was previously approved and anticipated for this area to a much higher density development. Not in favor of the changes to the development plan, as the previous plan, which included an assisted living facility, was much less dense and would result in much less traffic in the area. Concern that the higher volume of traffic generated from the proposed development will be pushed through the adjacent development to the east, Fairborn subdivision, for access to the signal at Black Cat Road. The key issues of discussion by the commission were as follows. Not in favor of the proposed zoning and development plan, opinion the density is too high and not appropriate for this area and will adversely affect area neighbors. Preference for the existing development plan and density. Inadequate transition to the existing and future residential properties. Waiver to block face standards wouldn't be needed if existing zoning is retained. And the higher density will create more traffic impacts on area roadways, more impacts on area schools, and create more demand for services. Preference for the R8 zoning to be retained with revisions to the development plan to replace the assisted living facility with single-family residential building lots similar in size to those approved with the preliminary plat. No issue with TNR zoning if the development plan reflects compliance with the associated development provisions, including block face length. In favor of the variety of housing types proposed with smaller lot sizes, which may provide opportunities for people to be able to afford a starter home. And finally, in favor of keeping the same general proposed plan, but reducing the number of units, which would address a lot of the concerns noted by providing a better transition to the north, compliance with block face standards, and the provision of additional open space and site amenities, including pedestrian accesses for the development. Again, the commission did recommend denial. The reason noted with the recommendation was the proposed rezone creates too much density for the area, and the transition to lower density development to the north is not enough. The outstanding issue for council tonight is the applicant's request for council approval of extended block faces beyond the maximum length standard of 500 feet or up to 750 feet with a pedestrian connection in the TNR district. The UDC allows council to approve a block face up to 1,200 feet in length where block design is constrained by certain site conditions, none of which exist in this case. Therefore, a waiver to the block face standards cannot be approved by council, and revisions to the plan to comply with the standards don't appear to be feasible. If council wishes to approve the project, staff recommends consideration of the following. Retention of the existing R8 zoning for the development, which allows a maximum block face of 750 feet without an intersecting street or alley, and a block face up to 1,000 feet when a pedestrian connection is provided. All of the block faces would comply with the minimum standards if pedestrian connections were added in blocks 2 and 3 along the northern boundary. In this scenario, the number of buildable lots would need to be reduced in order to comply with the minimum lot size and street frontage requirements of the district. Alternatively, the existing R8 zoning could be retained for blocks 1, 2, and 3 along the northern boundary of the subdivision. The proposed lots comply with the dimensional standards of the R8 district, and the block faces would comply with the minimum standards if pedestrian connections were added in blocks 2 and 3. The southern blocks, i.e. blocks 4, 5, and 6, could be rezoned to R15. The proposed lots comply with the dimensional standards of the R15 district, and block faces comply with the minimum standards as is with the proposed pedestrian connections. Staff did discuss this option with the applicant, and the applicant is in favor of this option. The R8 zoning would provide a good transition between the lower density residential uses to the north, and the R15 zoning with smaller lots and higher density would transition well to the future commercial uses to the south. Staff discussed this with the city attorney, and it was determined a change to the zoning request would require the project to be renoticed, and the project either continue to do a future council hearing date, which would be February 11th or later. I did note that a week earlier on your outline, but that is not feasible at this point. Or it would need to be rebanded back to the commission for review of the revised plat and the new zoning request. And that, I understand, is under your purview tonight. There has been some written testimony submitted since the commission hearing. Eli Bensky, Brighton Corporation, the applicant, testified or submitted an email, I should say, not in favor of providing pedestrian and vehicular connections to break up the block faces to comply with the minimum standard in the TNR district in lieu of a waiver. That was submitted previously to staff discussing this latter option. And then we did receive 3 letters from area residents. Aaron Tomaski, a resident in Fairborn subdivision to the east, He's against the proposed rezone to TNR as he feels it's inappropriate for the area, as it will increase the density in this area and may result in a rental community like the one to the east. Preference for R8 zoning to be retained. Concern the proposed rezone will result in increased traffic and congestion in the area, which is already backed up at times from the high volume of traffic from the adjacent church and rental community. Benjamin Grayson, he's also a resident of Fairborn subdivision, against the proposed rezone and development plan, which will increase the number of single-family residential dwelling units by 83 additional homes. Request for R8 zoning to be retained. Opinion the proposed development will burden community and resources and have a negative impact on home values. And finally, Karen Ernest, property owner directly to the north. She's opposed to the zone change from R8 to TNR. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I'm intrigued by your second suggestion about the R8 and R15 zoning. I guess my concern would be if we went down that path, and we encouraged R15 zoning, what else could we see if for some reason this applicant wasn't the one to eventually develop this project? What else do you think is realistic to prepare ourselves for in light of the site and its layout and the R15 zoning? Would we see potentially a large multifamily building or a series of building? Like what do you think could go there? Townhomes? I'm just curious for a flavor.
Well, we could certainly compare the uses between the zoning districts, but with this application, it would require a new development agreement, which would lock it in with this development plan. So that's really right there, the assurance that it would develop as proposed. The only way the applicant could change that is to come back before you with a request for a modification of that agreement.
Yeah,
I
thank
think the
you.
uses are very similar between the two. We could certainly look into it here and provide a response though on that if you'd like.
I think that would be great. It doesn't have to be right now. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Sonia, just double checking my work. I didn't see any letter from West Ada nor any updated school data in the staff report. There's a letter in there from Heather? Oh, I missed it then. Okay. Okay, from Heather. Okay. I will do a little bit more homework than on my end. Thank you. Council Administrator, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Sonia, if just to correct me here, make sure I'm thinking correctly. With the proposal to retain the R8 zoning possibly, that's largely due to the fact that because certain conditions don't exist to grant the waiver, we can't, per our UDC code, we can't, as a council, grant that waiver. Hope I'm saying that correctly. We're constrained to give the waiver because certain conditions don't exist on the property to grant that waiver for the block faces. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor, that is correct. You're not able to grant a waiver because they don't meet the conditions for such.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
On the schools specifically, there was a letter from community development, but it was just labeled in a way that I think it wasn't clear it was regarding schools. So I think that's part of the confusion. I have to compliment Heather, though, that this is one of the best letters and like one of the best analyses I've ever seen us do on what's going on with the schools. It has private schools, public schools, projections. I mean, it was really comprehensive. So I just want to compliment the team on that. But I am concerned and maybe the applicant could address this actually in their comments, but Pleasant View Elementary, I believe, is elementary school zoned for this project, but it's all the way across Chinden. So I was kind of concerned about, and there were other schools listed as options, but it wasn't really clear to me, is there another school that would actually be closer or that wouldn't require a bus to cross Chinden? Because I was just trying to figure out how this would all kind of play out, trying to get the kids to Pleasant View, which is already an overcapacity school. So I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there. Maybe the applicant can kind of try to address that. But I don't know if staff had any comments further about the school situation.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, I really don't know. I will pass those comments along though to Heather. Thank you.
Yeah, there's no school north of Chinden, and under West Ada's policy, every student would be bused to any school anywhere, no matter where they go. Okay, are there any further questions for staff? Then will the applicant like to come forward?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Happy New Year to you. My name is John Wardle, 2929 West Navigator Drive, Meridian, Idaho 83642. Appreciate the opportunity to be before you tonight, and also be able to address a few things that we have responded to based on both feedback from neighbors and from the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I think a few of the questions that have already been posed or items I can pick up through my presentation for you tonight. So the area that we're talking about is what's highlighted here in yellow. Previously, back in 2019, we brought forward to the city a project called Pollard. It was about 72 acres in total. It was a rezone on this property. And the property to the north that we're talking here is the 19.7 acres. Everything south of the 19.7 acres was rezoned as CG. And so everything north was the residential piece. A little bit more specifically as it compares to how things exist today from the plan. Again, everything to the south has been improved. There are some super pads. There's an area off here to the side that St. Alphonsus has purchased with their goals for both medical office and a future hospital. We have some services that are coming, and we're also working on some other items here. Just of note, there's a little corner here, which doesn't show up on our master plan, but we own that now. It is one of those parcels, one of those 1 acre parcels that's on frontage. But our intent is that we will bring that back to the commission and the council. There will be a development agreement modification to bring that in, but the access to that parcel will be internal, not out to 2026. With the one note that ITD has been working with us on the potential for a right-in, right-out somewhere in that location with those uses. This is the future land use map showing the property highlighted in this case in blue. You can see that there's mixed-use interchange to the south, mixed-use community to the east, and then a medium-density residential to the north and low-density residential north of our boundary. This is the current zoning of the area. The property to the south, as I mentioned, was zoned CG. Our property in question was zoned R8. Waverton is kind of the line in between both of these. Waverton is an east-west partial collector. And I say partial collector is it's a collector from Levi Lane to the east, and it is a local street from Levi Lane over to Pollard Lane. So basically where the R8 is here, on your screen, if you split that left and right, you have a collector going over to Black Cat, and you have a local street going over to Pollard, with Levi Lane being the dividing point between the two. One of the items that we discussed late this afternoon, as noted by Sonia, was the project. And I'll get into some design things we've already considered, which will be before you. But this relates to this question about the TNR zone and how do we transition. So our proposal, based on the conversation truly late this afternoon, was to retain on the perimeter of the property adjacent to both Alden Ridge, which has been already annexed and zoned and brought into the city, and Fairborn to the east, retain that as R8. In the interior piece, and this will make more sense when we look at the site plan, but the interior, instead of doing a TNR, we would do an R15. There were some items that commission or a council member Taylor mentioned regarding the block face. That was not an item that was really brought up to us, although the discussion of block faces were brought up. The way that the code is written on the TNR, it doesn't work. There's a reason that we've designed our project the way we have. And I will show you based on existing roadways that were approved and negotiated and also slightly modified when Alden Ridge came through. So currently, what we have done, based on the feedback from both the commission and the neighbors, was, this question about the overall compatibility to the adjoining neighbors. We did make a decision to go ahead and let's reduce density. I'll show you how this works as the overall plan. But effectively, the density by reducing down 157 homes instead of 177, we fit within that range of R8 as an overall, regardless of what the zone is, whether it was TNR or R8, R15, that would fall within the R8 zone guidelines of 3 to 8. So we are within that guideline. We've also, one of the things that was mentioned was the open space. We previously, with our submittal that we did with the application, we did meet and exceeded the open space requirements, but we went back and looked at that and have added additional open space. Now we're 4.2 acres compared to 3.5, I believe. And it's over 21% of the entire project is qualified open space for here. There are still 4 carriage lanes or alleys, and then 1 common drive, which is down here in the corner, which is a little unique, but there's a common lot that we're connecting to over by Fairborn, and that's the reason for that. Just a comparison, the top part of the screen here is what we had submitted. This is what the Planning and Zoning Commission saw. The bottom screen is the revision to it. And I'm going to go to one more section here and go through these one by one. Along the top, so directly adjacent to Alden Ridge and the Ernest Panther ownership, we actually eliminated 5 buildable lots along there. The lots were previously 50 feet wide. We've increased those to 60 feet wide. In the section of Area 2, we've actually eliminated 7 buildable lots. They were paired homes. We have made them detached homes and also added green space, as you can see through the middle here. Section 3, we did eliminate some additional homes, widened the common area on both sides and added pedestrian connections through. 4 has pedestrian connections through. We eliminated lots along the frontage here, 2 lots there. And then over here, this number 6, we also eliminated 2 buildable lots and added a common area and a pathway connecting from Flat Rock down to Waverton. So these are the structural changes that we made to the plan in response to both neighbor comments as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission. Here's a couple of things of site considerations to understand. Pollard Lane is existing. We actually, over the time of this project, there were some revisions made to how people connected to Pollard Lane, but Pollard Lane is existing. In working with Alden Ridge, they came in after us. Our property line was, our road was actually moved a little bit to the west because there were 2 owners up here originally, Restucci and Hayes. And the ACHD wanted us to land on one side or the other. So that property line or the roadway actually moved over there. But when Alden Ridge came in with their application, we worked with them about this alignment and their property. This will be one of their 2 access points would be through us. And so that is a connection to them. Same thing over here, the Schwenkfelder. We are not straddling the properties, but we're coming in on the Schwenkfelder property, which is right adjacent to the Ernest Panther property. And these boxes here represent improvements that have already been made. When we built Pollard number 1, we installed these access points here. And because Waverton is a collector going to the east, we do have some separation issues. And there's another access over here. So we didn't put any more roadways here. And same thing here, we didn't put any more roadways here with the exception of the road that's coming up at Alden Ridge and the connection over to Pollard. Waverton, Levi Lane, Pollard, all those roads exist and they have already been built. Just to give you an idea as it relates to our project design, you can see down below the block length or faces with a request, or if you approve the rezone to R8, R15 no longer comes in play. Regardless, we are still proposing to do some slowing of traffic along flat rock to the north. We would do chokers in red where pedestrians, where the road comes together, people can access across, the road's not quite as wide. And then at intersections where both these properties to the north, as one develops and the other one will come through, as they will come through the property, we've also added chokers there to slow traffic down as it will come through our project to Waverton. Amenities for the project, as mentioned, we have a dog park, we have tot lots, we have picnic areas and pedestrian walkways throughout. As you can see, there's a lot of connections north to south by pedestrians. There are adequate connections for cars to get through, and the amenities and open space are actually central to almost every single neighbor, regardless of where they are. It's not just located in one spot, it is throughout the entire project. We are offering still a variety of home and living types. We have 4 home types and over the 157 homes. This kind of shows you where the different homes are. What we have, what we call conventional A, which are front-loaded, conventional D, which are also front-loaded, but a little bit wider. And then we have carriage lane B, and those are paired homes, duplex style. And then carriage C are single-family detached. And the colors here represent where those different home types are in the community. Just wanted to give you a little bit of flavor for the style that we are going to do here. All these homes will be built by Brighton. We are the ones that are proposing the project. We are the ones that are asking for development agreement to lock this in. And this kind of shows you in these little red arrows down here, the different locations of these. This would be your conventional A, which would be front-loaded, kind of the pink over here, and conventional D, which would wrap around along Schwenkfelder as well as along Fairborn. So in summary, the items before the council tonight, based on our late conversation with staff, would be to retain the perimeter as R8 zoning. There would be no change to that zone. The project as shown to you works with that zoning. We would rezone the interior to R15 and we would not move forward with the TNR zone. The overall density reduces down to 157 homes instead of the 177. And also the open space increases to 4.2 acres or almost just a little over 21%. So we do concur with staff recommendation. We also concur with their suggested modification with the R8 on the perimeter and their second alternate of doing the R15 on the interior. And the issue of the block length under the scenario would no longer be in question, but we would still maintain the pedestrian safety and crossing and breaks throughout that area. We request City Council approval for Pollard North, which would be the rezone, the preliminary plat and development agreement that's in front of you tonight. So I can stand for any questions you would have.
Thank you, John. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Good question, and thank you for the presentation. This, the staff presentation had a lot of moving parts and a lot of interesting detail. Can you just either refresh my memory? Originally, did you have a assisted living or a senior living facility here, and that's no longer now part of your application or your proposal? Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct. If you give me just a second here to get to a different slide. So in 2019, this was the top half of this slide here was what we had proposed to both the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council. As mentioned, we have built 2 other assisted living facilities. We had a third approved in South Meridian, and we had this one approved as well. COVID changed things, and the dynamics and operational for that just no longer work for us. With that, we looked at what we would do for a revision. And so that is why we have a proposal back in front of you, in part because that change regardless changes the preliminary plat. We would have to come back through. It would be per the preliminary plat, that was just a super block. It didn't have individual platted lots. So regardless, we would be back here in front of you. So yes, that did have assisted living. And this also showed you a little bit more of where the roadways were, sorry, a little touchy, The roadway were originally with Restucci, Hayes, Ernest, and Schwenkfelder, and how we brought those roads up. There was a slight modification down below with Alden Ridge where we moved that over, but that is representative of what the project was in 2019 and what is in the development agreement today.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
actually, if you wouldn't mind, if you could just go back to that slide that had
Sure will.
2019 versus now. Thank you. So something I'm kind of struggling with, I think what made sense to me about this before and just the plan for the whole area was you had the hospital co-located with assisted living. Made a lot of sense from that perspective. And I was curious, are you considering age-restricted housing here? Is that something that you guys looked at? And part of my concern, just being very open, and we've had this conversation so many times over the years, but the schools continue to be a concern. I think that concern is being solved through a number of different things at a state level and other things, but Pleasant View Elementary School and some of the other schools are pretty overcrowded from what I understand, looking at the letter we generated internally. And I just want to make sure I'm kind of doing the right math. So previously, there were 74 single-family residential homes in 2019 and 88 assisted living units. I wasn't clear on, you'll have to refresh my memory, if there was a separate aisle component to that. But I was just kind of trying to figure out kind of what the trade-off was in terms of just number of people we're looking at the site overall from 2019 to what you're proposing now under the revised plan.
Mr. Mayor, Council Member Strader, appreciate the question. If I can start with schools.
Sure.
As the mayor did indicate, there are no West Ada schools north of Chinden, between Chinden and the bench. And there really are only two ways to get out of these properties. Really one way, it's you're going to 2026, or Chinden Boulevard. I do know that West Ada is currently programming Star Elementary, another Star Elementary school. They are designing that. It's in process. We've had conversations with the district. I believe their goal is to have that open fall of 26 in their current timeframe. And so we know that with any school that opens, boundaries change. And they would look at that. So I can't speak as to what the boundary changes would be, but I can assure you that they would look at all of their schools and look at how to best distribute that. And so unfortunately, we have a bench to the north. We're not crossing the bench. We have Highway 16 to the west. We're not crossing Highway 16, and we have Chinden to the south. And so any schools at any grade level will be leaving this project and going to the south. So I can't resolve that other than I do know that this West Ada has funding for that additional school site, which is in their program for 2026. You know, as it relates to the assisted living, honestly, it was something that we had looked at pretty hard. There were some synergies at the time, we thought, between the assisted living and the future medical that would be there. Honestly, just it does not work. And so that's why we're here. That's why we're asking for this request. I also want to note that in 2019, ITD did not have any funding for State Highway 16. They were still working on acquiring properties. They were working on their environmental study. And then in 21 and 22, they all of a sudden got money to start that work. So things did change pretty dramatically. That corridor is happening much faster than they had anticipated because there was all of a sudden funding available from State Highway 44 all the way to Interstate 84. It's my understanding that the interchange here at Highway 2026 or Chinden and State Highway 16 is programmed for a completion in 26. There are other segments along that corridor as they move towards I-84 that will be what they call, a future phase, some other flyovers and things like that. But they're intending to make that connection. Once they make the connection to Chinden, they'll make the connection, they'll be able to connect it all the way to 84, and it'll be continuous with some future improvements along the way. In 2019, there were no plans by ITD to make or advance those improvements here. And so we kind of stepped back and we looked at it a little bit. There was that question of, well, what happens if they change their mind and do something different? We're currently under a preliminary plat and development agreement with you. We're here tonight, we're discussing that with you. If there's anything that's different than what we're showing you tonight, we're coming back and having the discussion again with you, with the city, with the neighbors. So it is a process. We're accused pretty hard of just doing bait and switch. That's our standard. And I want to just, kind of dispense of that comment. Things change. Other people change. There are things that happen along the way. We are being very transparent with what our request is. A bait and switch would be in the middle of the night, throw a cover over it and not let anybody know what we're doing. That's not what we're doing. That's why we're here. We do feel like there are some opportunities here. I think since we're looking at this slide, I want to just focus in on this a little bit, but specifically I want to focus in on the lot configurations. In 2019, this is what we showed. This is what we proposed. We had 8.5 lots along the Ernest property. We had 14 lots along Schwenkfelder and 7 lots along Fairborn. Today, we have 6 lots now along Fairborn. We have 13 lots along Schwenkfelder. We have 6.5 lots along Ernst Panther. If we go and we look at Alden Ridge, to the north of us, which is separated by a common lot. There's a 30-foot common lot between us and them. That was on their design, which I think was accommodation of the old school lane, which serviced Ernst, Panther, and Schwenkfelder. That's how they got their access to there. Until other access, like the road we're proposing here, they would still have to continue through there or other ways. But as it shows right now, we have 10 lots in our new proposal against 12. We have 7.5 lots against 9 with a 30-foot landscape buffer. We have made accommodations to not only look at what we're against, but we've also reduced some density away from that in terms of lot widths and sizes. So I don't want that to be lost either, that there's not a transition here. I have been at a number of meetings with the council where you are dealing with large lots and there's no transition at all. Schwenkfelder and Ernest, they still are in the county, but this is not different than what we showed them when this was previously approved and locked into the preliminary plat. In fact, today we are reducing the number of lots against both of those homes and properties than what was there previously approved.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Schrader.
maybe we can kind of focus in a little bit. So part of what I was trying to am I correct? So in 2019, there were 74 single-family homes, and then there were 88 assisted living units. Am I missing anything? Were there any separate aisle units that were different than that? Okay. So in 2019, you had 162, of which roughly half were definitely going to be seniors in the assisted living facility.
Yes.
Now you've revised your plan. Now you're at 157 total units. But again, market units, no restriction. So there is a little bit of a trade-off in terms of the composition. And part of where I'm going with it, what I thought was appealing at that time was seniors are not going to be driving as much on the roads. They're not going to be using up capacity in the schools. So it's a little bit of a change. I do give you credit though for your transition to the neighbors, certainly. And I'm not saying I'm against a project yet at this point. I'm just really trying to take stock of where we were and where we are. And I think what might be helpful, I had one other question, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor. Just, I wanted to understand what the current plans are with ITD in terms of access to the new Highway 16. Will there be an on-ramp off of Chinden? How will that piece work? Because that's the new piece now that I think we're all kind of wondering about. What I was trying to figure out was, would people come onto Chinden and then they could just get right onto Highway 16, or how will that work?
Mr. Mayor, let's start with the question regarding the previous proposal. We are not proposing to restrict any of the homes to a 55 plus. So I just, when we were doing the assisted living, it looked like there were maybe with some of those smaller lots, you could do some of those as kind of a cottages, but we're not proposing that now. I think one of the things that we, like I mentioned, did focus on was how is the area now developing with these changes? This is a little dated, but there's actually another hospital user that's purchased across the south from us. This is Prescott Ridge. I know there's a project that came over here that I believe was did not get approved, but the West Ada has a school site over here as well for the future, as well as the rest of what's going on. Relating to the transportation, and I could go back and I was looking at earlier, and we could pull up the exhibits, but ITD has a very good website showing what's part of the phase right now and what's coming. It is my understanding that in the current phase, they actually are working on the flyover. So State Highway 16 would be flying over Chinden, and the Chinden east-west traffic will go through. If you want to get onto Highway 16, you're going to be making this movement going north. I can't remember if it's a cloverleaf coming here or if it's a left coming in and connecting. I think it's probably a left under the overpass and heading south. And same thing here. If you're coming off of State Highway 16, you would be here and you would make a turn going the other direction underneath the overpass. So that's what's happening there. I do want to note as well that we actually have been working with ITD on the improvements and have, our frontage is already improved all the way back to about this point, let's call it, 500 feet east of Levi Lane. We've actually built out Levi Lane as a 5-lane road. We have paid for the signalization. The signals are not there until ITD gets this in a situation where they're not restricting flow back and forth. But as soon as this is operational, that signal goes in at the same time. So there's a signal that we have already paid for, that we built with phase 1. We put all the conduits in. No other developers out here have participated in that signal. Not Prescott Ridge, not Alden Ridge, not Fairborn. That was something that we have already taken care of, and that will resolve some access out to 2026. So I don't want that to be lost either, that is approved, paid for, just waiting for ITD to finish their improvements at State Highway 16.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Council,
Mayor.
Councilman Whitlock.
Mr. Wardle, thank you for the presentation. And I kind of came into this with the same mindset that you just heard from Councilmember Strader. I didn't see this as a reduction from 177 to 157. I saw it as an increase from 74 to 157. I appreciate the explanation about what happened with COVID. I can attest that there have been over 30 assisted living facilities across the state that have closed since 2020. So thank you for mentioning that and reminding me of the challenge with making a facility like that cash flow and work for you. So I completely understand that. As I reviewed the commission testimony and the comments that were made there, there was some reference and support for potentially starter homes in this subdivision. Do you concur that these would be starter home type homes? And I'm just struggling to see starter homes associated with what I've seen on Tree Farm Lane and Spur Wing and everything to the east.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Whitlock, I want to make just one comment regarding the assisted living and why we did not move forward with that is just level of care, level of service. That is a group of our community that requires a high level of service. And so for us, we felt like beyond the two that we've already built in the valley, it didn't make sense to move forward with any others. And like you said, there have been numerous that have closed, gone out of business, consolidated during COVID. It was very hard on everybody. Related to, the comment about, yes, we are changing. Our current zone is R8. Could we demonstrate something that complies specifically with the R8 with no modifications? We looked at a mix. One of the things that we have found, Councilmember Whitlock, is that when they're all the same, there's no variation either in type of homes, or there's a little variation, but there's even less variation on the opportunities of attainable housing. We need more of every range in our community. So starter homes, I think that's kind of subject to what anybody might describe that. Maybe it's a price point, or maybe it's a reduced level of finishes and standards. I'll tell you that Brighton's committed to building to the Brighton standard. I think one of the things that we have done, regardless of our community, is we have looked at not only the overall plan, but what is the long-term value for those that will be there after. And so we've taken that same approach here. That's why we have given you upfront plans of what we want to do. I think there's greater opportunities to provide homes at a lesser price point, but sometimes that trade-off is a smaller owned lot. And in this case, we have attached duplex, which is very similar to what we've done out in South Meridian at Pinnacle. We have detached alley homes as well. And then we have different types, 2 different sizes of homes on front-loaded conventional. And that mix gives us an opportunity to provide a broader range than just all being the same. So we wanted to come in with a plan that offered variety. So I don't know that I can address specifically what a starter home is, but we do have an opportunity with these homes to have a broader range, a wider range of home purchasing options in this area.
Okay. I've got an easy question for you. Super easy. The chokers. Is there a reason why it's not all choked down? Why you have 2, at least on the thing that shows choker expansion, choker again? I'm just intellectually curious.
Mr. Mayor, we do bulb outs at intersections because you need to get, basically you're moving people 4 different directions at those intersections. And so this is a design that we have been doing a lot in all of our communities, but it brings, as cars are coming into that intersection, we're able to slow them down and bring that pedestrian a little bit closer to the street in a safe way. Regarding the chokers, is the street section remains the same, but it's also the same concept, and it kind of shows here on the right-hand one, where when we do a choker here, we bring the curb line out and we can bring that, the pedestrian has less asphalt to cross over in a very safe place. It also shows you that we aligned those so that they were connecting directly into common areas. And so it was intentional.
I guess my question is, why would it be, if this is what it's actually going to look like, why would there not be a choker the entire length of between the 2 red boxes? I mean, I don't really see a connection point there. I'm just curious if it's why that other choker is there.
So you can see, yes. Perhaps that was a bad example because we wanted to show you as they are currently built on the ground today. This is in Pinnacle. This is, I believe, on a road called Crescendo. Coming right here, this is a collector, future collector called Apex. So we wanted to slow some traffic down there. You wouldn't necessarily need to do that, but in the cases of our project, the spaces in between are where, and this allows on-street parking. Our roads meet the on-street parking requirements, although we're not using that as our calculation. But these choker locations were intended to narrow it down where pedestrians would come across and not obstruct multiple homes, in particular driveways, with that element. So no, we would not do a continuous choker along the entire way. It really kind of provides a safe place for vehicles to park in between and not be on top of the pedestrians either.
All right. Thank you. So, Councilman Cavanagh, anything you'd like to add?
Mr. Mayor, I know we're going to move now likely into the public testimony portion of tonight's agenda. Just for a show of hands, are there people that are here to testify on this application tonight? Great. So I think for everyone's benefit, as you maybe heard from our staff early on, this is initially a request for TNR. The applicant is making a request. We as a city need to properly notify our community about this change. If you hadn't come here tonight, you wouldn't have known about that. And so there's two paths for council. We can continue this to a later time or send it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. You have given up your time. You have sat through the city council meeting. We love public testimony. And so we want to hear your testimony, but we want to give it a caveat that we're not going to take an action this evening. We likely will either continue this for a later point in time or send it back to city council. Just, I like to, pardon? Planning and zoning, sorry, thank you. We won't remit it back to the city council, thank you. I wanted to forecast for all of you, just so that you've got clear expectations. I also know we've got another lengthy agenda item later on tonight. Talk a little bit about that here later on, but just, Mr. Mayor, appreciate giving me an opportunity just to make sure that our citizens who are here tonight kind of understand what next steps would be. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it back to you if we want to move into any public comments.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to turn to legal and a little bit, at least get guidance on the value of taking public testimony on something that we have to re-notice and or remand.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I mean, it's a valid question, and certainly, as you heard from staff, and because there is a lot of changes in the other part that I think the planning staff hadn't really made clear, but I don't know how adequate a time they've had to even evaluate what's being proposed as well. I know they've made the suggestion, but I don't know if they've looked at all of the requirements to meet the R15 standards. So there is another reason to continue. But anyway, to answer your question, I guess these folks have come. They certainly are entitled to. We did notice this as a public hearing. But I agree with you, and I agree with the sentiment Councilman Cavanagh said, is there probably will be more information that they may want to provide after it's been fully viewed and had them had an opportunity to view what's been proposed tonight that they haven't probably seen before tonight. So likelihood we wouldn't hear it twice. So I think that may be the caveat from the council is if you're going to testify tonight, I don't know what's going to change between now and then, but it might be wiser to wait. But I don't want to dissuade people that they came. We did notice it. They certainly have an ability to testify, but it may not be as valuable to the council to do that and then come back in 2 or 3 weeks or whatever it would be, and then either hear it again or recall what we talked about. So again, I'm certainly not going to say that you couldn't hear it from the public if you wanted to, but they need to understand the value may not be quite as valuable as waiting till we hear it a second time.
And I guess part of my question was, not an attorney, but taking testimony on an item and then sending it back for re-noticing, how that plays in the quasi judicial role where you're taking testimony on something that is going to be re-noticed and in all intents reconsidered without officially. If it's part of the record and there's no worries, I don't care. I just want to make sure that we're not wasting people's time. If this ever goes down the road and someone wants to do something, it's like, well, that was really done before the notice on that decision was made.
Right.
Does that get included or considered?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is a very valid comment. And the concern could be that based on information provided tonight, a decision could be relying upon that, yet it may change by the next one. And that would make the record a little messy from a district court's perspective as to what was it based on? Was it really based on tonight's testimony or testimony later? And so, yes, I would agree. It could be messy. Again, because the changes are at least been put out there now. Again, I wouldn't say you couldn't hear it. I would think it'd be wiser to wait and let everybody speak on it one time after it's been noticed properly so that everybody can have the same information to be able to provide testimony of other neighbors that maybe didn't know to come tonight because of the change.
And the last thing I'll just kind of mention is just from, really, I think if it's renoticed or remanded, the applicant is going to be entitled to 10 more minutes to go over the property, I assume?
Yes,
That would be an expectation unless they waive that expectation.
yes.
So I guess I'll say this, I'm happy to take testimony if you want to testify in the original application and give those comments in the light of what you also saw. But I think if you're going to want to include it on the future project, I'll ask you to probably come back and also give those comments just in the future on what was also presented. So it's kind of a little mix, but I would encourage you to plan on coming back if there's an element that you want to have considered. But I'm happy to take testimony on what was noticed and what was presented. But I just, I want to keep it clean on both sides. So with that, Clerk, do we have anyone sign up?
Mr. Mayor, we do. First is John Schwingfelder.
Okay. And if you want to come up and testify, you are more than welcome to do so. Okay.
Kyle Ensler.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Kyle Ensler, 5720 West Old School Lane, Meridian, Idaho 83646. Also here representing Alden Ridge subdivision, so it includes a couple other parcels to the north, which have been spoken of. This is a little confusing. So first of all, I just want to express my gratitude to you for your public service. Also, I loved how the meeting started. We didn't really get to clap for that presentation from the fire department. But I was just sitting there thinking, there's nowhere I'd rather live than here. And despite the fact that we sometimes have different views, I know that as public servants, you have the best interest of the community in mind, and I appreciate that. So obviously, there's a couple of things I want to state that initially just that aren't directly what I had prepared because of the changes. And I just want to state that for public record because I do think that the process maybe is a little bit unfair to the public. So the commission, the application that was presented to the commission was one application that was recommended 5-1 for denial. It was then a meeting was set up for this evening for City Council, and less than maybe a week ago, the plan was then changed, still TNR, but a change or reduction of lots, which is very hard to track as a public. The city has done a good job of making links available, but not everybody understands how to get to those. And then and so all that's understandable, although that's not renoticed. So you really have to go and look for it. And then you have a week to try to prepare of like, oh, okay, now there's another change that's different from commission. How do I respond to that? And then I think what's really unfair is if there was a change in zoning that was 11th hour, and I love our planning department. I think we have one of the best planning departments in the state. But I think that should have stopped the hearing at that point. Because at the 11th hour, now you're coming in with a whole new zoning. Now I understand and I appreciate, Mayor, your sentiment that this has to get recommended back to commission and we go through this process again. But I feel like if Brighton had an opportunity to present for an hour, and that influences council's decision. And, and we're not even privy to that prior to showing up tonight. So I would really prefer that if it was a change from the notice that we received a week ago, which was still TNR, but 20 lots less, that would have been recommended back to planning and zoning. So I think is that 8 minutes?
3 minutes.
Okay. So I'm here for the Alden Ridge subdivision, so I believe I get a little bit more time.
Okay.
Sorry. So, I'll touch on just a couple historical contexts, because I think this is relevant regardless of if it's a TNR or a split zoning of R8 and R15. The change in density is really what we're talking about, that either a TNR allows through different dimensional standards or that the split zoning allows. There are additional uses that also are permitted in the R15 and the TNR that aren't permitted in the R8, and multifamily development, fourplexes and larger are part of that. Now, I understand that Brighton's intent today is to move forward with the plan that they're presenting. But in 2019, that intent was different. And so in 2019, after a lot of public testimony, a lot of opposition, concessions were made. Part of those concessions were that this particular strip was to be an R8 zoning. That concession also allowed for the approval of the entire mixed-use development. So now, 6 years later, all we're talking about really is this R8 sliver and whether or not their current plan adheres to the medium-density residential flume and is a well-designed subdivision. But I think that negates the conversations, the public testimony, and the decisions that were made back in 2019. There's another inconsistency in the plan. So essentially, on the north boundary between Brighton and Alden Ridge and Karen and Bob and Bonnie's place, the previous plan had a landscape buffer. So if you look at what Brighton's planned, it shows landscape to the north, but that's actually our landscape. Because in Alden Ridge, we matched, as from recommendation from planning, we matched what they were doing on that north side. So we included a landscape buffer like they had proposed. And we also included an R8 zoning to match their R8 zoning on that side. We matched lot for lot. So this current plan eliminates that landscape buffer. It eliminates the berm. And really the net difference is about 50 more houses, 55 more houses. And there's some other comments that I'm sure I'll be able to weigh in on, but those are some of my concerns this evening. Thank you.
Council, any questions?
Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Real quick, Mr. Ensler, thanks for being here. I probably say this every time we've got somebody who represents an HOA. Thank you. It's the most thankless job in politics to represent a homeowners association. So I appreciate you being here tonight. It's hard to the council to kind of respond to some of the back and forth, some of your concerns about the process. Recognize we're all neighbors, we're all residents. Do we sometimes share some of those frustrations? But to your point about our planning department being the best in the state, the best in the country, I think they'd be also happy to chat with you and give you some more of a dialogue and back and forth. So just because they're here tonight doesn't mean they're not available during also regular business hours. If you or your neighbors have questions, and I feel real confident, I don't like to speak for our staff, but because I know they're hard, I feel real confident they'd be happy to chat with you and give you a little bit more context about some of the whys behind that.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Cavanagh. I do want to say, hopefully what I said didn't come across the wrong way. Planning has been great. I worked with planning personally a number of times. They've been great. Sonia did a great job communicating a week ago. My concern is not with planning, it's with the process of, there was a suggestion made at some point to go from TNR, which this meeting was about this evening, to a split zoning of R8 and R15. That happened at the 11th hour without us being noticed, or without documents being uploaded with the changes for tonight. And I know that the documents being uploaded a week in advance of the meeting is part of the process that you have to adhere to. And so my concern is, because that didn't happen, we still allowed a presentation to go on for about 45 minutes. And so that has nothing to do with planning. That has to do with my concern about the process and how that might affect us as neighbors. Thank you.
I think that's, the way I looked at it is, it's not uncommon for us to get into a hearing and someone come up with a better idea that says we got to go back to the drawing board. That happens, I think, very common within a meeting where, when you're trying to design on the fly in a public hearing, council will often pause and send it off to go be worked on. I got the impression that that's what was similar to this, they had an idea on the fly that yes, it made it into the conversation. That's also why we're not taking action. If we're going to take action, council could make the decision not to consider the underlying application and move and act on that. That's why I'm trying to keep our testimony focused on the underlying application and not necessarily what was presented, so that if they do decide to take action, it's clean. That's that's probably the best way. I should have said my comments before, because otherwise it all goes back to somebody else or it comes back to them with a renotice, with all that taking place, to allow the conversation to be about that application compared to people testifying about another proposal that's not even technically in front of council. So I'm trying to keep it clean, but also trying to be to the people that showed up tonight, feel like they get their value of being here as well.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, could I make some comments
Yeah.
in regard to some items that have been discussed? Just some things I'm sitting here thinking about that I think the council should consider. In light of the commission's recommendation of denial and the reasons for such tonight, I think it's under your purview tonight to decide if you're with the commission on their thoughts in regard to too much density for this site. And if you are, that would relate back to two of the options that staff presented, staying with the R8 district, which is a consideration, or going to the other alternative of R8 and R15. I think maybe accepting testimony tonight on that information would be helpful in determining your direction to the applicant going forward of whether you want the applicant to redesign with R8 zoning, which would be less lots, or proceed forward with R8 and R15, which is what they prefer to do tonight. If we go R8 and R15, the proposed development plan complies with those standards, as is, the dimensional standards. So the layout that they're proposing tonight would not change in the future. The zoning district would change, but the lot layout would not. So that is important to the neighbors, and that is important to their testimony tonight and proceeding forward with this. So anyway, I just wanted to add that, and hopefully that provides some information for council, and it would be good if council's direction tonight, whether they choose to continue or remand it back, to provide direction to the applicant of which of those two options, or possibly another option that you'd like to see. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah. I think this is getting pretty messy, and I think everybody can see that. I think the way we've always handled this is that the applicant is in the driver's seat in terms of what they are requesting. I believe they are now requesting something new that wasn't noticed, right? So we're going to take public testimony on what you've seen. And please just realize it's very likely that this could go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And so you're going to have more time, but it's going to be important for you. If I were in your shoes, I would testify again once you have a chance to review that information. I think that's going to be really important. And I think you made a good point, sir, about the process in terms of we do really try to highly discourage these types of last minute changes, but at the same time, now having been in these processes for about 5 years, this does happen where a new idea is kind of landed upon. But I do think from a process perspective, the right thing to do is going to be, if you have something to say tonight, please go ahead. Try to focus, as the mayor said, on the previous application. Realize you're going to need to testify again when this goes through planning and zoning. Most likely, we don't know that yet, but most likely that is what will occur. I believe, I'll just say now, I believe that is what should occur. And I think that's good. That's a good thing for our Planning and Zoning Commission, and we really value their feedback. They haven't had an opportunity to get their own heads around this new idea. I think sending it back to them makes a lot of sense. And then certainly it's possible that it'll come back to us again at that point. you'll be able to testify again, even, you'll get a second, depending on how you look at it, a second bite at the apple at that point. So I feel good about more of that approach. And I do think on the density point, actually, I don't want to really respond to that. Sonia made a comment about that. It really depends on how you look at it. It depends on whether you look at the density in terms of the absolute number of people that will be here, or units or households that will be here, or whether you're looking at it in terms of the density calculation on acreage. So it really depends on how you're looking at that. So I really don't want to respond to that. Actually kind of makes me uncomfortable to provide that feedback, to be honest. I think at this point, the best thing to do is just allow the public to continue to testify on what they have been noticed about, and then we'll kind of move from that point. But I actually don't want to provide that feedback at this point, because I think it's actually a lot muddier on that, depending on how you look at it.
Mr. Clerk, next on the list.
Mr. Mayor, next is Jacob Jensen.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Jacob Jensen, 5011 West Caragana Street, neighbor in Fairborn community. Appreciate, it's really eye-opening to come to these meetings and see the time and care that's put into each one of these decisions. So really appreciate y'all and all that you do for us as a community. I have children 10, 7, 4, and 1. And looking at the plans that were described, I'm very concerned for the school. My 10-year-old is in a class of 33 students. And my 4-year-old is in a class of 33, and my 7-year-old's in a class of 31. So extremely full. Pleasant View Elementary already has portables outside there, and it's overcrowded. So seeing this increase in density is very concerning from that standpoint. It's also concerning Waverton is that through street to Black Cat. Fairborn is a community that has it's divided by Waverton, and a lot of the kids will walk over to the common area there. And I can just see already with this increase in density, the amount of people that will turn in on Black Cat and use Waverton as a through street to avoid the Chinden traffic, the 2026 traffic. And as a parent, that's concerning for my comfort and letting my kids go to a community where they play with friends and enjoy that as is. And so those are kind of my main concerns, the stress that this will put on the school system, as well as the safety that adding 70 more homes with that many more cars would put on our community in Fairborn. So, thank you.
Council, any questions? All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is David Hitz.
Mayor, council people, councilman. David Hitz. I am at 6669 North Elmstone in Meridian. My backyard is right up against Waverton, so I am very familiar with what goes through there, what traffic looks like. And along with Jake, I am very concerned. I also have 4 kids, very similar in ages. And one of them actually came with me, who has sat very patiently for this to still go back to the drawing board. I'm happy to come back. I'll come back as many times as needed. But some of my concerns, I will own the fact of what John called a bait and switch, as I brought that up last time. And part of that is actually history of Brighton as a builder, having part of their growth trajectory is through expansion based on rezoning. It happened with Pinnacle. It also has happened with Paramount. So bait and switch is a little dirty. It's not how I mean it. And I'm happy to have a conversation with Robert Phillips if I need to, who kind of heads up Brighton. So for me, it is all of the planning around the communities, Fairborn, Alden Ridge, all of that was on R8. The area, the schools, the traffic, all of that falls in line with that. And under R8, you still are allowed some mixed density. You can have, duplexes, fourplexes, you can have multifamily. and have some of those starter home scenarios that were requested from the council within that. I don't think that we need to increase the density any more than that. And by increasing any more to R15 or anything above R8 is going to cause a lot of undue worry, stress, and some potential harm for all of the neighborhoods, especially with the kids. So those are my biggest concerns. Doesn't match, it's not going to flow, and traffic will become a nightmare, which means it comes right through my backyard. Thank you. Questions as you grab for the mic?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you. I do have a question, and I think it's a fair question because of sort of your comment about traffic, I think was interesting, and it sort of applies no matter how it proceeds. I'm curious though, so where with the whole development, they're putting a light in. And so it seems like if I were a driver living in this subdivision, the most direct way for me to get anywhere would be just to go down Pollard, I believe. Is it Levi Lane?
Currently Levi.
Yeah, Levi. And then at that point, there's a signal. And so then there's a lot of, I think, optionality. How do you feel, like, I guess I'm a little confused about how you feel that the traffic impact will be so detrimental to the neighborhood.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the way that it is right now between, is it Tree Farm? Is that right there at Spurwing? And then as you move forward to Black Cat, the way the traffic starts stacking up, people are very quick to either cut through that Tree Farm and then go through Waverton or get to Black Cat in turn. Because as it starts stacking, the closer you get to Highway 16, people want to get off. They want to avoid the traffic. They'd rather keep moving, even if they don't get there any quicker, right? If we were to do like a meta-analysis, you probably won't get there a whole lot quicker, but you feel like you are because you're moving. So you turn off and go through the neighborhood. And that's what we've seen now. It was really bad with the construction, but it still happens even as that's lightened up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful. I don't know if staff has a Google Maps view or a satellite view, or even just a different slide that maybe just better shows all the surrounding streets. I think that would help us to kind of follow your testimony a little bit better. I wish we had some elevator music at this time.
Want me to beatbox?
Go ahead.
That was awesome.
Yeah, so does this move? Sure enough, that is really touchy. So you've got Rock Harbor right here, which is fantastic, but on Sundays gets very, very, very crowded, about 4 times a day. I think that's how many services they have. And so typically they are cutting through any which street they can, specifically Waverton, and then they all are, yeah, really anywhere they can. So right now with Black Cat right here, traffic starts backing up right in front of Rock Harbor. And so people will turn off of Black Cat to come back over here with this development. Because instead of sitting in traffic to wait to get to Levi further up, they'd much rather keep moving. The way that it is right now is as it starts backing up at Rock Harbor or even before, you start to see that traffic. And so you'll turn in right here and go around to then continue. Oh, there's my house, and keep going.
It feels like
right behind my backyard.
Yeah.
And so it's one of those where, again, it may not actually save you any time, but you're going to take it. And that's what we've seen.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind a quick follow-up.
Just want to share.
So is this mainly a Sunday issue?
No.
Okay, and is Rock
It just gets
Harbor?
worse on Sunday with Rock Harbor.
Yeah, but is the stacking issue? I guess I'm just curious if you feel like that stacking issue is occurring all the time. I live near here and I don't see that necessarily. I see it more when Rock Harbor is in session, and for sure it's a zoo, but I'm not sure that I've seen it back up that much. And I wonder how much the Highway 16 coming through is going to affect things as well. So, okay, this helps me understand though your point.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, I don't have all of the answers,
That's
just observations.
Thank you.
Just one question that, and it kind of goes to the question, they showcase what their zone, their units per acre is, I know if you went to R8 dimensional standards, you may not get as many, but roughly the house per acre number is around that R8. So help me understand, you just think it's going to go down like 5, 10 units, or what's the end result hope of R8?
Yeah, so the R8 still has the parameters of up to 8 per unit. So in here, giving definitions, it says the zoning designation allows for various housing types, including single-family homes, townhouses, and small-scale multifamily, provided the overall density does not exceed 8 units per acre. My concern is once you get above that 8, your traffic is going to come in, your schools are going to be overrun, overpopulated more than they are, and that's going to put a burden on the community. So for me, the R8 still stays in line with what the rest of the community has planned, right? And is
I guess
expecting and
my
planning.
question was, what he showcased was that the current development is under that in zoning units.
Where it is right now, yeah.
Yeah.
It is R8 currently, all of
I
it.
think that's what the
Proposed is
with the-
R8 with a split of R15.
right, but
Only
it's still,
R8 along the border.
but overall, it still meets under the R. That's what I'm trying to understand if
No.
okay, I don't want to keep, and I'm not sure if I'm talking about which version, but at least when he showcased it, it was 7.83, I think, somewhere around that area. So that's what I'm trying to understand. It's like, even though they're showcasing it at the number, if it's something different about the end result, because I don't know if it's dimensional standards or different, that give a different side, front feel ultimately, and I don't know how that impacts the actual number. You can't really get 8 in R8 under the standards. I just didn't know what it would drive it to in theory under the scenario, and how that, if it was 7 compared to the 7.8, does that change your viewpoint? As long as all R8, you're okay, whatever the number is.
If it stays R8, I'm cool with it.
Okay.
And all of the requirements that fall within R8.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I clarify some information?
Yeah.
So the zoning district is not, the number does not mean the number of units per acre. I just want to clarify that information for the public. The future land use map designation of medium density residential is what applies to the future development and the density for this property. And that allows for a range of 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre, gross density. The R8 district has, the zoning districts have dimensional standards that they have to fall into, but they can't exceed that units per acre that the comp plan calls for, regardless of the zoning district that they choose. The R8 zoning district requires a minimum lot size of 4,000 square feet and a minimum frontage of 40 feet. The R15 district that's been discussed is a minimum lot size of 2,000 square feet, and it has no minimum street frontage. But the density still can't exceed 8 units per acre. With the revisions to the plat that the applicant recently submitted, they're at 7.15 units per acre gross. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is David Woodard.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thanks for the opportunity to share tonight. 4867 West Canisstand, also directly back up to Waverton, also a member of the HOA board for Fairborn. Not really here to speak on behalf of all of Fairborn. I will just say a general sentiment of just the neighborhood is concerns of density. Also a lot of confusion of, do we come last week? Do we come this week? And now do we come back, right? So just I'll speak on behalf of the community for that. Right? More prepared for personal testimony. It really comes down to density. And I think some of the conversations that you had, even outside of this tonight, is really thinking about like, what does the future of Northwest Meridian look like, right? Like, what does it look like to have more people in Northwest Meridian because of the access, because of 16 being extended all the way down to 84? What does it look like when a hospital and medical items are put in there? And that's just going to be more and more and more people. And I think that's a lot of what we talked about, a lot of what my neighbors and other neighbors in the general vicinity, Alden Ridge, the concerns are around the people there. I have kids, 3, 1, and 1 on the way. Thinking about the future of Pleasant View is certainly very concerning. I think it's, tonight we mentioned a new school in Star. I think it's probably not great for the city of Meridian to rely on a future school in Star to potentially help relieve this. And I think it's probably also not realistic to think that there'll be another school probably east of 16 that'll be an elementary school that would really service this area outside of Pleasant View. Eventually, further south or something, but where Pleasant View is, there's nothing else probably to add in that northwest corner. So I think that's a very concerning thing, and anything increasing density here is going to be very concerning. Sounds like we're moving away from what would be the max density to what maybe, and I'm not a zoning expert, so I know she just clarified some things in R15 versus R8. But I think there's still some general concerns there. I think, again, R8 is what currently is zoned for, so obviously there'll be so much we can only speak to there. The density and people are going to decrease to some extent if there's no moving forward with a 55+ community and a senior living home. So the people are coming, but I think there's a lot of things to consider with all the people that already happened and all the impacts it's going to have on traffic. I think what my fellow David and Fairborn neighbors said about of Waverton and the way that people will do I use Tree Farm or do I use this? Or then eventually now, do I use Levi? And again, we're already seeing that, right? The roads have been completed and people now can cut through Waverton. And I myself personally, if I'm driving, I'd rather continue to drive than stop at a red light, right? So there's multiple options to get into the neighborhoods, and that's only further extending. That's already there. But I think the amount of people we allow to be living there and in there, because once you have more people there, people spread out. You have more kids in this neighborhood, that's going to be more kids in the roadways. That's more kids going into Waverton. That's more kids around a hospital area, which could be very busy and could be, needing immediacy of traffic. So I think there's a lot of things to consider here, but I think there's a lot of people in Northwest Meridian. There's a lot of people around Pleasant View Elementary. And I think we just need to be very cautious about how many people we're going to allow in this. I also do want to say that I think Brighton has, and I'll just say this last thought is I appreciate that Brighton looks like they've come into tonight's meeting with thoughts and feedback that was already received from both the council and from the neighborhood. And I really appreciate that. So I'll end on that. Thank you.
Council, any questions? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, that's everybody that signed up, but I do know at least one other person wanted to speak.
You'll get an opportunity, don't worry.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you. 5111 West Oakford in Fairborn. Elizabeth Glencoe, sorry about that. I did sign in. Those children of his are my grandchildren. My concern actually has to do with Waverton, and it's something that hasn't been discussed per se the way I'm going to talk about it specifically. I'm not sure what the planning department, when there were recommendations for the size of Waverton, excuse me, I walk that property every single day, all around it. And I want to thank Brenton for putting in the sidewalks so I don't have to walk in the street. That's my path around there. It's 3 miles in and out and everything. I see the traffic already from the business that's back there, as all the homes that are back there already. Waverton is not very wide. It's not going to, I'm concerned that it was built at the time and maybe designed for the original proposal, which was kind of along the lines of a lot of these people may not be driving. Then secondly, we don't understand necessarily how all this commercial property is going to get built out. We know hospital, medical center, but all the rest of the retail and all like that, development plans are probably still in the works. Also right there on Black Cat and Chinden is a couple acre property for sale, commercial. There'll be businesses in there too. So similar to the number 2 agenda item, I guess. Here we are again, looking at something without having a full understanding of the whole picture. And specifically, I would ask the planning department to make sure that they remember the size of Waverton. And the amount of traffic that's going to be going on that way, even if it's to go out to Levi and turn at that light, which people won't do, we know that. That is not a very wide street at all. And if there is parking allowed on that, and I was a little confused as to whether that would be allowed or not, if there is parking allowed on that for either the businesses or for the residents in those duplex homes or whatever they are that are so stacked in there, very dense, that the street is just going to be a disaster. And the fire department's going to be out there all the time instead of doing what they need to do because they'll be picking people up off the street. So, any questions? And I'd be happy to come back and testify on the same thing again.
Thank you. Okay, if there's other people, please come forward.
Mayor and council people, thank you for having us tonight. Wow, I broke your thing. Name is Chase Taylor, 7,000 North Pollard Lane. I live just north of the proposed zoning change tonight. And I did have a ton of notes, and I was prepared last week, and then there was a continuance, and then it came tonight with the TNR. So I also expressed my sadness that we weren't able to do the whole thing tonight. But I did sit and watch the meetings from 2019. Not like super interesting stuff, not must-watch TV, but I did get a lot of context for this development, and want to echo what Kyle said earlier, where there was a lot of concessions made for neighbors. There was a lot of things promised, and here we are many years later, and I feel like a lot of that stuff just out the window. There was a proposed berm, or a promised berm on the north side of this property. It was going to also have a privacy fence on top. So not only was there going to be a transition with 77 homes with a berm kind of separating from that lower density properties to the north, where we have people with 1 acre all the way up to 5 acre lots. But now also they're bumping it up to 157, which leads into my next point. I have 6 kids. We have a kid in high school. We have little ones that go to elementary school. Our kids do go to Pleasant View, and that was kind of our first thought too. Like, so for our kids to get to the bus stop, they bus them across Chinden, but they have to get over to Fairborn. So it's about a mile walk for them. We'll say it's a mile uphill and back. So they ride their scooters along Waverton, and they get to the bus stop, they leave their scooters, and then they do the trip back. So my concern for my children is making it to the bus stop in the mornings when all this density that's going to be coming will be exiting and trying to get to work. I agree, Waverton is actually quite narrow when you start to consider all that's coming in. We're going to have kids going up sidewalks, people exiting that development. My prediction is Levi Lane's going to be gridlocked until the light changes, and Waverton's going to be gridlocked trying to get out on that light. And they're going to have people going through the neighborhoods. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. But I'll be coming back. Usually about this time I'm winding down watching a show, but I think this is important. So I appreciate your guys' time, and thanks.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Hi, my name is Leah Taylor. I live at 7,000 North Pollard in Meridian also. And I also wanted to say thank you for all of your service. I know it's a really important part of the democratic process, and not everyone always wants to do this job. So I appreciate everything that you guys do. I am also against a zoning change for this property. I know it's typical and expected for residents to resist change when a builder comes in to develop and to resist more people moving in. It's human nature to choose your place and then not want it to change. However, I do not want to be roped into that camp. I recognize that growth is inevitable. What we are resisting is a drastic change in the plan for this little community that will affect the property values of the homes that are currently there, overrun the roads and green space, and add to traffic issues in the area that already exists on Chinden. We aren't out here fighting for no growth or change. We're out here requesting that you stick with the original plans for this area, which is an R8 zoning. I listened to the thoughtfulness of the council men and women on the earlier agenda item and noticed how strongly you all value the planning ahead and big picture thinking that you have done in the past. And I'm sure, and I know that much thought and research and discussion went into those decisions in 2019 when the R8 zoning was originally approved. I urge you not to throw that discussion and opinion out the window. Do not allow Brighton to do what they have done in other areas, which is to make a drastic change in a way that is tactical, calculated, and can sometimes be unfair in regards to continuing the meeting, changing it, last minute changes that feels at the whim. It's like it feels to us as residents, or to me, that it's a game that they know how to play, but we are just trying to catch up and figure out what's going on and having to come multiple times. Last week, I had rescheduled an important meeting for tonight and arranged childcare. That meeting couldn't happen. I had to reschedule it again tonight, arrange more childcare. And I know that some of that is part of the process, but it also feels like a little bit calculated. They know that there's no way that this zoning request would have been approved in the past or at the very beginning stages of this project, and they know that they have a much higher chance if they are able to ask incrementally. My worry is that they will request the zoning change and then come back again in several months to make even more dense housing than the current proposed plan, because at that point you already approved it by changing the zoning. The commission voted against this change in a majority vote. As elected officials, I hope you will recognize their opinions and discussions and lean on their expertise and recommendation. And please cast your vote in the best interest of the community, which is against the zoning change. I know you're not casting a vote tonight, but that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay. Is there anybody else who'd like to provide? Come on up. If you can state your first name.
My name is Zeppelin Hitz. I live in 6669 North Elmstone Way, I think. So I'm against this, just like my dad. And so I don't know. My notes are kind of all over the place, but it's just this traffic will just be so annoying. Getting back to the bus, I have things that I need to do after school, and then more than likely I'm gonna be late for those and I'm gonna be kicked out. No, I'm kidding. And also it's just with all that construction, my sisters will probably not be able to sleep. I have a newborn sister, a toddler who, when she does not nap, becomes very scary. And it's also with all that construction, there will just be, no, actually scratch that. Also with all that traffic, just the air quality has not been very good lately, so it'll be even worse just in my neighborhood area because people will just be cutting through. And since people already take shortcuts, that's just gonna make it very congested. Yeah.
Awesome.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
questions for you.
Okay.
Exceptional testimony. How old are you?
11.
11? You in fifth grade? Fifth grade? You guys do social studies?
A little bit.
Bit. So tomorrow, you should go to your social studies teacher and say you should deserve some extra credit because you had to subject yourself to a city council meeting till 9 o'clock at night. And to your testimony, you got things to do. And you put up those things to come and testify for us. So I appreciate your testimony, sir. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for sticking with us tonight. I'm gonna put a candy dish that's up here. You can talk to your parents, and either for later on tonight or tomorrow, you can help yourself. We appreciate you being here tonight. Nice job.
And John, you may want to think about putting somebody on retainer for future testimony. Just saying. All right, so council, I think we're at the end of those who wish to testify, to my knowledge. Based upon where we are, the applicant, would they like to make any comments before council makes any directive statements on next steps?
Mr. Mayor, for the record again, John Wardle with Brighton. I guess I would want to know what direction you're going, because it sounds like, if we are being continued to a future date, so this can be renoticed or reprocessed. There would be that part of it. If we are doing a remand, there's that part of it too. There have been very good comments made. This is a change. We know that. We are here presenting that plan. I think we do need to be careful in terms of a last minute, that there was a last minute change here. Yeah, we had a conversation at 5 o'clock. So I first to acknowledge that yes, we had a conversation with staff on how to maintain an R8 zone against the boundary and then transition towards the commercial. And that seemed to be an approach. We're happy to have that conversation or evaluate that a little bit further down the road. There are also some things that were probably require a little bit more clarification, but yes, there were previous commitments made about landscaping and berming. One of those, and it was a 15-foot landscape easement on our side, 15 feet on the other side. Part of that was over the old school roadway as that went away. Alden Ridge came along and they planned a 30-foot landscape buffer. So there's still some details that need to be discussed there on transition from one project to the next and what we have here to there, and that's obviously can be discussed in the future. There are probably a number of other things that could be discussed. It feels like we are going to have a follow-up conversation at some point. And so I think I would just leave my comments to that, and we can provide additional context as a public hearing is reopened down the road. I do want to make just one note on Waverton. Waverton is a collector from Levi Lane to the east over to Fairborn. We did match the right-of-way width of Waverton of what was built through Fairborn. That was done in concert with ACHD. We actually designed Levi Lane. Levi Lane was only going to be a collector. So 3 lanes was all the requirement was. We actually proposed a 5-lane road with additional turning movements at 2026 in Chinden. And so we made that wider than it needed to be because we were anticipating there would be traffic, not just Pollard traffic. There'd be traffic to the north. There would be traffic from the east, from Fairborn. We get it. We know that those things are going to happen and people do take the fastest route, but we did design Waverton, and Waverton was modeled after ACHG's plan for a collector that would parallel 2026. So. Just
Council, any questions for the applicant or comments or direction that you'd like to provide and get any immediate feedback?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, I appreciate you asking the question. For council, just for your benefit, I think once this process is concluded, I intend to make a motion to send this back to the Planning and Zoning Commission for a couple reasons. I think one, they recommended denial, seen what I would view as a substantial change from what they have seen in terms of the zoning. And we value our Planning and Zoning Commission's feedback. I also think that from a government, transparency in government isn't just a bumper sticker, right? It's something we really try and do here in our community. And so I think to allow for this process to play out in a very transparent and straightforward, but maybe less efficient to some of our residents, I think it is the right approach. So at least that is my intention after we've conclude any comments is that I would close the public hearing, that I'd make a motion to continue, or excuse me, not to continue, but to remand it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Does the applicant have any questions or comments to feed back to that point?
Mr. Mayor, Council Member, Council President Kavanagh, apologize for that. No. I mean, the reality is that this is a process. And the process is that when you, as an applicant, bring in a preliminary plat and a rezone, that is regardless of the determination, Planning and Zoning Commission, it comes to council. And I guess what I want to just restate on the record was, we heard what the Planning and Zoning Commission said. We heard what the neighbor said. There was this, hey, comply with a density related to an R8 zone. When you look at the future land use map, it is a 3-8. And so we did make some tweaks, we made some adjustments, we listened to that. But as it relates to this process, we were going to land here regardless. If it is the council's wish for us to go back to Planning and Zoning Commission, we can do that. That's fine.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I'm going to support that motion too, and I think for a couple of reasons, not to duplicate too many statements that were made, but there was nothing untoward, I think, with the applicant's changes. I think this was their effort to respond to the feedback and taking the advice from staff on how to figure out how to get there. So I don't think there was anything intentional or calculated with that. This is common as they try to work through some of the challenges. We as council sometimes ask for those changes to be made, and sometimes there's a continuance to go and work out some of the kinks. But I was a little surprised myself to come in and see the rezoning changes that were suggested as being new to me. And so that was probably one of the bigger changes or new things, even though I know that's not a surprise. So I do think I agree with Councilman Kavner's suggestions about sometimes the processes are a little cumbersome and long, but I think the due diligence and the transparency and good faith effort to do it the right way is a worthy goal. So I'm going to support that motion tonight.
Mayor,
Councilman Kavner.
I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion second, to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Yes, how the public hearing is closed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we remand application H-2024-0037 to the Planning and Zoning Commission based on zoning changes and what I deem are a substantial change to the application that was previously presented.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to remand this item to planning and zoning. Is there discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor, real quick, maybe just a couple more comments if I may.
Councilman Kavner.
I want to appreciate the neighbors for coming out. I know this process can be clunky and cumbersome. I think it's important to know, all of us that are up here have sat in those chairs at one point or another. And so, part of our job, you hire us so that you don't necessarily have to sit here each week. I appreciate your comments. You got better things to do, shows to watch. So we appreciate you support us. To Councilmember Taylor's point, sometimes a continuance request, even those that come in at last minute, are a sign that the applicant is responding to the feedback from the neighbors, and we ultimately land with a better project. So, well, yes, cumbersome, we're always trying to work to compromise and find what's best for our community. So we appreciate you sticking with us tonight. It's not always our intent to make you feel like you're going through the motions, then you have to come back. I can appreciate it because I've sat there to feel like, oh, the applicant's trying to move the ball to maybe wear me out. That rarely happens, but it does. I get the sense sometimes that does happen with applicants, and that's part of our job is to sniff that out and hold them accountable. And that's not the case, I think, here tonight, but just rest assured when those rare occasions do have, this council's been pretty quick to sniff that out and hold those folks accountable. So appreciate you being with us tonight. Mr. Mayor, unless there's any other comments, I'm happy to call for the question.
Question's been called. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And Mr. Nair, we don't need a roll call vote, or do you want one?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. Then we will do that. Council, do we need a break before we get to the next one?
Mr. Mayor, just maybe a couple, I know I'm talking a lot tonight, I apologize, but maybe some comments for our next application in lieu of a break. And for those that are sticking around for our other application, if there's anybody that is, we try to end our meetings around 10 o'clock-ish. It looks like everybody here's for the other one, so it may not be as impactful, but if you are here for the next application, we'll take public testimony, but it's possible we may not render a decision tonight.
I think everybody's leaving but the applicant.
Okay, well, that makes it a little bit easier.
So,
Thank you all.
We'll take a short break. As soon as I get the council back in the seat, we'll kick them up again. That tells me you're ready to go.
Thanks.
So we're in recess for now. All right. I know we all want to stay here all night. Are we recording? Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to item 4, public hearing for Apex Zenith H 2024-0052. We will open the public hearing with staff comments.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, next item on the agenda is the annexation, rezone, development agreement, a modification for Apex Zenith. The applicant requests to rezone 71.7 acres from R4 to CG, annex 77.71 acres with the CG and R15 zoning districts, and a development agreement modification to develop the subject property with a mixed-use development consisting of approximately 446,000 square feet of commercial, 100,000 square feet of office/employment and residential uses. The total site consists of 149.41 acres of land, generally located at the southeast corner of Meridian Road and Lake Hazel. As shown on the screen, the current zoning is R4 and RUT in Ada County, and the flume designation is mixed-use regional and medium to high-density residential. There's the annexation exhibits for the eastern portion of the site. And there's the rezones exhibit for the western portion of the site. The two parcels fronting South Meridian Road were annexed in 2015 with the South Meridian annexation. These properties were given the placeholder zoning of R4 until future development. Due to these properties being in the mixed-use regional flume designation, the request for a rezone to CG is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The applicant has submitted a high-level concept plan for the entire development. Phase 1 focuses on commercial retail and medical office/employment uses, while Phase 2 includes commercial and residential components. The concept plan proposes to float the mixed-use regional designation into the medium-high density area along East Lake Hazel Road frontage, covering approximately 19 acres. However, the concept plan lacks sufficient detail and does not demonstrate with essential mixed-use development elements. Staff has expressed concerns with this approach may result in critical mixed-use components being overlooked. To address these concerns, staff has outlined a path forward by incorporating provisions in the development agreement by requiring these comp plan elements during Phase 2. While staff is open to deferring key mixed-use elements, a comprehensive master concept plan for the entire development is essential. This plan ensures the alignment with the comprehensive plan and supports the justification for floating the mixed-use regional designation along East Lake Hazel Road. The applicant has acknowledged the importance of these elements, but intends to provide detailed plans during Phase 2 through a future development agreement modification. The Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council shall determine if deferring these key elements is appropriate at this time. Key elements requiring consideration include plazas connecting commercial and residential uses, active and shared open spaces, a mix of at least 3 distinct land uses, 8-foot parkways with on-street parking and bulb outs, functional integration of uses, purposeful open space design, and design integration. The applicant is also requesting the approval to obtain 3 building permits during Phase 1, which includes floating the proposed CG zoning along East Lake Hazel Road for employment uses. Additionally, they plan to reconfigure the property through a future property boundary adjustment application. This adjustment would allow them to construct on the identified parcels before the remaining property is subdivided as part of Phase 2. For mixed-use developments, at least 40% of buildable frontage must be occupied by building facades or public space per the UDC. The current concept plan shows no building frontage along Meridian Road. To satisfy the 40% requirement for Phase 1, the applicant should relocate the building on the Meridian Road frontage. Staff recommends sliding this building to the west portion of the site along Meridian Road. However, after discussing with the applicant, they would like to defer the 40% building frontage to Phase 2 with the remainder of the entitlements. And staff has talked with the applicant on this plan and is something that we are comfortable moving forward with Phase 2. Qualified open space and amenities will be determined with the future development agreement modification for Phase 2. The landscaping will be evaluated with the submittal of the certificate of zoning compliance. However, staff is recommending the landscape buffers be included with Phase 1 of the development. However, during the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, the commission approved the applicant's change to the staff recommendation as shown on the screen. So that would be the first condition. That would be H2. To install, we had it as install the entirety of the landscape buffers along all the street frontages. And instead, they want it to read install landscape buffers as shown in the exhibit. And this is the exhibit. It shows a phased landscape plan, really where in the green and orange will essentially be done with phase one. It just at different times, one will be done before the CZC component. In the green, that will be done right away, essentially. The orange will be done with the CZC, and then the blue is, a buffer that will be in place with the future final plat for phase two. So essentially, the green and orange will be phase one, and blue will be phase two. Access is proposed for 5 different access points across the development. 3 of these access points are off of Meridian Road, and 2 of them are off of East Lake Hazel Road. The 3 access points off Meridian Road include the half-mile collector, which is shown here at the bottom as Aristocrat Drive, the quarter-mile collector as Spire Street, and the 1/8 mile street, or I apologize, it's not a quarter-mile collector, it's quarter-mile street as Spire Street, and an 1/8 mile street as a private drive aisle. Staff is supportive of the half-mile access, but is not in support of the 2 additional right-in, right-out access points as it does not meet the UDC standards. However, ITD has approved all 3 access points, with the quarter-mile being full access and the other 2 being restricted as right-in, right-out. With ITD's approval, the City Council may grant access waivers. Additionally, the applicant has been coordinating with ITD on a STARS agreement to address transportation improvements along State Highway 69 and accesses along its frontage. Staff is supportive of this approach and is recommending the applicant enter into a STARS agreement with ITD prior to commencing the development of phase 2. The applicant has also entered into entered into and completed a cooperative development agreement with ACHD to fully build out Lake Hazel to 5 lanes. With the construction in 2024, both the quarter-mile collector, Prevail, and the 1/8 mile right-in, right-out driveway to Lake Hazel were designed, approved, and constructed. The applicant is seeking council waiver for the additional access point to East Lake Hazel Road, which will be the 1/8 mile road, as shown here on the screen and with this red circle on it. Staff does not support this right-in, right-in out access to Lake Hazel as it does not meet the UDC standards. On the screen are the DA provisions that accompany a lot of those comprehensive plan elements that are not present at this time. And I can go back to any of them. There's quite a bit if you guys would like to see more of them. Staff is recommending approval, and so is commission on this. And we have received written testimony from members of the community since the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. We received comments from Star Jordan, Sharon and Gerald Carlson, George Huttenhow, and Amy Packer. All the citizens have concerns about traffic, congestion, noise, and safety in the area, more specifically about turning on and off State Highway 69 and the ability to be able to walk along these roads. I actually had several lengthy conversations with members of the community that submitted their testimonies. They called me to make sure that they were received, and I had some significant conversations with them. From talking with them, I really found that the key concerns that they have are deceleration and acceleration lanes off of State Highway 69. Many of them actually live on Lake Hazel to the west of Lake Hazel that provided comments. So the area of Lake Hazel that's not been improved, and they have to make a right-hand turn off of State Highway 69 onto Lake Hazel. And they say it's very dangerous right now. And I did mention that, that Brighton was potentially willing to work with ITD on a STARS agreement, and these are potentially some of the improvements that could be included with that. That's just some backstory I wanted to give you guys with my conversation with some of the community. And I'll stand for questions at this time.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
appreciate you presenting. Can you go back to maybe one of the site plans that shows the right-in, right-outs? We've got some private drives and then the Spire Street that's right in, right out. Nick, if I heard you correctly, you don't support either the right-in, right-outs on the private drive as well as the one on Spire Street, is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, members of Council President Kavanagh, you are correct. As far as the UDC talks to restricting accesses to arterial roadways and more specifically state highways, as far as these access points at the signals, staff feels that those are adequate. However, we did receive a memo from ITD. We haven't gotten their full staff report at this time. I've been in contact with Kendra quite a bit on that at ITD. They did provide me a memo saying that they did approve the 3 access points, which then since they were granted approval through ITD, you guys can issue a council waiver if you choose.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Cavan.
Sticking with the private drives, can you fill me, where are some spots in Meridian that we use private drives into commercial? Here's, again, not the smartest person up here for sure, but when I think of a regional commercial use, it's going to generate a lot of traffic. Accessing off of private drives that have smaller dimensional standards than traditional streets and roads, that causes me a little bit of pause and concern. Help me kind of understand how staff looked at that. Am I being over dramatic about this? Is this something that we should be worried about? Just give me some flavor about how you as a planner looked at that and any concerns that it may have caused.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Council President Kavanagh, that's a great question. As far as when looking at this, specifically in the UDC and off of State Highway 69, we've told the applicant from the start that we wouldn't be able to support these 2 accesses off of Spire and the private drive aisle. They still will need to meet the dimensional standards, even though it is a private drive aisle, it would still need to meet, the roadway standards per ACHD and the city for depending on if they have on-street parking. And those are some of the elements that we haven't seen at this time. How those are going to be designed as far as, are they going to have on-street parking? Are they going to have bulb outs? Those type of things. And I know that Brighton is committed to doing some of those things. They have relayed that to staff. But that is part of the reason that we are not in support of these access points, is our concern that essentially we don't want Meridian Road to turn into Eagle Road with all of the access points. I think that is ultimately what we are looking at. In my staff report, I did mention that the intersection of Meridian Road and Lake Hazel is going to be similar to the intersection of Fairview and Eagle, in the future as far as full build out. East Lake Hazel is going to be a pretty big mobility corridor in South Meridian in the future, and honestly for the whole Treasure Valley. I kind of look at it as almost like the future Chinden of South Treasure Valley. So if that answers your question, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, members of the council, if I could just add a little bit finer point onto Nick's commentary to you. So you're correct. The village is an example. I know there's the first right-in off of Eagle Road. They have that boulevard on the bulb outs and the parallel parking. That's the type of flavor we're going to see in this particular development. So even though Nick says that's a private drive aisle, it's really a commercial drive aisle. But what reinforces how it's going to be designed is the pedestrian plan that you see on the screen. So you can see here the applicant intends to build it as if it would be a street. Have the sidewalks, it will provide that pedestrian connectivity like it's envisioned in the mixed use areas, but it will not be dedicated as public right of way. That's really the difference here.
Yeah, and I was going to follow up. I believe that the access into a very similar type development, a 10-mile off of Chinden, is a private drive aisle right there next to so I think that they are actually currently in use on state facilities at the same location in other exact developments of this type in Meridian. Whether you like them or not, different story, but I don't think it's not being applied or utilized on state highway facilities. Sorry, additional questions for staff who I didn't know if others were going there. Okay, then would the applicant like to come forward?
Mayor and council, good evening. I guess I could say Happy New Year again. John Wardle, 2929 West Navigator Drive, Meridian, Idaho, 83642, representing Brighton. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about what we're referring to as Apex Zenith. And let me I just have a few things here to show you and follow up on what staff has presented. I also want to recognize, I should have done it earlier, but Eli and Amanda McNutt are here with as part of the Brighton team and have been intimately involved in both of the projects that have been in front of you tonight. So appreciate their efforts as well.
John, I don't want to disturb you, but I think you lost one of them.
Oh, good. She, Eli, she has a high school student living with her, so they needed to get home. That's good. Let me move forward here. So Apex Zenith is approximately 150 acres at the intersection of Lake Hazel and Meridian Road. I know you have seen this area specifically with other applications that have come through, but the area that is kind of bounded here in yellow is what we are referencing tonight. In context with the overall Pinnacle project, and when we say Apex and Pinnacle, it's the same thing. It is a county surveyor issue that we can't use the Pinnacle name on our plats, so a lot of them have Apex. But Apex and Pinnacle are the same. This is the corner, like I said, at Lake Hazel and Meridian Road, or Highway 69. And this is viewed as a regional mixed-use area within the city. This also highlights some of the other projects which have either been approved or are in process with the city: Northwest, Southeast, Vertex, Far West, Phenomenal, and we have another project which would be Cadence, which is coming forward. I do think it's important to note that this particular roadway section of Lake Hazel from Meridian Road almost all the way to Eagle Road has been improved by us through this process. Those have been done in conjunction with ACHD through cooperative development agreements where we have funded the improvements and we do receive reimbursement from impact fees that are collected. But we're talking close to $8 or $9 million worth of roadway infrastructure that has been built out here. Typical in the valley is that we build developments and we don't build the roads adjacent to them to their ultimate capacity. This is different. We've been fortunate to be able to do this. So this highlights, the first one we did was Lake Hazel and Locust Grove. The second one was from basically Bloomerang through the frontage of the city park, Discovery, all the way over to where the fire station is. Like I said, close to, but not quite, to Eagle Road. And then the third one we just completed was 3/4 of a mile from Apex Avenue all the way up to Meridian Road. Lake Hazel was built as a 5-lane road with a dual-lane roundabout at Locust Grove. And the parts that are just directly adjacent to our property, we also have created deceleration opportunities, and there's turn lanes and that type of thing. You can kind of see here at the bottom of the picture here, it kind of gets lost here, but that is affected, that picture is as of November of 24, and this is showing all the improvements that have occurred between Locust Grove and Meridian Road, which directly is adjacent to this. A couple of the things that have happened out here, which are unique, is Gem Prep School opened up in 22, about the time that our first residents moved in. The Meridian Library opened up as well. And so we have made an investment to the community for both infrastructure, services, and transportation. And so I just wanted to highlight those for you. Specifically, the site on the future land use map is designated as mixed use regional, which is the brown, and then medium high density, which is kind of the orangish with the marks on them. We're not proposing any changes to the future land use map. The west half of Apex Zenith was brought into the city in 2016 into a holding pattern. The history there is the city was making an effort to expand sewer. In exchange for that, properties needed to be brought into the city. And so we were part of that in 2016 when that first began. The properties were all brought in as a holding zone, knowing that wouldn't necessarily, it doesn't lock in a preliminary plat, but it brought it into the city and that future applications would be viewed in context of the comprehensive plan. So before you tonight, just to give you a high level, and then I'll get into some details here. We are requesting a rezone of the R4 and an annexation of the area that's shown here in white. So the yellow part is what's in the city, the white part is not. Approve a new development agreement that would supersede the one that was done in 2016 for the entire 150 acres. And also approve the access points to Meridian Road and to Lake Hazel under waivers by the city council. We'll be in the process of doing some property boundary adjustments on the property. That will happen after these applications are reviewed and approved by the city. As Nick presented to you, we did provide context of what this area will and could be developed as. The reason that that's important is we've also built a transportation study that is in process being reviewed with both ITD and ACHD that encompasses these uses, encompasses what the future demands would be, encompasses what the improvements need to be on the adjoining roads. And so maybe one of the unique things here is we've been in conversation with the city or with ACHD and ITD for quite a long time to ensure that we are meeting the intent of the transportation plan. So we are looking at regional commercial in the CG, which would be a mix of retail, office, medical. Down below, there's opportunities for more retail and perhaps some multifamily. And then in the tannish color, medium to high density, which would vary between 8 to 15 units per acre overall. We are noting here as well that Prevail, which is the north-south road, which is the quarter mile east of Meridian Road, would be public, as well as Spire, as well as Aristocrat. Aristocrat is the half mile, Spire is the quarter mile, and Prevail is a quarter mile off of Lake Hazel, and these all have been reviewed with both ACHD and ITD respectively. So like I said, we are rezoning the R4 to CG with as well as the frontage on Lake Hazel over to and including the Rawson lateral. The Rawson actually takes in quite a bit of our property. And so while it is a full like 19 acres rezone, the net effective or usable area is probably more in the range of 15, but we're rezoning all of that. And the balance of it would be R15. And this kind of demonstrates what the zoning map would look like if approved by the council. So we have a two-step process here, like Nick, staff had mentioned. The first step would conclude with 2 regional commercial and medical office sites being approved with the adjacent roadways. The second step would be detailed planning and plotting for the rest of the property that we would bring back to council under a future process and development agreement modification, which would be very similar what we did in terms of presenting to you with 10 Mile and some of those aspects. And I'll show you here in just a minute what that means. Currently, the Prevail intersection is complete, as well as all the conduit for future signal there. The right-in, right-out location is also approved off of Lake Hazel. You'll notice that both of those have deceleration coming into it. So the traffic is not being stuck in the 2-lane through lanes, but there are decelerations coming into these. These sites were approved and built with ACHG's approval, anticipating this. And this was part of the CDA. You can also see that there was quite a bit of work on island configuration for property owners to the north so that they would have access in some configuration, as well as a property that you looked at as well. We built the culvert and the access up to, I think it's called Sky Ranch. That was part of the CDA project as well. This shows you what we are planning to do with this project. When we say step 1, step 2, these improvements are within step 1, but we are breaking that up into 2 parts. So phase A or 1A would be the public access coming off of Lake Hazel and the internal drive aisles. And staff was correct. We were actually building those as if they were public roads with detached sidewalks on both sides, sufficient movement to get cars in and out. So we would build immediately upon approval these blue and green. And the reason for that is we have been in discussions with a user that would like to move forward. And these two access points, including the underlying utility work, allows them to move forward in the process. The rest of it, the orange, we would have complete prior to any certificate of occupancy. So we kind of need to split up some of these improvements. Part of that is we're building here another mile of roadway here, and we need to get utilities signed off so a building permit process could begin. And that's what's represented in the blue and green. And the rest of that would be done as it relates to the rest of it, and we would have that completed prior to that regional user opening. We do concur with the staff site-specific conditions with the modifications recommended by the commission. One of this was the install the buffers as on the exhibit, and I can bring that up if you're interested. We really are going to complete most of it, but there's a little bit of work related to Meridian Road between Spire and Aristocrat that really needs to wait until that site is developing. And the other one is just a simple modification of the second one, which would be to look at traffic calming, which could include such as street parking and bulb outs. The request we made on that was just simply to allow us to work with ACHD to determine what the appropriate things should be with on-street parking and bulb outs. We agree with that, but we just need a little bit of kind of deference to ACHD. So with the first step, we are asking council approval of the rezone of the 71.7 acres to CG, an annexation of the east property to include both CG and R15, a new development agreement for this entire area that would lock in what these uses are, including the recommendations by staff, which give you the step 1, step 2, and approval of the Meridian Road and Lake Hazel access points. Like I mentioned, we'll be in process of a parcel boundary adjustment that would come back to staff for their review and approval. And with that, I stand for any questions you have regarding Apex Zenith.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schrader.
Sure, I have lots of questions. I also just think, normally we don't go past 10 p.m. I'm not sure we're gonna get through this one completely tonight. And I also would just encourage us to take our time because a development of this size, I think, deserves a proper discussion. I did have a few questions. Maybe just starting with, do you have an update on the timing of the ITD staff report? And yeah, maybe we just kind of start there.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, we have been working with ITD, feels like a year and a half.
Okay.
We have meetings with ITD every other week to go over this. And they have been, ITD, and I will mention ACHD as well, have been very responsive to the process. And as you can imagine, it's iterative. The TIS is over 1,400 pages.
Wow.
So not all of that would be things that we would want to read, but just the nature of it. And so, yes, we've submitted it. We are talking about it. ITD has made, based on what they have and their comments, especially as it relates to the connections to Meridian Road, they've said these things work and they actually do need to work. Otherwise, we end up overloading Lake Hazel, which we don't want to do. Prevail is acting, if you wanted to look at another similar project, we are not of that size and scale, but it is regional in nature, the Village. The Village has records, which is acting as a backage road. That's Prevail. We have Aristocrat, which is similar to River Valley, which is the half-mile point. And then you have other roads or connections that work to make that site work. This is the same two agencies we're dealing with, which is ITD and ACHD. And so they have reviewed this in context. I put that out there is that because we are communicating and talking with them so frequently, They've made additional requests on some information. There's been, something that has been designed that doesn't show here, but looking at doing some sort of roundabout at this connection point here to work on some traffic circulation. So my expectation is that the report is forthcoming, or I would say their acceptance of it is, but the key points related to the overall size of the project, what we're proposing here, they're intimately involved in those details. And we are making the pieces that you see in front of you here are consistent with what they are telling us will be needed for the project. Like we had mentioned, we have, one of the other things is not just coordination on how we connect to Highway 69, Meridian Road, but there are other things to be considered. And so as staff mentioned, we have been in conversations with ITD on a STARS agreement here that would not only address things here, but also in some expanded areas. There are some, what's the right word? Bumpers, guardrails with a STARS agreement. Part of that is, how and when you enter into it. And because we've had discussions, we're all on the same page, but there's also, how do you phase improvements? What is the timing of improvement? So we want to make sure that we are addressing what is needed for that type of use, which also includes, the comment was made by staff of some deceleration lanes, and those are already anticipated on Meridian Road. Those are into the design. We actually are designing Meridian Road right now on our section of Meridian Road between Lake Hazel and Columbia, but specifically down to Aristocrat. We're already designing it for a 7-lane road. We would build it to a 7-lane road. Now that gets striped off until there's receiving pieces on each end. And part of that is some of those things we can address within that agreement. But we are anticipating what the final full build out will be of State Highway 69 and making those improvements to our project at the very beginning.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, so curious how the timing would work with us as decision makers. At what point do you expect your STARS agreement to be ironed out? And let's just start there.
Since we have been in this process with them for over a year, there's also discussions that they are looking at, because there's projects in process already that have or will have to commit to certain improvements. Or ACHD has improvements that are part of their 5-year integrated work plan, which they have already funded. And so we're trying to find that place in between. And so that's part of the conversations of what improvements could be made within the guardrails of the STARS agreement. Our hope would be that the STARS agreement would be executed, assuming we can find the projects that make sense within this project and for them and for ACHD within the next 6 months. Regardless, the improvements that we are making to this project are beneficial from day one. And we've also put in, and staff has noted in here, that before we come to you with anything else, is that requirements in place before we come back for phase 2. And so I just make that note to you that there is more work to be done, but there is a chicken and egg here. And we are telling you, we're committing to these improvements that you're seeing here. We do not intend to do what is directly adjacent to us as piecemeal and let somebody else deal with it. There are just other elements of the STARS agreement because you only get to do one per project. And so we need to get all of those components together. And that's why that's just taking more time.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just, because I think a lot of the concerns around Meridian Road are definitely going to be having the decel lane, having everything kind of ironed out. So I guess just so I understand, your request is for the council to go ahead and approve the first step, but the STARS agreement really wouldn't be in place yet. So I just need to think through that. There's a lot of moving parts there.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just highlight the one point there with Councilman Strader. We are, in addition to the road width that would be needed for the through lanes, we are adding the deceleration lanes on our frontages.
Okay.
So there'd be a deceleration coming up to Lake Hazel. There'd be a deceleration lane coming up to this right in, right out. There's a deceleration lane coming up to Spire Street. There's a deceleration, a little bit of deceleration coming up to Aristocrat. So we're not just trying to do a little Band-Aid on it. We want those improvements complete as it relates to this project. And that's what we're showing you here as part of the step one, while some of those other elements, which are not directly adjacent to us, which we can't completely control, but we will be able to continue that dialogue with ITD.
So all of the deceleration work along Meridian Road would occur with your first phase. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, directly adjacent to us, yes.
Right, okay.
We do have a little bit extra work that needs to occur at the intersection of Lake Hazel and Meridian Road. We just rebuilt that intersection. We actually built it so it fits the ultimate capacity. There'll be a little bit of changes with pedestrian ramps and things like that. What we don't control is that other corner where there was a comment about some deceleration, but we're hoping that within existing right-of-way that could be accommodated. There's additional width that can be there. There's just some ultimate build out on that side may require that developer to participate either from a donation or dedication of right-of-way or bring a project forward. But we're intimately in the details on this and committing to improving directly adjacent to this project.
Okay. All right, I have a few more, but I'll hold off. There may be other council members asking the same questions. Thank you.
Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
President Wardle.
Hmm.
This is a big project, really, very large project. I was thinking a little bit about, 20 years from now, if you live in South Ada County, this is almost kind of a gateway entrance into Meridian. And so I am going to need some time to really kind of process this big of a project. I just want to kind of be upfront with you. But one of the things that would help me is if there was kind of for lack of a better word, again, that comprehensive master plan that kind of outlines kind of the overall goal. I know you've provided something that's high level. Staff was looking for something more comprehensive. Help me understand where's that disconnect coming from? What's prohibiting you? And part of that is, Mr. Wardle, is there's going to be a lot of different uses. And right when I look at the multifamily portion, understanding phasing and timing, right? Because while some of the schools that would support this development today are over capacity, that may not be the case 6 years from now. But we're granting some entitlements today, and I want to have some good assurances of a phasing plan probably built into the DA that guides where we're headed. So I know that's a lot to throw at you late at night, but help me kind of get caught up to where you are, where maybe you didn't think that was quite needed for this type of a project.
Mr. Mayor, Council President Kavanagh, great questions. We really started with the building blocks of what does the long-range infrastructure need to be? And not make that an afterthought. And so we really started with what's the right way for us to plan for transportation, as well as the connectivity pieces, which are super important as well. But high level, let's start with transportation. And so that's what really we looked at here. We are asking for some leeway in terms of starting and then bringing back to you the full plan. When I said earlier that this is very similar to 10 Mile. The reason I say it's very similar to 10 Mile is, if you recall, we came back to the city after entitlements were well in way and provided a full set of design guidelines. And this only represents 4 pages of an 80-page document that we intend to do here as well. So we are asking for an opportunity to start, but with the commitment that what you see outside of red here, that's on hold until we bring you the details. We have a fairly significant investment to make. And I think we have demonstrated that our investments are forward-thinking. If you look at Lake Hazel as a whole, ACHG's commitment is just extend or expand the ride of your asphalt a little bit, and we'll figure it out sometime else. We didn't want to do that here. And so we're committing to some roadways already right off the bat. But we are asking for that consideration, and for that consideration, putting that into development agreement, that beyond phase 1, we need to have that overall plan. We're not far off with what staff is asking for. I will tell you that we do want to have a master plan that is malleable. And the reason I say that is, if the master plan is so rigid with building types, road layouts that are in these super blocks, it always has to come back for a development agreement modification. And I think because we are going to be coming back to you for a development agreement modification, we can give you a lot of the information on those other properties. And we're not asking for those approvals today from a plating or entitlement. Well, from a zoning perspective, yes, but they would still have to come back for preliminary plats. And I would expect that there probably would be some additional modifications to development, which would include the overall design guidelines for this project.
Mayor, maybe just one.
Councilor McCaver.
Well, I'm gonna be selfish a little bit for a minute. If the council were to take some action tonight, the likely user for this product will be reported tomorrow, and people in South Meridian that I represent in District 6 are gonna call and ask me, what's the plan? I don't think that I can convey to them what the long-range plan is for this outside of the entitlements that we've given. So it's hard for me on a project that is this large in scope and use and is going to be wickedly successful. I had to educate my wife multiple times about ex parte communication because she reads in the newspaper what the use is. She wants to talk to me about it. There's lots of excitement for this, and I share that. I just am very reluctant to be supportive, recognizing your organization's reputation and not concerned that you aren't going to do the things that you say. It is that this is a project that is large in terms of its user and its impact in South Meridian. And I really feel that I'm going to need some greater detail in terms of planning and timing before I can get over that hurdle to be supportive in terms of an action tonight. Conceptually, yeah, I'm there. But in terms of granting an entitlement and a use, I need to see more. I need to see how these mix of uses are going to interact and support each other. I'm going to need to understand when each piece is proposed to come online. You've given us a great mile marker for the large user, and that's exciting. But I look at a little bit of a similar type of project right at 10 Mile and Shinden, where there were things that, man, if we had all of that before us at the start, we probably would have moved some things around. So it's better for our community in terms of our residents as well as those that are visiting. So it's feedback, and it's also, I recognize it is late, and I do tend to get a little rummy after 9. And so I apologize for my ramblings, but I'm also trying to convey that I am supportive conceptually, but I don't quite think that I'm there to be supportive in terms of an action this evening.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Saylor.
Just have one question, and I'm going to contextualize it a little bit with a comment that was made. We're sensitive to creating another Eagle Road here. I can see, I think, you'll be very successful. You guys have done a lot of good things. I could see Meridian Road from the I-84 down here becoming, there's going to be a lot more traffic, a lot more demand. We obviously see what's going on in CUNA and their tremendous growth. We could very well have another Eagle Road scenario. So I know I need to personally start to look at the whole stretch of Meridian Road and kind of the plans. I'd like to see what ITD, some of their comments or plans. So could you do two things? Speak to, if you have it in the traffic impact study, does it kind of evaluate that stretch from I-84 to your property at all in terms of that? And does it kind of consider, the future land uses that have already been approved and kind of the future land use that we have? And then also, how do I feel better knowing that some of these access points along here don't just look again like kind of Meridian Road with all these access points? Just if you could make a few comments to that.
You bet. Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Taylor, great questions. When we started the process with ACHD and ITD, we put together a scoping memo. The scoping memo looks at intersections of interest. We went as far north as Overland. We went as far south as Deer Flat. We went all the way over to 10 Mile, and we went all the way over to Cloverdale. So those were all modeled in the exhibit. There were some considerations made, for example, on Overland and Meridian Road. That is it's an interesting study area, and ITD and ACG said that's ours. Look at the other ones. And so you start looking at thresholds. So that was where we started. The transportation study was really broken into 4 parts. What exists today with the approvals that already are there today? Step 2 was, what are those plus our phase 1, which is I'm directionally challenged tonight. That phase 1 is what's in red. Then they run out to 2035. They have in their model all of the transportation projects that they anticipate that will happen. That's called background, which also includes our phase 1. And then they look at the rest of our project on top of that. And so there are improvements with the background plus our first phase that we're anticipating dealing with this first phase. It would be making sure that Lake Hazel is a minimum 5-lane intersection with the turn lanes, which we have. We've already done that. There's some stuff that needs to be happening on the other side. Make sure that we're building out to a 7-lane road in this section. So those things are all modeled into there. And then they start looking at some of the other things that will happen long-term. So there's some other projects that are potential. But in reality, I think that the long-range improvements that we'll be able to affect is what falls between Columbia and Amity. And in making sure that that section of 1.5 to 2 miles of road can function as best as possible. There's still this negotiation. We need to look at that. ITD, there might be some right-of-way that needs to be acquired, and because it would be a STARS agreement, that would be them. But we would be the ones that would work through the ultimate improvements on this type of project. So when I say the first step here, this part that's in red, that's modeled into what the improvements we're showing you with the background as it exists today and projects that they're already seeing, as well as what our first phase would be. I do know, sorry, you're gonna have a follow-up. ITD continues to refine their improvements on State Highway 69. The company has changed, but previously it was called 6 Mile, is their consultant doing all of the design work from, it's really south of Overland Road. Somewhere between Overland and Victory is what they're really looking at, all the way to Cuna. So they've mapped that out, and they are looking at a 6 to 7 lane road through here. And they're also saying that likely where signals would happen would be at the half mile. And where there are commercial uses, things like we're showing here, the 1/4 mile or the 1/8 mile connections are needed. Otherwise, the surrounding roads, in this case, Lake Hazel or the other arterials, become so overwhelmed that those systems fail. Let's get people in, but then get them out a different way without pushing everybody back to Lake Hazel. So that's all within what we're already modeling with ITD.
And Mr. Mayor, just one quick follow-up.
Yes, ma'am.
All this wonderful stuff in this 1,400-page TIS that we will eventually have at some point to review?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
couple quick ones. There's obviously some tiny little county parcel here. I'm worried about it. Feels like a big city greens situation. I don't know if your kids ever watched that cartoon, but where there's like a little farm and it's surrounded by skyscrapers. Just curious, real quick, what's going on with that? That was a quick question.
Mr. Mayor, the parcel that Councilmember Strader is referring to is this little white parcel right there. That's the Davises. And we have met with the Davises. They actually came to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. We've had a lot of conversations with them. Trying to see if I've got a good aerial here. I probably do not. Just stick on that one. They currently have, if you can see my cursor here, but they currently have a private drive that comes across our property and comes in about right here, just south of what Spire would be. Our conversations with them is we would give them direct access. We would build them a new access coming down to Aristocrat so that we would remove an uncontrolled intersection on Meridian Road and move it up to Spire, but then give them full access here at this road. They are not, I won't speak for them, but they want to just stay there. And so as we come through with our future plans, which we're not proposing anything other than making the connection for them, if they are residential use and we are commercial around them, we do need to consider the buffering for them. And we've already committed to that. So as well as, giving them a path by which they could come into the city in the future and have access to the utilities that would be at their back door, literally. So we made the commitment to them. I made it on the public record, and we'll continue to meet with them and commit to that we will buffer them if they remain and make sure that their access gets them down to Aristocrat in a very safe, a meaningful way. That access likely becomes an internal drive aisle for us as well, north to south between those two. As you know, that you front commercial out onto the Meridian Road with making sure we have access back behind. But we would make sure that they had access between both of those roadways in the future.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
it's obviously not an ideal situation. Would be best if their plans were different and kind of aligned so that you could pick up that parcel, but at the same time, we have to respect, their way of life and everything and that they're doing. So I think having some detail around your thoughts there would be helpful. I think that it's really hard with, I think, trying to sort of approve a bubble plan, for something this complex. I think that this is the start of a great conversation, and we'll continue the conversation. I think, hopefully as that process kind of continues, you can come back to us with as much information as you have available. I think that could only help. But I do worry, again, we don't want to create a little island there. So we want to make sure that we treat those folks with respect, and that there's a way to, get them connected to utilities. And again, I don't want to see a big city greens situation created in Meridian. So I don't know. I'm a little worried about that. I would love to see I would love to see the TIS, or at least more information from ITD would be very helpful. So I don't know, it's a lot to think about. One more question for me, just why the private drive approach? What benefit does it provide the project?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, honestly, it really comes down to a function of what ACHD really allows to connect. And if you look at the intervals here, quarter mile, half mile are those public type roads that connect. The intervening between those end up being drive aisles. And just point of reference, the village has those both on Fairview and Eagle Road, in addition to some public roads, but they have these drive aisles that come in. Winco on Linder and 2026 has these. They have a backage road, but they also have a couple of drive aisles coming into the site that allow some movement. The Costco project has this as well. Even at 10 Mile, we have some of this as well. So it's not uncommon. If we don't have the drive aisles coming in, and they won't be public, but if we don't have the drive aisles coming in, then Lake Hazel has no chance of functioning.
So is it really because of the bureaucratic structure of ACHD and ITD, basically, if it's not a quarter mile or a half mile, it just has to be a private drive aisle because it just doesn't work according to their policies? Is that kind of what you're saying?
I would, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, their policies typically on corridors like this would be to limit them, and it would be at that spacing quarter, half mile, 3/4 mile. They have indicated, and I think there'll be some clarity, but the residential uses that could and would happen would be pushing to the quarter and half mile, and those likely would not have the right in routes, but these commercial uses really need them. They do not function. And then you have another iteration or round of conversations as that traffic pushes out into neighborhoods.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
All right, thank you very much for indulging me. I just one more comment. I think for me, I think it's great that we've already been through a Costco together, although I wasn't on the council at the time. A couple of my colleagues were. I think that's great that you have all that feedback from that project from neighbors, because I would hope that at least you could look at how the kind of feedback you got on the Costco in North Meridian. I think you can hear from folks, and even the Winco as well, and sort of look at what some of the feedback was on where they wanted delivery trucks to go. And the nice thing is you're here first, so anybody that moves in residential knows what they're getting into. So it's a little bit different, a different order of operations, which I very much appreciate. But I guess I would just encourage you to kind of go through that feedback again and just make sure, because I think a lot of the feedback from the neighbors really improved those projects. And a lot of it had to do with, where trucks were delivering things, what time they were delivering it. I don't know if you have to go into all that excruciating detail, but I thought there was a lot there. So that's just a suggestion. There's a lot here. I'm going to need to mull it over a bit more. But I think I'm similar to Council President Kavner in the sense that I'm looking for a bit more. Maybe there is kind of a compromise between a bubble plan and something that's, a level. I don't think we need an excruciating level of detail either, but I think there needs to be a bit more meat on the bone for something of this size is just my general feedback so far.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, I do want to highlight that this request has been done. I'm going to see if this works, but we came in 2019 with a bubble plan showing how we would make connections. We gave you a zoning plan. We gave you details of how we would make infrastructure happen at quarter miles, half miles, that type of thing. But we only brought in two pieces. And everything that we have developed since then has been within the context of that approval. And we've brought those back to you. We need we need an opportunity to provide you more details, and we're committing to do that. But we do need to commence with what we're showing you today so that we can make improvements regardless of who the user may or may not be, or users out here. These things they take time, and that's what we're asking for. But our time is also backed by a significant investment to improvements. It's not like, hey, we'll do it at some point. We're telling you we're doing them. We're going to do them now, but we need to do this in a two-step process.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman.
Yeah, I get that. And I think because of how you have delivered on other improvements for similar projects in the community, I think most people will give you a fair amount of leeway to accomplish that. I just want to maybe express my biggest fear. My biggest fear is saying, please go ahead. And we do it based off this bubble plan. And then I think the biggest thing that we could screw up to me would be if we don't have clear communication from ITD, because that has been a stumbling block for us on certain projects in the past where they do take a lot of time. And then suddenly they come back to us, like with the last piece of 10 Mile is just one example, with significant feedback that they then want to provide. If there's any way to get ahead of that and get more from them, even if it's not the full report, even if it's just, I think the biggest concern so far would be the number of access points along Meridian Road, for example, and understanding the timing and commitment on the deceleration lanes. Like that for me is kind of the biggest piece that I want to make sure that ITD is in this conversation with us to a greater degree. I don't know how else to convey that, but.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, it's a fair request. All I can tell you is they are intimately involved in the details here, and they have given you a letter stating they do agree with these access points. Based on what they see this project to be, the access points that we're requesting at Aristocrat, Spire, and then that 8th Mile work for them. And that's not with arm twisting. That's just a function of working through an overall plan, talking through details on where cars and people will go and what will be needed for this development.
And if I could add in, because I think, I don't want to confuse two things, but I also want to make them, we're talking about two different things in a lot of ways. We're talking about what would be ordinary and necessary for the development to function. And then we're talking about a TIS, which is about how they want corridor improvements to be done, which are irrespective of whether or not this project moves forward. It's the user that you're talking about going here is not dictating what happens at Deer Flat, what happens at Amity, how they want to have access controlled along this corridor, how they want it to be 7 lanes ultimately. What you're talking about doing is accelerating those improvements that they want to have done long-term through this process, but not necessarily because of your development. And so there's a bifurcation there in the context of what the TIS says versus this development, this application. Really what this development, this application is only about the deceleration and the access points, really that make it function, which is what ITD has referenced. Everything else is above and beyond. I think that Costco up north was a little different scenario because you didn't even have adequate capacity at that point in time on those roadways. So it was necessary, but we're not at a capacity issue on either of these roadways in the functionality in this part of the community, maybe at Eagle and Overland, but not generally as it pertains to this issue. So there is that one part of it that's they're not totally tied together, in my opinion. You may want it, but I don't know that it goes to the application. The one thing I do want to at least highlight to say, from the right in, right out issues, I think the biggest mix at Chinden and 10 Miles, the fact that you don't have a right in, right out before you get to a full access that clogs down that drive aisle because you never have a break and you don't have an easy way for people to get out. So I think the right in, right outs, as I sit here and I've been like mentally going through my head, I look at, Eagle and Overland with Silverstone, where you've got 1/8 little side roads that cut through. You look at 10 Mile and Franklin, you've got 1/8 to 1/8 around the bank right there. So these 1/8, I think that they exist throughout our community in a lot of ways for these right in, right outs to make sense. And honestly, the one on Eagle and Overland by the Lucky Perk, you should probably become a right in, right out instead of a full access because you're crossing 2 lanes plus the left-hand turn lane plus the center turn lane. And so it's, my point is what you're proposing through this, what ITD has said and what ACH is that these are principles that we're applying throughout all of our cities, larger commercial or developments that I can mentally see in that context. And I think that we are getting a better outcome with the multiple right in, right outs without blocking people into other areas of this development that can get really bogged down when you don't need them. I don't know what's going to go up front. I don't have any idea what these users are. And, if it was a fuel center, and 100% right in, right out, get them in, get it out, because not everyone wants to go into the store. But I don't know that that's what this is going up there. I have no idea. So I just want to say that I think that these are smart traffic investments in this property as well as everything else. And, I know I've had the luxury of sitting down with IT and talking about this. I feel like I'm in a different place than probably council is in that context. And I know that they are working together and they're trying to solve challenges that have also been created further down this corridor with other entitlements to developments that you can't limit it to half mile because they've already been entitled for other things. So half mile is not necessarily the case anymore. So I don't know if I hurt or helped or whatnot, but I just want to say thank you. That's at the end of the day, whatever council does tonight or moving forward, these are noticeable improvements, long track record, good things that are going to happen. And even the last application that was approved was predicated on what you're proposing. And so I don't think anyone's questioning whether or not it makes sense because we did single family in a lot of ways, understanding that multifamily and commercial was coming to this part of this project, at least in my head. And I can't say what was in council's head. I'll shut up. We do have one other person on the line. I don't know if she's waiting to testify. If the individual online is wanting to testify, could you use the raise your hand so we can know we can at least get that in before any? Yes, they are looking to testify. So, council, do you mind if we? Okay. Well, not everyone had an opportunity to ask questions, so we'll go ahead and invite Julie on to speak or provide testimony.
Hello, my name is Julie Edwards. I live at 1310 East Mary Lane, Meridian, Idaho 83642. So I guess I'm a little confused. um, when we're looking at just the overview map of that intersection, um, what it sounds like to me is he's wanting to get those eighth eighth roads, eighth streets approved is one of the things. But I thought in one of the other slides, the building that was going in there was along a south road. I can't remember if that was Spire. I think it was Spire. And in reading some of the backstory about it, there was supposed to be a certain amount of building frontage along Meridian Road. So I guess, yeah, so where it says building A, I guess it was requested that building A be moved along Meridian Road. That was my understanding. So I'm kind of confused why we're worried about these eighth, what do you want to call them? Eighth mile roads. If the building will have to be relocated anyways. Like that, to me, that kind of seems like a moot point that Spire and Prevail would just be the entrances and exits, and Aristocrat and whatever else is coming to the east of that development. So that's one thing, if that makes sense. The other one is with Lake Hazel now being soon to be a future through street to the highway, why we're going to put in a stoplight a quarter mile in from Meridian when we've already put in a roundabout at Locust Grove and Lake Hazel, another roundabout going in, I believe, at Eagle and Lake Hazel. And so why we're just doing that stoplight at Meridian and Lake Hazel, stoplight at Lake Hazel and not sure what, Prevail, when we want traffic to keep flowing. It just seems like that's a poor stopping point. Let's see what else. Just another option. I know you want right in, right out if it does come to that, but is there anything when you just have a right in and not a right out? Because if you're on Locust Grove, if you can picture it just south of Fairview, there's a D&B right there, and everybody exits through a subdivision behind D&B and the back way out of D&B onto Locust Grove, which I don't know if that's an eighth mile south of Fairview. Probably not, but people pulling out there onto Locust Grove, it's a nightmare, especially when they want to go left. Yes, that's a problem. But when there's rush hour traffic or just regular day traffic, sometimes you can't even get out right. And so, I don't know. Just seems like it'll be a very congested corner with all of those entrances and exits. And yeah, that's I have
Right.
plenty more to say, but I've got random notes on my page, so that's what I have for tonight.
Thank you, Julie. Council, any questions? No question. I just will share in that area. I mean, trust me, I've been very critical of South Meridian where we go roundabout light. Lake Hazel is currently, you do have roundabouts, and the Eagle Lake Hazel will be a light. We do have a light coming out of the park on the other side of the roundabout. So lights and roundabouts are currently intermixed and being developed in this corridor. So it's not going to feel free flowing in every aspect. That is how they're existing currently with the plans. Council, any additional questions, comments? I know we've kind of paused, and I don't know if others had questions that they want to get to John at this point in time. Okay. John, would you like to come back up and make, I'm not sure if they're going to want to continue, if they're going to, what they're going to do. This is technically your closing comments, but I'm going to give you the last word and see what happens.
Give me just 1 second here. Nick, can I reshare again? Thank you. Mr. Mayor, sorry about that little technology issue. So I appreciate the opportunity just to kind of talk through what our request is before you tonight. We are requesting to make a substantial infrastructure improvement from day one, which is represented here. These roadways that we are showing here would all be complete prior to the opening of whatever user would be coming out there, including the frontages along Meridian Road, which touch our property. And so part of that request is, what does the rest of the project look like? And we've tried to be as specific as we can at this point in time, showing you how the roadway system works, what those uses would be, how all those uses have been captured within our studies, and what would be forthcoming through future approvals to you. One of the items that was just mentioned regarding, frontages and how things would be, as we look specifically at whatever this user could or would be and how they would be, orienting that specifically to Meridian Road becomes problematic from loading trucks and that type of thing. Getting them on these public roads specifically, the loading for this would be against Prevail. There'd be access coming in front of here and also off of Spire Street, kind of two sides of what we think would happen. And that's why that one has been oriented that way. The rest of it, though, we do have the opportunity and will work with the mixed use designations of orienting those buildings. And like I have over here on the right-hand side, we have a lot more frontage on Meridian Road and other roads where those would happen. But as it relates to this specific one that's shown on parcel one, that's how that one would be laid out. Again, we are doing a two-part process here. One is we're asking for the council to agree to the rezone and annexation as proposed, allowing us to move the process forward so that we can work on adjacent roads and then continue to refine and bring to this council and the Planning and Zoning Commission for that matter, and then this council, more details related to phase 2. So that's our request of you tonight, and we would request your approval as proposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Roberts.
just feel like I should put it out there, considering what we've gone through with other projects and how long they take and how long you've already been working with them, I'm actually very comfortable with where things are and would move forward tonight. I knew more about a previous STARS project, And, they do kind of tend to work themselves out as you're working through things. So I also don't have a problem that they're still working that out. That just kind of tends to come, not always, but tends to come along as bigger projects are happening. So however comfortable everybody else is, I would suggest we proceed.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schrader.
That's good feedback, because I think that's probably why I feel a lot of discomfort, size of the project, the complexity, and I don't think I've been through the same process with the STARS agreement. I joined the council after those approvals were made on the other projects I'm thinking of. But I have seen, like, I think part of the reason I have the sensitivity around it, and I wish ITD was kind of in the room with us just to provide more confidence, because I've seen where deceleration lanes were missing, and there were some, and they're not huge misses, but there have been some details on the execution of those that was a little bit problematic. I do get a lot of confidence from who this group is. And I guess, maybe it's, I think I could wrap my head around the phase one if there's a commitment to come back, maybe with a lot more detail in a shorter time frame. I just wouldn't want us to get to where it's like, this is zoned, and so there's going to be a huge gap between when you would come back to us. I kind of wish you could just almost come back with, even if it's like a 6-month status update or whatever, something maybe even shorter than that, just as the information comes, particularly from ITD. And I think I'm just, and I want to be respectful of our partners at ITD. I know they work very hard and they have a very complicated job. They're under-resourced. At the same time, though, we've had a couple of recent examples where we're suddenly getting feedback on a huge area of the city and it's really delayed and too late to do anything. I would just feel much better if they were further in this conversation than just that letter.
Mayor, Council, if I can give you some context, I've been working with Brighton and Nick. Thank you, Nick, for your assist on this, because he and I have been working closely on it. But originally, Brighton's plan was to come in with lesser property, just come in with the annex piece and figure out the details of the annexation. But as staff, we felt very adamant about coming in with the entire thing so we could share the picture with all of you at the very front end, rather than coming back through multiple amendments like we've done on these other bigger projects. It's just easier to disclose it. We're going to rezone this, we're going to annex this. And that's why staff also supported the float, because that way we can show you that, hey, they're meeting the intent of those mixed use regional guidelines by adding the employment that we need in this area. So again, a lot of things happening behind the scenes, but I wanted to let you know that a lot of this was guided meeting with the applicant and talking with them, that it may be in your best interest to come forward with the entire property and your plan, so that hopefully anyone out there that had concerns with it would know ahead of time, rather than going 2 years from now saying, we didn't know this was happening because it wasn't disclosed when we bought our properties. Like, that's why we're here tonight. We wanted to disclose it, and I think it's worked well. I know there's nobody out there at this time, but I think that was really the driver of why you see a bubble plan tonight with some of the details and not all of the details. So I just wanted to let Mayor and Council know that it really was kind of an effort between both parties to make sure that we were trying to be as transparent as we possibly could. At the same time, recognizing that more details are needed. And that's why in the DA provisions that we provided in front of you this evening, we have required the applicant come back and give us those details. That you will get another bite at the apple.
Maybe to that point, between you and the applicant, when do you think you'd have the next time you would come back with any element to council? Obviously I'm not sure how much you can do based upon what your timeframes were, where you're hoping to have certain things done by 2026. What would dictate the next time you show back up here?
Mr. Mayor, is a good question. Council Member Strader suggested, a check-in point. I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to come back, If you want in 6 months, or if things progress prior to that, we could even memo staff on what's going on. In fact, it may not be out of the realm of having your staff involved in those weekly check-ins or biweekly check-ins with ITD as well, so they are in the loop of that process. So I'd be happy to come back in, if you felt like 3 months. I don't know that I'd have an update in 3 months, but no longer than 6 months. If you'd like to see us provide you a written update as to what's going on, and then if you want me to come to council as well and discuss that, happy to do that as well. So we can commit to a update in whatever frequency, and willing to come to council and discuss that.
Well, maybe my question was more not an update, but when would your next development application of some sort that would have council input of rational, I mean, again, just trying to get an understanding, how far can you go before you've got to come back here with something officially?
Mr. Mayor, we have the properties outside of what we showed you in red require a platting process. So we need to come back to you fairly soon to discuss all of that.
That's where I was going. You guys have a time frame in mind where that?
I would like to be back with full applications on all of that no later than October of this year. And part of that is there's a preliminary plat associated with lot lines. We got to work out some things, but that would have also, that would be part of the phase 2, and we would have design guidelines and other things like that all together. So it would be late this year. I think that more applications would be in front of you related to that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
do you have a timing issue if a decision is not rendered this evening? Do you have like a contract issue or something? I think that would be helpful to understand.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, we do have some commitments and obligations we're trying to fulfill, and part of that is this entitlement process. And this entitlement process that we have in front of you tonight allows us to move forward with improvements that we are demonstrating we want to do with the very beginning. So a delay does have a cascading effect.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Yeah, I think the concept of sort of never heard it used before, the bubble, kind of intriguing. And I actually, when you pulled out your little finger and your red line, as I was thinking about how that has developed over the years, kind of gave me a little higher level of assurance that I could see your thinking here in terms of like the need to be able to move forward, but because of the scope and size, it's really challenging to put some specifics to it. I do think it would be concerning had we not seen something like this in the city or, in the valley before, but we've seen it. We know the track record here, and I think there's a high level of confidence. So my only hesitation is sometimes I'm not sure ITD learns their lessons on things. And so, I still wonder a little bit if Meridian Road becomes the new Eagle Road in terms of that, but I know that there's a lot of roadway there. It's not just your project, but I also think that this has the potential of being one of the sort of real landmark developments in South Meridian that's going to spur a lot of activity down there. But I'm pretty comfortable, I think, from where I started to where I'm at with moving ahead with that tonight, if that's the will of the council. And I would support a motion to approve this tonight if that motion is made.
So it's kind of funny, just share a story. I was driving, doing my normal drive up to Tamarack this time of year and driving down Eagle Road. And it just kind of hit me this last time that between Fairview and Ustick, it is basically 3 lanes all the way down, with the except, you have decel lanes that are in lieu of 3rd lanes for a majority of the way in that context. And I think that there's 5 or 6 access points between Fairview and Ustick on the right-hand side of that road. And again, I'm not saying, but my point is more, the traffic actually doesn't get interrupted by right-hand turning movements into those commercial spaces generally. It does get backed up at the lights and other things, but I rarely see the right-hand turning movements impacting Eagle Road. Maybe trying to people get over from the left to the right in some regards, that can slow things down, but say what we want about Eagle Road in a lot of ways and the challenges of lessons learned. I think ITD really is trying to do lessons learned and consolidate as many of these locations as they can, but the right in, right outs, which maybe we wish we had a few more, and you may see that requests on Chinden to solve some issues up in North Meridian in the future through other conversations that we'll have with ITD and people, but the right in, right outs on these or the decel lanes on these things are crucial to the moving traffic, and the success of the areas is what we're observing, or I think ITD is really pushing towards. Especially when people own all half a mile property and they have the willingness, the ability to get full build out and necessary improvements.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Lil Roberts.
Mr. Mayor and Council, unless someone else has something they would like to add, I would like to proceed with a motion. I move that after considering all staff, applicant.
That we close the public hearing?
Oh, do we need to do that first? I'd like to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed. Councilwoman Lil Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move we approve file number H 2024-0052 as presented.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman
Please.
Cavanagh.
Speak to my vote. Appreciate the applicant, you and your team. Again, you guys do a great job. My concerns still remain. I know this will be ridiculously successful and a big win for Meridian. I see where the votes are going, supportive of where our body's moving forward, but my vote tonight will still remain a no.
Is there additional information in the motion the staff is looking for?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I just want to clarify, you guys will be adopting the commission's recommended changes, correct, with this motion? Perfect, thank you.
Motion maker says yes, the second concurs. Okay. Is there further discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Neri.
just to be clear, I know it's in I believe it's the motion, but there was that specific request for the access that ITD is looking for, and I just wanted to make sure the motion maker was also wanting that to be part of that as well.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Concur.
Okay, motion maker and the second concur on those comments by Mr. Neri. Seeing nothing else? Let's clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh. Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Strainer.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
4 ayes, 1 nays, and the motion is agreed to. Okay, we look forward to working with you, and I think we'll have a conversation about what makes sense if a workshop coming back and talking about the work with ITD, maybe together at the appropriate time would be an important next step, and anything else that seems relevant. Okay. All right, council, we've reached the end. Mr. Cavanagh?
I want to commend council tonight. These were some meaty issues, and we could have punted on this last one, and I want to credit the body with sticking with it and working through it and making the right decision. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I move we adjourn tonight's meeting.
Second.
Motion second to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.